because it was me. I wasn't gonna wait to end to tell y'all it was me. Walked in there. We went to the men products section. The minute we walked in this place, the minute, just walk in. Ding, 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 ding. That's security being put on alert. We walk in, we go to this section. I'm standing just like this. He's standing here. It's my son. I said, look over my right shoulder and tell me what you see back there 2 hours down. He said, I see security following us around in here. I said, okay. We go get what we're going to get and go pay for it. They follow us all the way till we walk out the door. Go to church. 3 o'clock service. Have church anniversary. I dressed just like this. He dressed like this. I said, come on, let's go back over there again. We walk in the store. This is what they said to me. They said, hey, Senator Smillerman, how you doing? No ding-dings, no nothing. Walk in there, no security. I could have picked up anything I want in there and walked out of there. That's the problem with this bill. That's the problem. See, you all ain't never been black. You ain't never been black. I ain't talking about I know how it is and I got friends, I see TV experience, I went to high school. You never lived the life of a black person. This morning, I left the hotel, came down the road. Police picked me up. 3 cars in front of me. This morning, 3 cars in front of me. They peel off down about a motor pool. Police behind me, just paces the distance that I am. Then when he got to the end and saw me turn, come in there, then he kept going. He said, oh, that's a senator. That's the problem with this. That's the problem with this bill, is that you cannot allow a person who is not legally trained, like you, me, to sit out there and make a call on whether they see 3 people over there and that's a game. That's what you're doing. You're allowing somebody who just because they got a uniform on, may not, they don't have the legal training to understand all these proponents and all of that. They gonna go in and they look classes and they gonna say, when you see this, that means that that's a game. That's the problem that we faced in the 60s. That's why we had all that about jobs. I don't know if y'all remember that. We did all that in there since the Singer brought a bill of trying to, that you don't go back, because so many of those people have been charged for protesting and rioting that they had, and no kind of nothing whatsoever. But they had records because of the judgment of somebody who is not legally trained decide to charge them. I hear what the sponsor said. Well, it's got to be some underlying thing. We talking about folks getting charged on the front end. We talking about folks who can't afford lawyers, so now they got to take the public defender. We're talking about somebody who, because they don't have the money, the only way out is a best interest plea on something that they are not really guilty, they're not even guilty of. They don't have the money. Can't afford lawyers.
Senator Smithman, let me say this as it relates to public defenders. There are some very good public defenders out there. I've done some of that work. You've done some of that work. I understand your concerns, but again, I go back to there has to be an underlying criminal act. It's not just because you're in a gang that there's a criminal charge against you. If there is an underlying criminal charge, and that's proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then these what we would call enhancements would apply. If you could, yes, sir. Go ahead. We'll give you just a few more minutes.
I know you cut me off already, so
no,
I stopped because you're the chairman. I
understand, and I appreciate.
I wasn't through.
I understand, and I'm going to give you a few more minutes. You certainly have some things that you want to say, and I certainly want to hear those. I think the members of the committee want to hear those. I just would urge you to, if you can, there's some other bills, and I don't want to delay the other work. We're going to continue to have these conversations on this bill. As I know you came in just a minute late or so, but we did have some conversations before we got in here about the need to continue to work on this bill as it goes forward.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
it ain't a bill on him more important than this one to me. This is talking about taking a whole race of people and throwing them in a whole nother category. That's what we're doing. The rest of this stuff is not more important than the lives of. Can I finish?
You can, but I'm
If you don't want me to say nothing, Mr. Chairman, I'll stop.
No, sir. I want
stop.
you to.
If you telling me that I can't say anything else, I'll stop.
No, I don't. I'm
in
not saying
charge.
that. I'm not saying that. I'm just simply saying
This
that
is
it
not
has nothing
something
to do
little
with,
to flake
with
off.
race.
I saw, and I'm just gonna say this him when he was talking about something else, and I ain't gonna say nothing. I saw a smirk in this room, a smirk when he talking about black people and the impact that it's gonna have, because you don't understand. You don't give. Some folks don't give a crap, but some folks don't understand. They don't understand at all. And I saw it in here. I saw a smirk, and I ain't gonna say nobody's name, but I saw it. Because you know what they complaining about. That kind of attitude. You know, this ain't no big deal. No, it ain't no big deal if you ain't been a victim of it. If you don't live it, if you don't face it every day, it ain't crap to nobody. But the people who live this, it is. I live it. I live this life. My family lives this life. We got to face the same stuff every day. It don't matter about titles. Don't matter what. I ain't nothing but another black man when I'm thrown out there with all the rest of them people that you see out there. If they don't know I do this, I ain't nothing special. Nothing. I'm just another black man. I wish I could use the N-word because that's all that's what they think. Now that's a fact. You know, we want to sit back on some prestige. You've got to get the folks that are doing this here. Yeah. We all want to get the right people, but we don't want to be thrown in no net. We don't want to be thrown in no net that all black folks at the same damn way. We don't want to do that. And that's what this does. It allows that discretion. It puts 101.5 million people at a parade. It puts them out there. And that's what we talking about. That's what he's talking about. Some damn criteria that won't throw everybody out there in a net. This here means more to me than anything I can think of because it affects me. It affects my family. It affects my grandkids. It affects them. And he's right what he's saying. And I'm going to be through when I say this. I can take you to the corner of 6th Avenue South where you go straight into Elmwood Cemetery. Just block before there. I can show you 4 or 5 people standing around on the corner. And you might drive by there and see me standing out there talking to them. So does that make me in a game? No. But I'm going to be pulled up with the whole net. I had an officer to tell, they came to a place where there was a shooting out in the parking lot. And guess what they did? Everybody who was sitting in a car who looked like me, they got them all up, round them all up because they said they didn't know where the gun would come from. So I'm just taking everybody in. And the reason I'm saying that because I was a lawyer who represented some of those people. So yes, this is serious and it's a concern. And it's a serious concern to the point where we've got to get this right if we're going to do this. And this ain't right.
We'll continue to work on that, Senator Singleton.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, I want to make it abundantly clear that while we say that the escalated of the charges would be only escalated with an underlying offense, mind you that your definition calls for legal profiling. And when it does that, because it says that these officers see people dressed a certain way, wearing a certain thing, now they're actually profiled. And also on line 160, you understand that you got it for possession of a weapon. Many of you around this table voted for us to be able to carry a gun legally without a permit. So it's not illegal to have a gun in your possession if you're standing on that street corner. It's not illegal. So even if the person has a gun on them and they never use it, then we want to elevate a crime just for having possession of a weapon when possession of a weapon in the state of Alabama is legal now. And those of you around this table are clear, that need to be removed out of this bill, the possession of a weapon, unless they use that weapon in the furtherance of that crime. That's what it needs. But other just having that possession, needs to take away, and we need to deal with this definition because I think it's all about legal profiling. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As said before, we'll continue to work together to try to make this bill a better bill. That being said, I move that the committee approve this particular bill. To have a second. Senator Stutz is second. Holly, if you would call the roll.
Senator Albritton, Senator Bell, Senator Carnley, Senator Coleman Madison,
No, the chickens are coming home to roost.
Senator Elliott, Senator Figures, Senator Gavan,
Aye.
Senator Orr, Senator Singleton, Senator Smitherman, Senator Stutz, Senator Weaver, Senator Barfoot,
Aye.
8-3.
Bill's given favorable report. Thank you, committee members. I want to make sure that we recognize that we've got some, I won't call them out individually, but we've got some members from Montgomery Police Department as well as the Montgomery County Sheriff's Department here. So thank y'all for being here. Holly, if you call the next bill on the calendar.
Senate Bill 148 by Senator Gavan.
Senator Van.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it was brought to my attention that, this is not a field that I've worked in or I haven't done for over 25 years. But that basically where we are in the cap that is in the code on juvenile cases is that what is happening in practice is that lawyers are getting appointed to represent indigent juveniles. And then they basically work up to their cap. Then they withdraw, another lawyer's appointed. And I've talked to some of the juvenile judges in my county, and they're excited about this. And apparently the district judges are pleased about this. From folks I've talked to, it doesn't happen a lot, but it's just impractical to have, one lawyer work to a certain degree, perhaps build a relationship with a child or with a family, and then you start over. And so that this would raise that fee to $5,000.
And I'd echo that sentiment. I've seen that happen, and it is important to have continuity when it comes to trying to advocate for a child. A lot of times those dependency type cases can last for years, and it's real easy to exceed that cap. So thank you. Senator Stutz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got one question. When you say work up to the cap, is that based on an hourly rate and when they reach that total amount?
Yes,
And how is the hourly rate determined?
it's pathetic. I don't remember what it is, but it's set by the court. I promise you it's not set by the lawyer.
Is it uniform?
Yes.
I mean, across the state?
And I assume it's the same as
lawyer in this
criminal.
position is allotted this amount per hour up to that cap.
$70 an hour.
Thank you.
My paralegal charge is $75 an hour. Put it in perspective.
Senator Albritton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Call attention to a couple of things, if I may. First off, the appointed defendant or appointed defendant's lawyer has a cap for a Class A felony. That cap is $4,000. For a Class C or D felony, that cap is $2,000. A guardian ad litem, which this is addressing, this change up is addressing, is not just for criminal, but it is for any guardian ad litem, whether it be child custody or any civil matters, anything of that nature. Much more extensive pool, I'll suggest. My point is, if we take this, and I'm for lawyers making more money. I've been there. I've done that. I've been involved with this work. I know how difficult some of this tends to be. However, to make this a one.
I want to welcome everyone. Without objection, the chair may declare a recess at any time. Without objection, Representative Corey Mills of Florida is waived on to the committee for the purpose of questioning witnesses at today's hearing. The committee welcomes the public to this very important meeting. While you are here, I want to point out to the members and the audience today that House Rule 11 provides that the chairman of the committee may punish breaches of order and decorum, including exclusion from the hearing. All participants will be required to avoid unruly behavior and inappropriate language. Expressions of support or opposition are not in order. I expect all parties to these proceedings to conduct themselves in a manner that reflects properly on the House of Representatives. I now recognize myself for the purpose of making an opening statement. Today, the Oversight Committee welcomes 4 United States Inspectors General to provide insight into the Biden administration's handling of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan before, during, and after the fall of Kabul to the Taliban. No single hearing can tell the story of the United States war in Afghanistan. No single hearing can tell 2 decades worth of decisions that could have been made differently. Those decisions are debatable. What is not debatable is the catastrophe the Biden administration delivered in the war's final months, weeks, and days. For 20 years, Americans, American allies, and Afghans fought and died in a war to help Afghans create a country free from the Taliban's control. In August 2021, Joe Biden lost that war. There was no exit with dignity. It was a panic, and 13 American service members were murdered by a suicide bomber. Today, the Taliban flag flies over Kabul. There's no American military base there. There's no American embassy there. There's no hope there, especially for women and girls who are now terrorized by the Taliban. And they watched as billions of dollars of U.S. equipment, trucks, aircraft, weaponry, was just abandoned to the Taliban. The American people watched these scenes and were worried about Americans, innocent Afghans, and loved ones who were still in Afghanistan. Since the Afghan government's collapse, the Oversight Committee has wanted answers from the Biden administration, and we will get them. As our Commander-in-Chief, President Biden's poor leadership and planning led to the debacle that unfolded in Afghanistan in August 2021. Let me be clear, I was in favor of leaving Afghanistan, but it should have never been done like this. I want to also say that the U.S. military, which is stronger and more capable than any other in the world, accomplished an incredible mission, airlifting 124,000 people out of Afghanistan in a matter of days. However, they should have never been put in that position. The U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan has consequences that will not go away overnight, despite the Biden administration's hope that the American people will forget. Afghanistan has once again become a safe haven for terrorism, as demonstrated by our rise in attacks by ISIS-K. China and Russia are emboldened. Allies around the world wonder if the U.S. can still rise to meet the threats that face us today. Today's hearing will be the first in a series to examine President Biden's botched withdrawal from Afghanistan. The inspectors general here today have years of experience when it comes to monitoring U.S. taxpayer dollars in Afghanistan. They have identified billions in waste, fraud, and abuse in war fighting and reconstruction efforts in Afghanistan. The goal of today's hearing is simple: explore the facts, These IGs will help us understand the factors and decisions that ultimately led to the collapse, as well as the continued risk to U.S. taxpayer dollars going to Afghanistan. I'd like to thank our witnesses for being here today and for their guidance and assistance over the years. I look forward to your testimony. I now yield to the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to each of our witnesses for being with us today. When I was growing up, we were taught that partisan politics stops at the water's edge. In 1983, after terrorists killed 241 American service members in Lebanon, our country united in responding to this act of savagery rather than simply blame President Reagan for what the terrorist has done. Today, however, my colleagues seek to blame the Biden administration for the cowardly ISIS terror attack at Kabul airport in Afghanistan, which stole the lives of 13 American heroes in the final days of the Afghan war. This is not just morally confused and politically cynical, but historically disoriented. More than 2 decades long, the Afghan war was America's longest war. It spanned 4 Republican and Democratic presidential administrations. Joe Biden was president during 7 of the 238 months of the war, or to put it another way, for about 3% of the duration of the war, compared to roughly 20% for Donald Trump, 40% for Barack Obama, and 37% for George W. Bush. The Afghan war cost the lives of more than 2,400 American service members, 3,846 private contractors, more than 1,100 allied service members, more than 66,000 national Afghan military and police, and 47,245 Afghan civilians, without even getting into the Taliban side. Understanding what led to the collapse of the Afghan government and security forces is vitally important, but it requires looking comprehensively at the dynamics of the massive decades-long military and nation-building failure, not just the last few months of the war. This hearing's absurdly narrow focus is like trying to explain why the Confederacy lost the Civil War by examining only what happened at the surrender of Appomattox. Today's witnesses have the expertise to explain the structural factors behind the collapse of the Afghan government. John Sopko, the Special Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction since 2012, repeatedly warned for years that the U.S. lacked a coherent strategy and had not defined its purposes, had set unrealistic expectations for its reconstruction mission in Afghanistan, did not properly understand Afghan political culture and institutions, and never faced the corruption of the Afghan government. In 2019, Sopko issued a report warning not just of risks created by the ongoing reconstruction effort, but also of risks arising from the Trump administration's ongoing efforts to negotiate a settlement directly with the Taliban. And when we zero in on the final months of the war, my Republican colleagues refuse to examine the elephant on the battlefield, President Trump's disastrous decision to cut out the Afghan government and negotiate directly with the Taliban, and then to enter into a dangerously lopsided agreement with these authoritarian religious fanatics. In the Trump-Taliban agreement, or Doha agreement, Trump struck numerous bad deals and fateful bargains with the Taliban that would come back to haunt us, including the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters from prison, many of whom promptly rejoined the insurgents in their battle to recapture Kabul. Our colleagues have also conveniently ignored President Trump's decision, just 4 days after Joe Biden was declared the winner of the presidential election, to secretly order the withdrawal of all troops by January 15, 2021, a move that stunned his own military generals, in which Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, called, quote, odd, not standard, and potentially dangerous. After significant pushback, President Trump rescinded his secret order and replaced it with a directive to draw down to 2,500 troops. Months later, when President Trump begrudgingly left Washington under a cloud of bear mace and tear gas, he did so without providing the new administration any plans at all on how to safely withdraw the remaining U.S. troops or how to safely evacuate Americans and our Afghan allies within the strict timeline prescribed by Trump's Taliban agreement. This failure was not an accident, but was calculated to force Biden's hand. President Trump later bragged about this maneuver to rally with his supporters stating, "I started the process. All the troops are coming back home." They could not stop the process. They wanted to, but it was very tough to stop the process. Trump moved forward with the withdrawal of U.S. troops, even as the Taliban increased violent attacks against the Afghan government and refused to sever ties with terrorist groups, including the Haqqani Network and Al-Qaeda. When President Biden took office in January 2021, he faced the difficult choice: send more American troops back into Afghanistan to defend against the newly revitalized Taliban onslaught in the 20-year civil war, or proceed with a full withdrawal from Afghanistan as contemplated by the Trump-Taliban agreement. After extensive consultation, including with his top national security advisors and intelligence personnel, on April 14, Biden announced that the final withdrawal of all U.S. troops from Afghanistan would begin on May 1st and be completed by September 11, 2021. Biden's decision to follow through on the Trump-Taliban agreement was not without risk, despite careful planning and a consensus from the intelligence community and military leadership on the Afghan military's ability to protect Kabul and defend against the Taliban after withdrawal. The Afghan government and security forces almost immediately collapsed, far more quickly than expected, forcing the administration to evacuate more than 120,000 Americans and Afghan nationals within 2 weeks in what became the largest non-combatant evacuation operation airlift in the history of the United States. Tragically, 13 American service members lost their lives during this heroic operation, and we as a nation are forever indebted to them and all of the more than 2,400 service members killed during the 20-year war for their commitment to America and also to the people of Afghanistan. Today, it's imperative that we put partisan politics aside to ensure that the suffering Afghan people continue to experience today, that these people will receive much needed humanitarian and diplomatic assistance. Let's work together to find ways to support funding for programs that uplift Afghan women and girls in light of increasing violent repression against them. I applaud the Biden-Harris administration's commitment to delivering aid to the Afghan people while continuing to isolate and condemn the repressive and barbaric Taliban regime. Our country's essential position as a champion for democracy, human rights, and freedom against authoritarianism and violent fanaticism around the world requires us to engage in fact-based oversight to understand what went wrong with our 2-decade mission in Afghanistan. As Mr. Sopko has stated, serious analysis means examining a series of blunders made across multiple administrations over 2 decades. We cannot do our faithful duty as members of Congress by assigning blame on a partisan basis or scoring points in distorted ways. The fate of democracy, human rights, and women's equality all over the world depends on seriously analyzing what went wrong with our intervention in Afghanistan. Let us be serious to that task, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member yields back. I'm pleased to introduce our 4 witnesses today. Mr. Robert Storch was recently confirmed as the Department of Defense Inspector General in December of 2022. He has a long history in the IG community, including serving for 5 years as the National Security Agency's Inspector General. Ms. Diana Shaw serves as the Deputy Inspector General at the Department of State, where she performs the duties of the Inspector General. She has also held leadership positions within the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Office of the Inspector General. Ms. Nicole Andurella is the Acting Deputy Inspector General at the USAID, where she performs the duties of the Inspector General. She has a long history of working with USAID's OIG in various roles. And Mr. John Sopko has been the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction since 2012. He has more than 30 years' experience in oversight and investigations as a prosecutor, congressional counsel, and senior federal government advisor. Very impressive witness panel. Pursuant to Committee Rule 9G, the witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today, and we look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your statements, and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on your microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired, and we would ask that you please wrap up. I recognize Mr. Storch to please begin his opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of the committee. The war in Afghanistan was, in the words of the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a strategic failure. Despite an investment of more than $2 trillion over 20 years and the sacrifices of more than 2,400 American service members, the U.S.-supported Afghan government and military collapsed almost immediately as U.S. forces began their final withdrawal from the country, resulting in a more rushed and contested non-combatant evacuation. My office has provided robust, independent oversight of DoD activities involving Afghanistan going back to 2005. Congress established a lead IG model for coordinating oversight and reporting on overseas contingency operations in 2013. In 2015, the DoD IG
are inappropriate. Parole by shows they are not interested in finding real solutions to tough issues. This bill attempts to combine 8 different bills, each one more cruel and heartless than the next, into one contradictory and overlapping mess. It is nothing more than pure political theater. This bill has no chance of being enacted into law, and most of its provisions cannot even pass on the House floor because of opposition from Republicans. That's right, these Republican bills are so extreme that they are opposed by many of their own members. One of the bills that Republicans attempted to combine in today's legislation is H.R. 29, the Border Safety and Security Act of 2023. One of our Republican colleagues from Texas characterized that bill by saying, quote, H.R. 29 does anything but secure the border. So guess what? That bill in particular, it's dead, close quote. Another one of our Republican colleagues cautioned Republican leadership against moving only border security legislation, as we are doing today, saying, quote, we're talking about millions of people who do not have a dignified status. It's immoral, it's not Christian, and it's wrong that we as a society allow familiar shadows, close quote. Another House Republican said, quote, it will never pass the Senate if we're only talking border security, close quote. And these are just a few of the many comments I could pick from. Yet here we are today, and we are expected to believe that Judiciary Republicans are putting forward real solutions to modernize and fix our immigration system. My Republican colleagues are trying to take us back to the failed, illegal, and immoral policies of the Trump administration. Former President Trump's radical, inhumane, and racist immigration actions weakened the U.S. economy, undermined our moral standing in the world, and did not make us any safer. His erratic approach also failed to stop the inflow of migrants while it trampled on American values. But incredibly, some of the proposals put forward by my colleagues actually go further than what the Trump administration even attempted to do. The bill before us today would completely gut our asylum system, take away protections for vulnerable children fleeing for their lives, destroy our economy, indefinitely detain children, make the situation at the border even worse. And that's just for starters. Immigration reform is a complex problem that requires comprehensive solutions, and an enforcement-only strategy simply doesn't work. Democrats have put forward real proposals, and we stand ready to work with serious Republicans to pass meaningful solutions. Democrats take this complex humanitarian crisis seriously. Our proposals address the root causes of migration, improve border security, and create additional legal pathways for people to enter the United States lawfully. But Republicans have chosen a narrow path that imposes extreme pain and hardship on the most vulnerable people while doing nothing to actually solve the problem. I would ask my Republican colleagues to heed the advice of one of their own, Representative Tony Gonzalez, who represents 42% of the U.S.-Mexico border and who said of these bills, quote, if they try to jam them through, they're going to fail on the floor, so probably best to get it fixed ahead of time than see it go down in burning flames on the House floor, close quote. I encourage my colleagues to oppose this wrong-headed bill, and I ask my Republican colleagues to go back to the drawing board. If you do, Democrats stand ready to work with you. I thank the chairman for yielding. I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, all of their opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment, in the nature of a substitute, makes technical changes to the
Wait,
bill.
you can,
Oh.
you have an amendment at the desk.
I'm sorry, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2640 offered by Mr. McClintock.
Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered the base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair recognizes Mr. McClintock to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment makes technical changes to the bill. It adds a section to the bill repealing two Biden administration Department of Labor regulations that place additional burdens on agricultural employers who are trying to do the right thing and use the H-2A program instead of using illegal workers. I'd urge my colleagues to support the ANS, and I yield the balance of my time to a man who's been the driving force in Congress for border security and immigration reform, and in my opinion, an unsung hero, Mr. Biggs.
I thank the gentleman, and I appreciate his comments, but I also appreciate all his effort and hard work on this bill and with regard to the ANS as well. You know, the border is overrun. And I want to tell you about my experience back at the border again just last week, because I go often. I grew up in a border congressional district. So we were driving along the Tohono O'odham Reservation that has 62 linear miles of the Arizona-Mexico border. Just last Thursday, we'd been down to the Bamry Wash and check out the bridge that was there. That the first time that is a big wide wash, gets filled with water. It's used frequently by human traffickers and drug smugglers, and they built a bridge over it. It's great, but it's only about 6 feet high. So the first big rain they had washed over the bridge so that CBP couldn't use it during the rain. That was odd. So we moved from the Bamry Wash and we went over to the San Miguel Gate, where you frequently will have, that's where the groups in the Tucson sector come. They come to the San Miguel Gate. And we were checking that out again. And then we're moving along the border road. And as we drove along the border road, I could see about 250 yards ahead of us, three small children playing in the road. Now, mind you, we're on the reservation, so I thought maybe these are reservation children, although we were in the middle of nowhere, really in the middle of nowhere. And as we got closer, we saw all of these people begin to emerge from the high desert shrubs and scrub that were there. And we stopped and talked to them because we had to wait for the Border Patrol now to come. We had to alert them. There's no signal. We had to stand on the cars to get signals so they'd call. And what we found is there were 21 individuals there. There was a family from Chiapas. Where are you going? He says, I'm heading to the Carolinas. I'm going to be a roofer. He and his wife and their 5-month-old baby. An individual lady, 2 single adult women traveling on their own, 2 other single adult women with children, and then 1 other putative family unit, which raised suspicions not just with me, but also with the Border Patrol agent who was there. Why were they coming? Because they knew they were going to be released into the United States. In fact, when I asked the Border Patrol agent, but by the way, reason we got so many agents there because they're stretched thin on this rather remote section. They finally got there. We said, how long before these individuals are going to be released into America and go to the interior where they want to go, with Washington State, Austin, Texas? Why in the world did you come to the Tucson sector instead of El Paso sector? Because the cartels brought us here. We went to Caborca, a Sonoran town of about 60,000 people, whose most famous resident is Miguel Quintaro, a famous drug lord allied with the Sinaloa cartel. How much did you pay? 75,000 pesos a person on average. They were brought to that location. They were dropped off south of the border, a 2-hour walk in remote desert circumstances in 95-degree plus weather. A 10-year-old boy wearing Huarache sandals. The coyotes brought him there. They walked for 2 hours, and then they waited for 2 hours until we happened to come along. That's what the Biden policies have brought. And you talk to them, and they're here because of the Biden policies. Chiapas, Zapotec, Merida. Those are the states they came from. This bill goes a long way to restoring humanity. Cruel and heartbreaking, this bill, Mr. Ranking Member? You should have been there. This bill must pass. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I do.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm an American, the proud grandson and great-grandson of immigrants, a proud descendant of people fleeing poverty and violence. My family immigrated to America from Britain in the early 1900s. They came originally from Eastern Europe, where if they had remained, they would have been slaughtered about 30 years later. Some of our family who didn't leave the soon-to-be killing fields of Lithuania and Poland no doubt met that terrible fate. My great-grandfather was very proud of his British passport, the country that gave him refuge prior to coming to America. But when the British sold out the Czechs to Hitler in an act of appeasement called peace in our time, he took his British passport into the backyard of his Boston home and burned it in a coffee can. His family would forever be proud Americans. Our story is not unique. Millions of people have come to America to flee violence and in search of a better life. Their stories are a big part of America's story and the beautiful fabric of this country. We can no more separate ourselves from our history as immigrants than we can separate ourselves from our history as explorers, as builders, as idealists, and as lovers of freedom. It is part of our very Constitution, even as the rights we enjoy as new citizens spring from a very different and brilliant Constitution. With such a beautiful legacy and one that has served us so well, one that has attracted so many of the best and brightest to come here, the most innovative and hardworking souls on earth, why would we forsake it now and turn away those lawfully seeking asylum in America? For the economy? No. Immigrants add immeasurably to our economic output. Without them, we have no food, no one to take care of us when a pandemic threatens our lives, no one to support our seniors on Social Security and in Medicare, no future growth, no future. For our security? No. Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than people born here, and asylum seekers are coming here in search of security, not to threaten it. For what then? For what would we turn away people fleeing violence? So many of our ancestors, as so many of our ancestors fled the same. For what would we put children in cages, separate families, or send back to the desperate conditions from which they came? For what would we depart from the values of our nation? For what? Fear? Would we really do all this because we are afraid of those seeking asylum? Afraid of farmers and of shopkeepers, of tailors and of laborers, of fathers and mothers, of grandparents and their grandchildren? I do support a comprehensive solution to our immigration problems, and one which includes more border security. I am aghast at the fentanyl problem in our country and want to do so much more to improve security and interdiction of this vile drug at our ports of entry. And if the majority was sincere and interested in solving this problem, they would work with us instead of taking up a bill which, if it can even muster the support of their own party to pass the House, will surely go no farther than that. But I will not support this bill. It will hurt farmers by depriving them of the labor they need. It will hurt consumers who depend on their food. It will hurt our economy by telling the rest of the world that America wishes to wall itself off from the rest of the world. It is harsh. It is cruel. It will subject countless thousands to violence and misery, dashing their hopes for a better life. I will not pry children from their parents or send families back into danger, ignore people fleeing repressive regimes any more than I could forget my own family's history as immigrants. I am not afraid of those seeking asylum and a better life. I'm an American. We welcome people seeking freedom, just as our parents did and theirs, and just as our founders did. We are a nation of immigrants, of huddled masses yearning to be free. It is who we are. We are Americans. It is who we are. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. You know, we're addressing
recognized.
what is probably the greatest humanitarian, national security, and economic catastrophe of our lifetime. And I just want to note for the record that we have 5 of the 19 Democrats who serve on this committee. They're not here today. I guess they had better things to do, or maybe it's that they realize that this Democrat administration's policies on the border are so utterly indefensible, they don't want to be here to have to answer for it. But we are marking up a very, very important bill that the American people demand and deserve. And let me just address one of the big components here that has been brought up this morning, because part of this is my legislation. Providing refuge for individuals fleeing persecution has been a central tenet of U.S. immigration law for decades. The asylum process itself is a testament to America's history as a beacon of hope, freedom, and opportunity for millions around the world. We know that. Unfortunately, though, here's the facts. Drug cartels, activist judges, human smuggling operations, the open borders lobby, and radical liberal administrations have worked in tandem to undermine the integrity of our immigration system. In the process, they've weakened protections for those who truly are seeking a safe haven from persecution by forcing them into a years-long line in immigration court. We all agree that the current system, the asylum system, is in desperate need of repair, and HR 2640 provides the necessary tools to fix it. Today, we expect to hear lots of fear-mongering from the other side. We've already heard hand-wringing and name-calling and accusations that Republicans are anti-immigrant and inhumane and all the rest. We'll hear grandiose pronouncements that Democrats are pro-immigrant and pro-humanitarian values. And all this will be to distract the American people from the reality, the reality of the Biden administration's border crisis that everybody in the world can plainly see with their own eyes. To my colleagues on the other side of the dais, I ask you, what is humane about a human smuggler abandoning a 1-year-old child in a diaper at the U.S.-Mexico border? What is pro-immigrant about aliens suffocating to death in tractor trailers and freight car trains? What are the humanitarian principles behind policies that encourage child trafficking, sexual exploitation, and violence directed towards some of society's most vulnerable people? Being pro-immigrant and supporting humanitarian values means fixing the problems that create these crises and reducing the perverse incentives perpetuated by our flawed asylum system. Being pro-immigrant and supporting humanitarian values does not mean maintaining the catastrophic status quo as Democrats would have us do. It means more of the same, more deaths, more exploitation, and more real tangible harm to aliens and citizens alike. We live in the greatest nation in the history of the world. It's not even close. And we are also the most benevolent and the most generous people in the world. We have a rich history of granting asylum to those fleeing or fearing persecution on account of their race, religion, nationality, political opinion, membership in a particular social group. But for years now, aliens without valid asylum claims have gamed our asylum system and exploited our generosity for their own benefit. Fraud runs rampant. Frivolous asylum claims create backlogs in the courts, and activist judges whittle away at the very basis of what it means to seek asylum. By including my bill, the Asylum Reform and Border Protection Act, in this immigration package, we seek to revive its historical roots and restore the integrity of the system. Currently, the immigration statute leaves key phrases undefined and hands over asylum law to be built on this patchwork of court decisions by lower court judges. But this bill will codify the relevant terms, the key terms that we need to be defined, and they will basically make uniform interpretation regardless of geography. It will reserve asylum for those who are truly in need of it. It will get rid of a lot of these frivolous asylum applications that are running rampant, and it will close loopholes. We will make sure that asylum claims are heard in a timely manner. And we'll make sure that employment, which is one of the biggest magnets for aliens illegally crossing the border and frivolously applying for asylum, that issue is addressed as well. The American people are not going to wait any longer. We have to strengthen the asylum process. We have to push back against fraud. We have to ensure that asylum remains a viable, accessible pathway for those fleeing persecution. And this bill is going to build off those positives and other impact America's asylum system to the true and invaluable purpose that it serves. With that, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment in the nature of a substitute to the Border Security and Enforcement Act, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized, Ms. Scanlon from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. I yield 30 seconds to Mr. Nadler.
Thank the gentlelady. Our members do care about this issue, and they are working on these issues in committees all across the Capitol. Several members are at hearings on the border with Mr. Secretary Mayorkas in the Homeland Security Committee about immigration right now. Others are at Foreign Affairs Committee and the Annual Services Committee. We do care about this issue, and we look forward to discussing this issue in depth with you today, although we do not have too much hope that you will discuss it seriously. I yield back.
Thank you.
Look, I just want to be clear that we've been called into this committee hearing today to push through an extremist and cruel immigration bill that would, among other things, upend our asylum system, send unaccompanied children back to dangerous situations, and jail some children indefinitely. We saw that the failed and inhumane immigration policies of the previous administration weakened our economy, undermined our moral standing in the world, and did not make us any safer. However, extremist Republicans want to take us back there again. The truth is, the bill before us is not a workable plan to fix our immigration system. And without any serious proposal, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have resorted to lies, conspiracy theories, and political theater designed to stoke fear and chaos and distract from the lack of viable solutions. In fact, the policies in this bill are so extreme that members of their own party have called them ineffective, inhumane, un-American, and un-Christian, and I agree. I particularly want to call attention to how this legislation would endanger vulnerable children. Title III guts the protections of the Flores Settlement Agreement, which has helped govern the conditions of children in government custody for 26 years. In doing so, this bill upends a carefully crafted system to minimize the detention of children due to the grave, harmful impact that detention has on kids. The evidence on this is clear. No amount of detention is safe for children, and even a short period can wreak long-term harms like psychological trauma and mental health risks. In spite of all of that, this bill would mandate that asylum-seeking families, including children, be detained indefinitely. This would apply retroactively to families currently living and working in the U.S. while awaiting their asylum hearing, and it would jail kids for what could be years if their parent is prosecuted for the misdemeanor crime of unlawful entry. I want to describe for a moment what that would look like. A mother and her child fleeing violence or starvation at home come to America seeking asylum. But if they find the port of entry closed and the mother takes her child and crosses between ports, she can be charged with a misdemeanor. But if she follows the rules and applies for asylum and she's at no risk for flight or violence, this bill would require that she and that young child be placed in detention, a result that, despite the language of this bill, clearly is prohibited by the Flores litigation. This legislation claims to uphold Flores, but it's clear these provisions mandating family detention directly contravene it, something the courts have already ruled upon. If we're going to meaningfully work on immigration reform, we can't start with cruelty against the most vulnerable. We need to recognize both the horrific conditions that cause immigrants to flee and the meaningful contributions that they make to our country. And critically, we must provide functioning pathways for people to enter the U.S. lawfully rather than some kind of bait and switch. We enshrined the right to seek asylum into international law during the aftermath of World War II and must uphold this tradition of providing those fleeing persecution with safer, better lives here in America. And we can't repeat past mistakes by turning away vulnerable migrants like the Jewish refugees on board the SS St. Louis, sent back to danger and for far too many to death in Europe 84 years ago. Immigration reform is a complex problem that requires thoughtful and comprehensive solutions, and the bill put forward today is neither. I oppose this bill. I encourage my Republican colleagues to go back to the drawing table with us to work on meaningful reforms, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from California, Mr. Ice is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to have the following articles placed in the record. One is entitled CBP 21.1 million worth of fentanyl stashed in green beans at Otay Mesa. The second one is in March Madness at the San Diego field office, the Elite Eight seized $1.6 million worth of a total of 5,000 pounds of
Without objection.
yeah, anyhow, fentanyl. And the last one is fentanyl seizures at border continue to spike.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, today we are going to consider legislation, a total of 7 individual bills combined into one. Our colleagues on the other side have already made it clear that they have no intention in supporting any aspect of it, and I expect to have a massive amount of fairly dilatory amendments offered. But I would ask all of us here today, if our solution or solutions, all 7 of them, are in fact not the answer, and if you have a solution, would you please bring sensible solutions forward? Under the last administration, there would have been more than 1 million less people entering the country to backlog parole. Under the last administration, we authorized and more judges were appointed. Under this administration, systematically, Article 1 judges who, in fact, make those decisions are being dismissed simply because they were appointed in the previous administration. In fact, we have less judges today than we had a year ago for a reason. This administration does not want to adjudicate those claims. They are allowing the backlog to build so that those people on parole will never have a hearing. Those people on parole will never come to the front of the list. Those people on parole will permanently be here without a real legitimate reason to be here in almost 95% of the cases. I would say today the tragedy is for the 5%. Mixed in with 140 plus countries, not the triangle as the vice president would have you believe and some of the others, but in fact, over 140 different nations. People are coming here, most of them with only one legitimate reason to be here. They seek a better life, no question at all. But they seek a better life by getting ahead of so many, in fact, done the right thing, waited in line, and continue to wait in line. My grandfather came to this country using a trick. He went to Brazil for 4 years so he could get on a list from Brazil rather than from Lebanon at a time in which the Asian Exclusion Act prevented him from coming directly here. We understand that all of us have history, almost all of us have history of immigration. And there's a lot of ways you come, but there were rules and people found a way to work with the rules. Today, the rule is show up either at the border or between the border and you'll get in. Make a false claim, you'll not only get in, but you'll be treated better than those people waiting in line. 3 years ago, I introduced with Congresswoman Lofgren, a bipartisan bill to try to increase the quality of high-tech workers coming to this country, something that's limited to just 65,000. The Congresswoman and I worked together on trying to improve the merit and the quality of those individuals. We passed it unanimously through this committee. I would challenge all of us, if we're going to have the kind of markup today that I suspect we're going to have, let us at least meet afterwards and have the discussion about the fact that America does want and need to be welcoming. And particularly, we would like to offer opportunities to those who wait at the door patiently and make proper application. So although I do not have high expectations for today, and we will do what we will do, I want to hold out my hand to my friend on the other side of the aisle and all my friends. We need to deal with some of the real problems. And one of them is that people waiting in line properly can't get in. They can't even get the opportunity to get in because we're so clogged with a system that has, in my opinion, been deliberately broken. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike last word. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 2640. Today, after nearly 4 months of inaction, our Republican colleagues are taking up a giant immigration bill that can only be described with 3 words: cruel, extreme, and unworkable. And in the words of a Republican member of Congress, it's not ready for prime time. This bill is a patchwork of overlapping and contradictory bills that are all about a failed enforcement-only immoral approach. It's a clear demonstration that Republicans have no real solutions to the complex issue of immigration. We've already seen that Trump's inhumane and racist immigration actions weaken the U.S. economy, undermined our moral standing in the world, led to increased numbers of migrants at the southern border, and did not make us safer. Democrats understand that the best way to address concerns about the border and this complex humanitarian crisis is to actually fix the broken immigration system so that we provide clear legal pathways to people. That's why Democrats have put forward, and we've passed in a bipartisan way, real solutions for humanely reforming the immigration system. We remain ready to work. Our proposals address the root causes of migration. They improve border security, and they create additional legal pathways for people to enter the United States lawfully. By creating a more humane immigration system that recognizes the horrific conditions that force migrants to flee, as well as the contributions of immigrants to America, we can decrease unauthorized crossings, we can strengthen our economy, we can protect migrants and citizens from harm, while all at the same time, again, recognizing the tremendous contributions that immigrants make to our country every day. Don't just take my word for it. Take a look at the numbers and see how the creation of legal pathways can work. When the Biden administration created new legal pathways for nationals of Haiti, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, crossings between ports of entry for nationals of those countries fell 72% in the first 3 months. On the opposite side, let's look at what happened when a president tries to shut down legal immigration. Donald Trump's attempts to cut legal immigration in half resulted in higher denial rates for student and high-skilled visa holders. His most cruel policies separating children from their parents also violated our most basic American values while scarring of children forever. Trump's policies combined with his anti-immigrant rhetoric, made us less safe, less competitive in attracting the best and the brightest, and undermined our most basic human values of compassion and kindness. So let's all just take a minute to recognize the hypocrisy of every anti-immigrant debate. This country needs immigrants to survive. Immigrants pick the food we eat, rebuild our communities after climate disasters, help construct our infrastructure, power our small business economy, clean our homes, and look after the most precious in our families, our children and our elders. They strengthen our economy, food supply chain, and our ability to compete. Today, America is facing serious labor shortages in many industries, from caregiving to nursing to agriculture. Take the agriculture industry, where immigrant workers make up about 73% of ag workers who are critical to putting food on the table. According to the American Farm Bureau, federal agriculture needs 1.5 to 2 million workers annually. But farmers are struggling to find workers. In California alone, 56% of farmers report not being able to find enough workers over the last 5 years. And yet today, the majority's bill attempts to impose mandatory nationwide E-Verify, which would further decimate our agricultural industry. Last year, over 40% of Fortune 500 companies were founded by immigrants or their children. These immigrant-founded companies generated over $7 trillion in revenue in 2022, and they drive 68 industry sectors nationwide. So if we want to keep this up, if we want to remain an innovation powerhouse, we can't shut off immigration, and we need to get serious about humane immigration reform legislation. The bill before us today is not a serious proposal. The reason it's taken so long to even get to this point of a markup is that it's opposed by members of the Republican Party who have said that these proposals are anti-Christian, anti-American, and again, not ready for prime time. They are cruel, extreme, unworkable. It's unclear if they can even pass on the House floor, let alone the United States Senate. But that seems to be exactly the point, to divide the country, to use immigrants as a political football with no real solutions that help our country. So we are ready to work with our Republican colleagues, and we look forward to doing that. I yield back.
The lady's time has expired. She yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I do.
Mr. Moran from Texas, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, there is a crisis on our southern border. Millions of illegal aliens have taken advantage of our broken system, knowing that if they get to the border, the Biden administration will not enforce our immigration laws. But the southwest border is not the only area in U.S. immigration law neglected by the Biden administration, who has repeatedly refused to remove illegal aliens who have overstayed their visas. Until the Biden administration opened up our border completely, there were roughly as many illegal aliens who came here legally but overstayed their visas as those who illegally crossed the southwestern border into our nation. According to the Department of Homeland Security, over 500,000 foreign visitors to the United States overstayed their visas in 2020. Unfortunately, that is the last year we have data due to the Biden administration's refusal to release the information for the time period since. In September 2021, Secretary Mayorkas issued a memorandum outlining his, quote, priorities for immigration enforcement. Unfortunately, these priorities did not include illegal immigrants who have overstayed their visas. So in my mind, there's little doubt that the number of visa overstays has increased during 2021 and 2022. Overstaying a visa is a civil immigration infraction, but entering the United States illegally is a criminal offense. Lax enforcement, coupled with no real consequences, makes overstaying a visa an attractive option for aliens who agree to come here temporarily with the intentions to remain permanently in the United States. My bill, originally H.R. 2436, entitled the Stop Visa Overstays Act, which is now incorporated as Title V in this Border Security and Enforcement Act of 2023, puts visa overstay on par with illegal entry as a misdemeanor criminal offense, punishable by up to 6 months imprisonment for the first offense and a criminal fine. The bill is necessary to act as a deterrent for those considering entering legally and overstaying their visas. Then presidential candidate Joe Biden in the past noted that, quote, nearly half of the undocumented people living in the U.S. today have overstayed a visa, not crossed a border illegally, end quote. Congressional Democrats have gone even further, with Representative Benny Thompson in 2017 expressing his concern that the Trump administration was not focusing on visa overstays enough. In 2013, one of our Democratic Judiciary colleagues stated, quote, America's borders will only be secure when we address not only those who walk through the desert to come here, but also those who arrived in this country through our front door. One of the most infamous examples of individuals who overstayed their visa would be none other than the 9/11 hijackers. Another example is David DePape, the man who attacked then Speaker Pelosi's husband in the comfort of his own home. With this administration's lackluster enforcement record, it is up to Congress to step up and do something about illegal immigration, both on our border and within the interior. Today, we have a chance to do something to deter visa overstays. In addition to making overstaying a visa a misdemeanor, the bill also increases the civil penalties for overstaying their visas from between $50 to $250 to now $500 to $1,000. Subsequent offenses under my bill will result in these fines being doubles. Republicans in Congress have been introducing legislation to make visa overstays a crime for over a decade. This change is overdue, as is this bill at large, and we can make it happen today. I urge my colleagues to support the entirety of the bill that's been proposed today, including Title V of this Border Security and Enforcement Act of 2023, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Jayapal.
I ask unanimous consent to enter the following statements into the record. These are statements of opposition from the American Federation of Labor and Congress of Industrial Organizations, the AFL-CIO, Amnesty International, CARACEN, Church World Services, Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of California, Community Change Action, First Focus Campaign for Children, Franciscan Action Network, Francis Action Network for Migrants USA, Hope Border Institute, Immigration Hub, Jesuit Refugee Service USA, Keno Border Institute, Mary Knoll Office for Global Concerns, Network Lobby for Catholic Social Justice, National Immigrant Justice Center, Pax Christi USA, Quixote Center, Service Employees International Union, SEIU, Sisters of Mercy of the Americas Justice Team, Southern Border Communities Coalition, St. Columban Mission for Justice, Peace, and Ecology, the United Methodist Church, and a statement from 106 state, local, and national immigration, civil rights, public health, religious, labor, and other organizations.
Without objection,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Van Jews, do you seek recognition?
I do.
Strike last word.
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
You know, I actually wasn't going to say anything in the beginning here, but it just struck me so much that we're kind of on the other side rewriting history. First of all, they will mention that it took this long to come up with a piece of legislation. This is complex legislation. During the time they have the majority in the House, in the Senate, and the presidency, we didn't see anything really substantive done to stop the fentanyl flow. It increased. We didn't see anything really substantively done to have borders. Ladies and gentlemen, let's tell the truth. No nation of any strength, no nation of any worth would go without having borders. You must have functional borders to have a functional nation. And we want to talk about cruelty, like literally the Republican members here want to be cruel. Nobody's attempting to be cruel. It's cruel what we're doing. It's cruel that babies are thrown over the border hoping that something will be done with them and they can just get them across so the cartel can make money from the people who have that done. It's cruel what we're doing to Americans because we're introducing the cartel into our way of life. You've heard many individuals now comment that our next war, as it was, is going to be with the cartels. They shouldn't be in America. When I was in Yuma, I visited, many different areas at the border, but when I was in Yuma, the cartels had so little respect for the inspection that was going on that we were part of, that they were doing wheelies and circles around us. They don't respect the United States. They're creating a huge, it is a huge fentanyl problem. These children, you want to talk about cruelty, when these children get over here, they are almost in bondage. They're working at ages they should never be working, at jobs they should never be doing. Many of them are raped in the process. And we're calling this a humane process that exists now. These are little kids, and we're letting that happen. They're used for child labor, sex slavery. And then there's a terror watch list. We do have people that get through that are on the terror watch list that we don't catch. Nobody wants to say that. They're doing the best job they can at the border, but we don't have enough people. It's called the rule of law. What is being done that's so deceptive is saying that you don't like immigration and you don't want immigration. That is not the case. We want legal immigration. We want safe immigration. We want children that aren't going to be used as sexual slaves. We don't want amnesty misused for something that it wasn't meant for. There's a specific purpose for amnesty, and we've gone way beyond that. Crime, cruelty, sexual slavery, the huge cost to America, the dangers that exist, the cartel mocking us. Mayorkas, who looks like he's dazed. I'm sorry, but this is a man who should resign or should be impeached. He's doing a terrible job, and he doesn't even admit the obvious. It's so obvious what's happening at our border. It's so terrible what's happening at our border. It's so hurtful to Americans and to the people that are crossing, and most of all to the children. And Mayorkas says everything is fine. You show him a picture, you show him a vision of what's going on, you show him on television or on a video, and he says everything's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not okay. That's why we're here today.
And it is a difficult issue, and there aren't easy answers, but I think you find the answers with the rule of law. I find you have the answers when you seek compassion for children and young people that are being abused, and for adults, by the way, that are being abused. And I think you find the answer when you have an organized system in which you redo legal, that's the word, legal immigration. Don't let them confuse you. There's legal and there's illegal. We shouldn't have and we shouldn't want illegal immigration because it's causing all these problems. Legal immigration is a wonderful thing. We've all gone through that process together. So let's tell the truth. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty. Let's really try to fix the thing and not just try to throw out these, words that really don't mean anything to anybody because they're not honest and they're not full of integrity in what they say. Nobody here wants to hurt anybody, but we do want a strong America and a strong border. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Roy? Recognized for 5 minutes.
Strike the last word.
You recognize. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank the chairman. I would note that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have their talking points in order, because that's how this works. Cruel, extreme, unworkable, immoral. Make for nice splashy sound bites and Twitter for show for the television to get out and send out as clips. Mr. Chairman, I would ask to insert into the record 2 New York Times articles, one titled "As Migrant Children Were Put to Work, United States Ignored Warnings." The second, "Alone and Exploited Migrant Children Work Brutal Jobs Across the United States."
Without objection.
I would note that one of the quotes in one of these articles, both in the New York Times, both published in the last few months, quote, "While HHS checks on all minors by calling them a month after they begin living with their sponsors, data obtained by the Times showed that over the last 2 years, the agency could not reach more than 85,000 children. Overall, the agency lost immediate contact with a third of migrant children." It's not as cute as kids in cages, is it? The supposed cages that were put in place by Barack Obama, that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to try to exploit to be those who are the truly compassionate ones, you see. Those who will look out and preach that they are the ones who care for brown people. They are the ones who care for people who are migrants. I assume that they don't believe that it was cruel when ranchers in South Texas and Arizona run across the dead bodies of children and migrants exploited by the coyotes. The 856 migrants that died attempting to cross the southwest border last fiscal year alone. 856 dead bodies floating in the Rio Grande, found on ranches exploited by cartels. I suppose it's just perfectly fine that cartels are operating with impunity along the Texas border, slitting the throats of people who dare to oppose them, threatening people, burning people alive, locking them into bars and buildings and burning them alive. I suppose the 53 migrants that cooked in the Texas heat in a tractor trailer in San Antonio last August, that's not cruel. That's not immoral. That's not extreme. But yet that's the truth. That's the truth of the current system perpetuated by Democrats in the false name of compassion. Looking out to be able to say that they are the ones that can speak for the huddled masses, that they alone are the ones that can do that. That somehow those who seek to come to the United States seeking a better way of life because the rule of law matters, that we then thwart and undermine the rule of law, allowing children, women, and people seeking a better way of life to die because we, in fact, refuse to enforce the rule of law. Yes, we are putting forward measures today to ensure that our system works, because a system that works begins and ends with the rule of law and ensuring that people are protected. What we are putting forward today, including provisions from HR 29, but not all the provisions, because the legislative process works. We're having conversations, and we have a package today that accomplishes the objectives set forth in HR 29 and the numerous other proposals we have put forward over the years to ensure that people who come to the United States seeking asylum will have their case heard, but likewise ensure that the administration can no longer flout the rule of law using asylum and parole to end run the rule of law to release people into the United States in ways that causes 85,000 children to get lost. Children in these articles getting sold into the human trafficking business, the sex trafficking business. All of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to tout how compassionate they are. Well, go campaign on that. We will campaign on standing up for the children, the families, the migrants who seek to come here, and do it the right way. To do it following the rule of law so this country can continue to stand as a beacon of hope for the world, rather than the lawless morass that this administration has put forward, importing lawlessness, importing fentanyl, instead of exporting the rule of law and hope around the world. That's what this bill will stand up to reinstate. I yield back.
Thank you, gentleman's time's expired. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Fitzgerald? Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a big day today in the Judiciary Committee. For 4 years, Republicans have said then when we are in charge, our top priority will be to pass much-needed border security legislation. I'm proud that the Judiciary Committee is taking the first step to deliver on that promise today. In keeping with our commitment to America, I'm proud to support H.R. 2640, the Border Security Enforcement Act, which will end catch and release loopholes that have allowed illegal aliens to stay in the U.S. indefinitely, curb the surge of migrants at the southern border, and require proof of legal status to get a job. More importantly, this bill will restore the immigration and border security measures that were erased during President Biden's first 2 years in office. During fiscal year 2022, the Border Patrol encountered more than 2.3 million illegal aliens, the most ever in a single year. Of those, Border Patrol encountered a record high 98 aliens in the terrorist screening data set crossing the southwest border. That's an increase of 276% compared to the total number of such aliens encountered during the previous 5 fiscal years combined. These record numbers are not uncommon during the Biden administration, as President and Secretary Mayorkas have traded border security and lawful immigration for a free-for-all immigration process that rewards, rather than punishes, illegal border crossings. The Border Security and Enforcement Act will rightly restore the strong border security policies implemented during the Trump administration. It will end catch and release loopholes, stop visa overstays, restore the Remain in Mexico policy, and reform immigration and asylum parole programs. These common sense fixes will significantly reduce the number of illegal border crossings and ease the burden on an already overworked U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. It's imperative that Congress come together on this bill to deliver on our promise to the American people. Failure to act will not only open the floodgates to migrant crossings at the conclusion of Title 42, but will also allow dangerous drugs like fentanyl, which we've talked of ad nauseum, allow them to continue to flow across our border, destroying the lives of children and families. Let's save Americans that heartbreak by passing H.R. 2640. I urge all my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
There's one more.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Ms. Hageman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move
You're
to,
recon-
I strongly support the Border Security and Enforcement Act. Since Joe Biden took office, our southern border has been in a state of chaos with little to no operational control. This is not because of the hardworking men and women of our law enforcement, border security, and immigration enforcement, but because of deliberate actions or lack of action from President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. Since President Biden took office, CBP officials have encountered over 4.8 million illegal aliens along the southwest border, and another 1.5 million known illegal alien gotaways have successfully avoided detection and entering the country. My state has 560,000 people. Since Biden took office, over 10 times the population of the state of Wyoming have illegally crossed the southern border. Last fiscal year, CBP encountered a record 98 aliens on the terrorist screening data set, and 856 aliens died attempting to cross the border. And those are just the ones that we know about. Women and children are being trafficked into the U.S. under inhumane and cruel conditions, and narcotics like fentanyl are depriving countless Americans of their loved ones. This is a national security crisis. This is a humanitarian crisis, and this was all avoidable. The Biden administration's dereliction of duty in enforcing our nation's immigration laws have created this crisis. The fact is that Joe Biden is the largest human trafficker in U.S. history. I am proud to represent the great state of Wyoming. We are not a southern border state yet the escalating crisis at the border has created issues for our state as well. Statistics from the Wyoming Department of Criminal Investigation show a significant increase in fentanyl seizures within the state. In 2022, the Wyoming Department of Health put out a notice titled "Fentanyl Burden Growing in Wyoming," as the number of synthetic opioid-involved overdose deaths more than quadrupled between 2018 and 2021. Further, the DEA Rocky Mountain Division, which covers Colorado, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming, has seized over 5.8 million potentially deadly doses of fentanyl just in 2022. I promised my constituents a top priority as their representative would be to conduct oversight into and find solutions to this growing problem. In the course of this oversight, our committee has heard from the brave law enforcement officers on the front lines of this crisis. We have heard from border communities like Yuma, Arizona, who feel neglected and forgotten by this administration. In the field, I promised the people of Yuma and all of the other border communities that their experience represents, that we have heard them and that they are not forgotten as this administration wages war on their communities. We heard about the almost $30 million in uncompensated health care for illegal immigrants, the border community serving as a processing center for asylum claims to be sent deeper into the country, cartel control of the border as Mayorkas and Biden have lost operational control, and the threat to our food supply and security. Notably, this legislation would keep in place the right to apply for asylum while overturning the incentives the Biden administration has unlawfully put in place, which draw people to our border. It will increase penalties for knowingly violating our laws and visa requirements. It would end Biden policies leaving unaccompanied minors, as the New York Times described, as alone and exploited, working brutal jobs across the country. This will restore operational control of the border in a manner which removes the U.S. government from the business of human and drug trafficking and which reinforces the rule of law and protects children and families. These policies will be attacked by the Democrats, those on the other side. They already have. That is simply because those who have promoted these policies or provided political cover for them have no serious response to the crisis that they have created. So they resort to political buzzwords and deflection. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill. It is what we need in this country at this time. I would also request unanimous consent to submit into the record an article entitled "Mayorkas Smuggled 100,000 Migrants into the U.S. Through a Hidden Parole Pathway." And with that, I yield back.
Without objection, the gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Reserve a point of order.
The gentleman reserves a point of order, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock of California, offered by Mr. Nadler, beginning on
Without
page-
objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike Title VII of the bill, which requires all employers to use E-Verify. I'd like to note at the outset that we have had no hearings on E-Verify or other interior enforcement issues. And if the majority were following regular order, we would not be including this title in the bill. But setting aside these procedural flaws, this title is also dangerously flawed on the substance. We all know that our nation's immigration system is in desperate need of reform. It does not work for American families, businesses, or the economy. These problems require real legislative solutions. But the approach the committee is taking today falls far short of what we need. Title VII of this legislation would make E-Verify an existing electronic system for voluntarily verifying employment eligibility mandatory for all employers. We have considered this provision as a separate bill 4 times since 2010, and it has never been able to pass on the House floor. There's no reason to believe that the 5th time will be the charm. The problem has always been that we cannot require all employers to use E-Verify if we do not also adopt comprehensive reforms to our nation's immigration system and reform E-Verify itself. We are very likely to hear today that E-Verify will help American workers, because every time an undocumented immigrant is denied a job, an unemployed American can get hired. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. Immigrants fill major gaps in our workforce. This is particularly evident in agriculture, where 50% or more of on-the-field farm workers lack immigration status. If we mandated the use of E-Verify without also providing a fair and meaningful opportunity for those experienced undocumented farm workers to obtain legal status, here is what we would see. Farms across the nation would be forced out of business. Americans would be forced to rely on foreign markets to import our fruits and vegetables. And millions of upstream and downstream American jobs supported by agriculture would be lost. In recognition of this problem, the majority has attempted to delay the implementation of E-Verify for the agriculture sector. But this is not a sufficient or workable solution to our agricultural labor needs. In addition, we must also ensure that any E-Verify legislation sufficiently protects American citizens and other authorized workers so that they are not inappropriately prohibited from working. It is true that this bill contains several requirements intended to protect such workers. For example, employers must inform workers when the system issues a tentative non-confirmation of eligibility. Also, employers cannot rescind job offers or fire workers until they get a chance to fix any errors. However, the bill lacks any penalties for failing to follow these guidelines, and we know that many employers who currently use the system do not comply with current requirements. Why would this be any different if E-Verify is made mandatory? Finally, the bill offers no real protections for U.S. citizens and other work-authorized persons who are incorrectly identified as unauthorized to work. Under this provision, such workers would be fired, and their only remedy would be through the Federal Tort Claims Act. Yet there are sufficient procedural hurdles involved in pursuing a claim under the Tort Claims Act, leading to considerable delays and expense. How many of us can afford to be out of work for 6 months while waiting for a decision on their administrative claim? How many will bring a lawsuit after that administrative claim goes unanswered for 6 months? And how many will actually be compensated for lost wages by proving that the erroneous non-confirmation resulted from, quote, a negligent or wrongful act or omission by any employee of the government, unquote? I don't think any of us want to bar American citizens from working because Congress failed to provide due process when mandating the use of E-Verify by all employers. Unfortunately, today's markup serves only to highlight how Republicans do not have real solutions to the serious problems that Americans care about. Legislation that focuses on enforcement without adequately reforming the current system is a non-starter. I urge all members to support my amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman yields back. Mr. McClintock.
I withdraw the point of order. And I
Gentleman's-
would like to speak in opposition to the bill.
Gentleman's point of order is withdrawn. Is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, let me begin by pointing out to the gentleman that it's already illegal to hire illegal aliens. The problem is that that's easy to circumvent with fraudulent documents. E-Verify doesn't make it illegal to hire illegal aliens. That's already law. All that E-Verify does is to make it much harder to cheat, to violate that law. The fact is the Democrats' open border policies made a shambles of our borders, a mockery of the rule of law, and a crisis for working Americans. While working Americans are expected to pay the enormous costs of this illegal mass migration, estimated over $150 billion a year, the wages of the families that are struggling to make ends meet are being held down by a flood of cheap illegal labor into the labor market, and then are being required to pay taxes to support this illegal population. It's no coincidence that when President Trump actually secured our border, working class wages shot up the fastest we've seen in 40 years. The Democrats have completely and catastrophically reversed this progress. Belying the artificially low unemployment rate reported by the administration is the fact that in addition to the 5.9 million Americans looking for work, an additional 5.1 million more who are not in the labor force want a job, but they can't, they've dropped out because they're discouraged workers. They believe that no jobs are available to them. Meanwhile, millions of illegal aliens are being illegally employed in the U.S. The vast majority of illegal aliens coming to the United States are economic migrants. At the border, I've asked them why they come, and every single one of them has replied, well, for a better life or to find work. Well, that is not the purpose of asylum. To protect American jobs in 1986, we made it a federal crime to knowingly hire an illegal immigrant. We required employers to check the employment eligibility and identify the documents of all new hires. But as I said, that law became a joke because of the explosion of easily obtained fraudulent documents that make it all but impossible for employers to reliably determine employment eligibility. So in response, Congress established E-Verify, which is an easy-to-use electronic verification system where employers can immediately check the employment eligibility of an employee. Nearly 1.1 million employers, representing over 3.1 million work sites, are currently enrolled in E-Verify. It's easy for employers to use, and it's effective. In fact, 99.7% of work-eligible individuals receive an immediate confirmation. Let me repeat that, 99.7% receive immediate confirmation. But since it's only voluntary for most employers, many simply continue to hire illegals at the expense of American workers by ignoring E-Verify and accepting fraudulent documents. This measure, which incorporates Mr. Calvert's bill, makes E-Verify permanent and mandatory for all U.S. employers, which finally makes the 1986 requirement to protect American workers actually enforceable. I will admit that the system is still vulnerable to identity theft. If an illegal alien uses the name, date of birth, and social security number of a legal resident, E-Verify can sometimes return a work confirmation. This bill corrects that problem. When the social security number is used in an unusual pattern of multiple attempts, the rightful owner will be notified under this bill. If that person's been defrauded, the administration has to lock the social security number so that no one else can use it for employment eligibility purposes. This bill phases in E-Verify in 6-month increments, beginning with the largest U.S. employers. It raises penalties for employers who do not use E-Verify according to the requirements. It allows employers to use E-Verify prior to the date they hire an employee, and it provides legal protection for employers who use the system in good faith. This measure balances the needs of the American people regarding immigration enforcement with the needs of the business community regarding a fair and workable electronic employment eligibility verification system. So I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment and support this provision of the bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Ms. Jayapal?
Thank you,
Recognized.
Mr. Chairman. I'm surprised that this bill is in here, frankly. We have considered this provision as a separate bill 4 times since 2010. It's never been able to pass on the House floor, and there's no reason to believe that the 5th time is going to be the charm. Look, I think that this is the hypocrisy of the immigration system that we have. We need these workers. We know that immigrants are filling major gaps in our workforce. We see it very clearly in the agricultural industry, where 50% or more of the on-the-field farm workers lack immigration status. I have worked with the Farm Workers Bureau in my state. They have consistently opposed E-Verify because without significant immigration reform, what you're doing is saying that they wouldn't be able to hire these workers, and they know they need these workers. So at one time, they even were with us and pushing for immigration reform. I think the Bipartisan Farm Worker Modernization Act is one of the things that would help to ensure that we have the workers that we need and that they're able to get legal status. But the reality is that if we mandate the use of E-Verify without providing a fair and meaningful opportunity for those experienced and undocumented workers, particularly in agriculture and other industries, to obtain legal status, then let's just think about what that means for you, the American people that are out there perhaps watching this. It means that your farms across the nation would be forced out of business. It means that Americans would be forced to rely on foreign markets to import our fruits and vegetables. It means that millions of upstream and downstream American jobs supported by agriculture would be lost. And so those are the kinds of things that we are talking about. I think we also have to think about the fact that E-Verify, while the error rate has come down, there was a very big error rate when it first came into being. That rate has come down, but it still does not offer right now in the bill any real protections for U.S. citizens and other work authorized people who are incorrectly identified as unauthorized to work. And the relatively small and percentage-wise error rate is actually a huge number of people. It's hundreds of thousands of workers. And so if you have a situation where there's an error under this provision, those workers would be fired, and their only remedy would be through the Federal Tort Claims Act. But there are really significant procedural hurdles involved in pursuing a claim under that act, and it would lead to considerable delays and expense. How many of these farm workers, how many of any of us, frankly, could afford to be out of work for 6 months while waiting for a decision on an administrative claim? How many will bring a lawsuit after that administrative claim goes unanswered for 6 months? And how many would actually be compensated for lost wages by proving that the erroneous non-confirmation resulted from a, quote, negligent or wrongful act or omission of any employee of the government? I don't think any of us want to bar an American citizen from working because Congress failed to provide due process when mandating the use of E-Verify by all employers. So again, this is, as I said in the very beginning, extreme, it's cruel, and in this case, it's certainly unworkable for our farms, our agriculture industry, and so many other industries that rely on immigrant workers. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Ms. Correa is recognized. 5 minutes.
Just wanted to talk a little bit about my district, Orange County, California. Southern California is still, believe it or not, probably the manufacturing hub of the United States. A lot of hardworking blue-collar workers in my district. A lot of entrepreneurs, small businesses that hire 20, 30 people to do that manufacturing. And one of the stories I keep hearing over and over again is, Lou, we need immigration reform. Every time we get audited, half of my workforce is out the door. And the story is they're trying to bring back manufacturing jobs from overseas, from China specifically. And we're hitting them right at the knees. What we need in this country is immigration reform. What we need is an opportunity for people that have been here 20, 30 years working honestly, paying taxes, to have the ability to become green card holders, legal workers. I don't understand why we want to penalize small business owners. Small business owners are following the laws. They are also paying their taxes, complying with workforce labor requirements. And you come in and you hit them right in the knees and say, fire half this workforce. E-Verify, it's not the right time. Let's talk about immigration reform first, then we can talk about the other issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Who else seeks recognition? If there are none, the question. Mr. Massey, recognized, 5 minutes.
I agree with the gentleman's amendment. I don't think that E-Verify should be part of this title. We've got federal databases. And I'm against them in order to exercise your basic fundamental human rights. You shouldn't have to go through a NICS database to exercise your Second Amendment. You shouldn't have to go through an E-Verify database to exercise your basic fundamental human right to trade labor for sustenance, to trade labor for money to support your family. We've got no-fly lists in this country. I'm against no-fly lists. We've got a host of federal databases, and they've all been put in place in the name of fairness or safety or something that sounds good, but at the end of the day, it's used for other purposes. You know, we've got the people discussing central bank digital currency. What's that all about? Well, that's to make sure that if you don't have the government's permission, that you're not going to be able to exchange money. We've got Real ID. Okay, this Real ID, everybody's now got to submit heightened biometric and personal information in order just to have an ID, a picture ID in this country. It's not state by state, it's federal at this point. And Real ID was a promise. Go back, look, a decade ago when they started Real ID. Oh, we're going to do Real ID so illegal aliens can't fly on airplanes. They can't go into federal buildings. We're going to make sure they can't get driver's licenses. BS. It was put into place and it was going to solve the immigration issue, the illegal immigration issue. It didn't solve anything. It just created more mandates on law-abiding, God-fearing, honest Americans. Why? I mean, I would hope that our side of the aisle would recognize at this point. We've seen here recently in our weaponization committee that the federal government created lists of people who should be censored, people who didn't deserve the right to speak in a forum, in a social media forum. So why are we making another list? These always get turned against us, and they're never used for the purpose that they were intended for. Look at the Patriot Act. Come on, folks. All of 9/11 was used to create more lists so that law-abiding Americans could exercise their rights that were given to them by God. This is wrong. I don't know if the gentleman said it's not the time for E-Verify. I would say there's never a time for E-Verify. Don't hold back, my colleague from California, Mr. Correa. You're right on this. We don't need another federal database. Look, wow, let's try this. E-Verify, why don't we just use the NICS database for firearms? Run you through the NICS. Make sure you can pass a NICS background before you can work. I wonder if E-Verify is going to be as accurate as NICS is. Because 100,000 people a year in NICS are denied their fundamental right to exercise the Second Amendment because the government thinks they have a name similar to another person who shouldn't be allowed to own a firearm. 12 prosecutions. Let me get to this point too. Out of 100,000 people, 112,000 denied in NICS in any given year, 12 get prosecuted. Wow, what a ratio. Are we gonna deport people who fail E-Verify? You know, if that were in this bill, my colleague from California, I might be able to vote for this. If we were actually going to do something, we're turning the employer into the police officer because we won't solve the problem elsewhere. But after the police officer catches the person trying to get a job, trying to work for their families, what are we going to do with that, with the person who is trying to break the law, who's trying to work without permission? Are we going to deport this illegal alien once we've identified them? Hell no, it's not going to happen. And another thing I'm saying, oh, it's working so great in the States. We should do this federally. If it's working so great in the states, let the states do it. We do not need another federal database like NICS, Real ID, no-fly lists, central bank digital currencies in order for God-fearing Americans, law-abiding Americans to exercise their fundamental human rights. And I yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. Who seeks recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. A roll call is requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa. Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany.
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey.
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparks. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Bentz. Mr. Klein. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels.
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt votes no. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren.
Yes.
Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes yes. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon.
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy.
Are there any members who wish to vote who have not? Go on.
I'd like to vote aye.
Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz votes no.
Any further members wishing to vote? Ms. Escobar?
Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar, you are not recorded. Ms. Escobar votes yes.
There are no other members to vote. The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 12 ayes and 18 noes.
The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Lofgren seeks recognition.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 1.
The clerk will report the amendment.
I ask unanimous consent that the amendment be considered as read.
Let's
Amendment to
distribute
the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock of California, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California.
Without objection, the amendment
Chairman.
will be considered as read.
Mr. Chairman? I
Yes.
reserve a point of order.
Mr. McClintock reserves a point of order. The gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would postpone the imposition of E-Verify in the agriculture sector until the Secretary of Homeland Security, in consultation with the Secretary of Agriculture, determines that it will not cause a significant shortage of persons available to perform agricultural labor services in the United States.
Now, why is this important? There is a small delay in the underlying bill that is, I think, extreme and unworkable. I have served in Congress now for 29 years. And for 29 years, we have tried to reform the immigration laws. All of those reform efforts have been blocked by Republicans, either in the Senate or the House, over the decades. And to think that that will change in the next 36 months, I think is naive. But even if that were to happen, this provision would not disturb that because it allows for the implementation when there would not be a shortage. You know, I have just, and I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record an email from the Agricultural Workforce Coalition as well as their letter, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Here's what they say. The Agricultural Workforce Coalition wanted to express our opposition to consideration of this bill without concurrent, meaningful legislation to address the labor crisis faced by America's farmers, ranchers, and growers. They note that mandatory E-Verify on its own would cause agricultural production to fall by $60 billion and cause food prices to increase 5 to 6%. This is already a struggling industry because of labor costs. And they note that mandatory E-Verify is just unworkable without reform to the domestic workforce and to the H-2A program. I will note that those reforms are embodied in the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, a bill that I authored in conjunction with Republican members of this House and stakeholders, including all of the growers in the United States and the United Farm Workers, who came to an agreement. This bill has passed the House twice, last Congress and again in the Congress before, and sent to the Senate, where it has been blocked because we cannot get 10 Republicans to step forward to support the bill. I think it's interesting that this is not a new issue. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put in the record a letter dated March 26, 2015. Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
I would like to, here's what that letter says. Implementing mandatory E-Verify without also enacting strong reforms, ensuring our farmers have access to legal, reliable, and stable workforce would cause serious problems for the domestic ag industry and the economy. And they note that the H-2A program is unworkable. That was signed. The only member of the Judiciary Committee who signed it was Mr. Buck, but it was also signed by the President's former Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, as well as a member of the Republican leadership today, Elise Stefanik. That was true in 2015. It's true today. You know, I'll just note for the record that the damage that would be caused by this provision is immense and unwarranted, and I think extreme. I do not oppose verification per se. As a matter of fact, I insisted that in the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, we have E-Verify. I think if we have a workable immigration system, we need to enforce that workable immigration system, but we don't have a workable system today. Half of the farm workers in the United States don't have their papers. The vast majority of them have been here 10 or 15 years. They have children and grandchildren. If they were removed from the workforce, we would be in big trouble. We would not have food on our tables. We would do tremendous damage to the agricultural industry. And so I think it is necessary to adopt my amendment. To do otherwise is to inflict damage on a segment of our economy that I think all of our districts, or Mr. Nadler, perhaps not yours, but all of our districts rely on agriculture as an economic force, but also as a source for good. We don't want to import our food. We want to support this industry. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. McClintock, seek recognition.
I withdraw my point of order and ask to speak in opposition to the amendment.
The point of order is withdrawn, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Once again, I would point out, it's already against federal law to hire an illegal alien. What the gentlelady is arguing is we need to make it easy to violate that law. And that's what the current situation does. E-Verify actually makes it possible to enforce that law. This amendment prevents implementation of E-Verify's required use for the agricultural industry until the Secretary of Agriculture and the DHS Secretary certify that the use of E-Verify will, quote, not cause a significant shortage of persons available to perform agricultural labor or services in the United States, end quote. But that's already illegal. You know, we hear from time to time from the other side that no one is above the law. Well, what a mockery this amendment makes of that claim. This amendment says it's all right to violate the law and we'll simply look the other way. Now, the bill before us gives agricultural employers 30 months from the date of enactment. That's longer than any other employer before they have to start using E-Verify for their newly hired agricultural employees. It does not affect any of their current workforce. And if it does indeed impact agricultural labor as negatively as the gentle lady suggests, well, doesn't this give Congress then a firm deadline to address this in all respects? Agriculture has been chafing under H-2A provisions for many, many years under both Democratic and Republican majorities, and the Congress has done nothing. This would actually give us a functional deadline to act and to address that issue comprehensively. This amendment is not just about delaying implementation of E-Verify until it's deemed that there will be a shortage of agricultural workers. The amendment actually leaves up to the secretaries the determination of whether a shortage would be created. And thus implementation of E-Verify would be subject to the whim of whoever happens to be Secretary of DHS or Secretary of Agriculture. Those individuals happen to be opposed to the use of E-Verify in general. They've got an incentive never to certify that a shortage of workers will not be created. You know, we talk about the unwarranted transfer of authority from the legislative branch to the executive. Well, here's a prime example of that. It abrogates Congress's role in determining basic immigration law. I oppose this amendment. I'd urge my colleagues to do the same, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Schiff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of the Lofgren amendment.
Gentleman is recognized 5 minutes.
First, I want to thank my colleague Zoe Lofgren for putting forward this important amendment. Immigrants and migrants play an absolutely critical role in our economy, and this is so especially true in the agricultural sector. The reality is that half of the on-the-field farm workers in the United States lack immigration status. It's not an exaggeration to say that without these workers, the U.S. agricultural industry would collapse. In California, where 1/3 of the nation's vegetables are produced, approximately 75% of the farm workers are undocumented. This is a complicated, nuanced issue, and it is wrong to vilify immigrant workers and communities for political gain. These are the workers who help put food on our tables each night, including food on the tables of my colleagues across the aisle and their constituents. The effect of this language on E-Verify would be absolutely devastating to the nation's agricultural industry. It would be devastating to states like California, but others as well, that are so important to the fruit and vegetable agricultural sector. It would cause immediate loss of so many people to participate in the harvesting, the planting of crops. We would feel it keenly in our grocery stores, on our tables. We would see it reflected in escalating prices, not to mention the capacity this has for destroying a lot of family farms. So this bill, I think, will be devastating to agriculture. I appreciate the thought that Representative Lofgren has put into her amendment, and what her amendment calls for, I think, is eminently reasonable. We should make sure that DHS, in consultation with USDA, can certify that the verification requirements won't deplete the agricultural industry of a stable labor force that's necessary to keep that industry alive and healthy. On behalf of my California constituents and the agriculture sector in our home state, I urge support for this amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Biggs,
Move to strike the last word.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. So I rise in opposition of the gentlelady's amendment. And I hear the hand wringing regarding E-Verify. I understand it. I think I understand it because I heard those arguments more than 15 years ago when Arizona was contemplating mandatory E-Verify for all employers in the state of Arizona. Well, so what's happened is we were told the same thing. Oh, your hamburgers and all of the leafy greens that we produce in Arizona would go exponentially up in price. The only thing that's driven them up in price is the Biden administration's lousy policies and the regulations that they've put on us. And the reality is, we've had E-Verify for every employer in the state since December 31st, 2007, 16 years. And you know what? Arizona's had one of the most vibrant, healthy economies in the country. And it continues to be that way. 90% of the leafy green vegetables that you eat for 7 months out of the year come from Yuma County, Arizona. Not just a small portion, 90%. If you go down to Yuma, they've turned that desert. It's a wonderful, blossoming agricultural region. And the growers who were scared to death that E-Verify was going to emasculate their ability to make a profit and survive now deal quite comfortably with E-Verify. Because to actually run someone through an E-Verify system is a matter of seconds. It's a matter of seconds to get confirmation. Well, I think that this is overdrawn, overwrought, misguided, and quite frankly, is going to be used as a scare tactic. The bottom line is the E-Verify program in Arizona works. Our economy has not folded. We've managed to continue to have a very huge impact on America's leafy greens. Eat a salad, a mixed green salad, for 7, 8 months out of the year, it's coming from Arizona, where we have an E-Verify program. I think it works. I think it's about time we do it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Cohen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be here and be back in the committee, which I've spent much of my career in, 17th year on this committee. Although I have to say, it's been a pleasure spending more time in transportation. Mr. Nadler, would you yield for a question? I will. Were you consulted on this bill? No. You weren't asked for your input to try to get to be bipartisan and pass? Nope. Thank you, sir. Ms. Lofgren, you yield for a question?
Certainly.
You're kind of the go-to person on immigration on this committee and particularly on this side. Were you consulted on this bill at all?
I was not, although we do have a bipartisan coalition off this committee working for a bill to address agriculture and immigration.
To the best of your knowledge, was that bipartisan committee consulted or involved in input on this bill?
To the best of my knowledge, no.
My gosh, I'm just shocked. Transportation, we work together. And in my opening statement today, I commented on how it would be very difficult for me to vote against Mr. Garrett Graves' proposals, sometimes which would be different, because he's such a nice guy and so easygoing. We all get along great over there. I went over and saw my buddy Burchett, Mr. Sam Graves, the chairman, and I are such a friendly committee, and we work together and we have bipartisan bills and bipartisan agreement.
It should be the same way here in judiciary. If we want to get a bill passed to help on immigration, we need to work together and try to get a bipartisan bill that can get not only through the committee,
Will the gentleman yield?
not only through the Congress, but also through the Senate. And that would be
Oh, it is.
important for our country, for our economy, and for
Mr. Cohen, would you
humane
yield?
reasons to deal with dreamers who we need to see to it that they get their opportunities. They basically lived their whole life in America. And these are areas that bipartisanship is important, and this committee could do a lot of good. I'd hope that we could have bipartisanship, put this bill off until we can work in a bipartisan nature. So I would.
Would the gentleman
Would
yield
the
for question?
gentleman yield?
Sure, I'd be happy to yield.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. I do think that there was a reason why 61 Republicans signed a letter in 2015 urging that a similar provision not be enacted until we had a workable system for immigrant labor in the agricultural sector. Years ago, I remember a hearing that I held when I chaired the Immigration Subcommittee, and we had the then president of the Southern Baptist Convention. I always say that because his testimony I thought was so pertinent, I don't want to steal it. His testimony was that for many years, we had two signs at the southern border. One sign said, "No trespassing." The other sign said, "Help wanted." And the second sign was responded to by people who came to work in agriculture. Without that workforce, we would not be able to sustain American agriculture. And that's why the entire ag sector has communicated to us the damage that will be done if we were to proceed with this bill as is currently outlined. I think it's important with us in the Congress that we listen to people who have some expertise in the area that we're trying to legislate. I believe that when every farm group in the United States says, "Watch out, this is going to damage agriculture," we shouldn't assume that we know better than them, which is what this bill does. I think it would be, it's unwise, it's unworkable, and I think it's dangerous and extreme. And I hope that this amendment passes. And I would like to thank the gentleman for yielding me, and I yield back to Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Cohen, would you yield to me for a question?
Surely.
I appreciate the kind comments about my colleague from Louisiana, Mr. Graves, but would you say I'm also a nice guy? Don't you and I get along pretty well?
We do.
Okay.
But not as well as Mr. Graves.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I also want to point out that in the last Congress, when you were chair of our Constitution Subcommittee and I was ranking member, I don't recall you calling on me to work on your key pieces of legislation that you were presenting there. So, it
We
goes
didn't
both
have key
ways.
pieces of legislation. Mostly we had hearings. We had hearings on ERA. We had hearings on choice. We had hearings on discrimination against Asian Americans. And there might have been legislation that came forth, but it didn't come out of our subcommittee. It generally went to the full committee.
Mr.
Nadler?
Cohen, yield?
Yes, sir.
Does Mr. Johnson have a bad memory?
Don't
He
answer
might
that.
need some ginkgo biloba. Thank you. I yield back.
Oh, mercifully, the gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Ms. Scanlon?
Yes, and first, I would just like to remind you that on the first day of this new committee coming in, I did ask if we could work together on issues regarding the.
I like you so much better than Mr. Cohen. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
I
kidding.
don't blame you.
5 minutes. Recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you. We've heard a lot in this discussion about the impact of mandating the use of the E-Verify system in the Southwest. On, I think it was called the leafy greens portion of the agricultural universe. But its impact goes well beyond California and Arizona and leafy greens. I grew up in northern New York in Elise Stefanik's district, and I now live in Pennsylvania and represent Pennsylvania, and in both those states, the dairy industry is one of the most important parts of our agricultural economy. And the impact of the Verify system on the dairy industry and the measures we're talking about here are going to decimate that industry. We do not have enough Americans who are willing to work in the dairy industry. That's something that's escalated over the years. So the point is that E-Verify is not the right tool to address the issue of having legal farm workers to work in our agricultural industry. The Farm Workforce Modernization Bill, which has passed the House twice, provides a comprehensive and appropriate
method to address those concerns of who is working here, but in a way that's not going to drive up food prices even more than they are, and that is going to actually address the underlying issues. So I would
Would the gentlelady
wholeheartedly-
yield?
Yes, absolutely.
I'm so glad that you raised this issue because currently the H-2A program, which is the only visa program available to temporary ag workers, excludes employers who are year-round. It's only for seasonal. So there are ag sectors who they can't get Americans to be there in the middle of the night milking the cows, and they are in some cases dependent on the undocumented workforce. I think we need to change that. I think we need to regularize so that everyone who comes in to the United States is doing so in an orderly and legal manner. That requires a change to our immigration laws, which have been blocked. So if we want to really upend the cattle industry, the dairy industry, and many others, go ahead. Do this bill, and you will inflict tremendous damage on those sectors of our economy. There's a reason why the ag sector is saying, don't do this until we get the reforms that are necessary that will allow that sector of the economy to go ahead and hire people in a legal way and in an orderly way. And frankly, although we hear our colleagues decry the disorder at the border, which frankly I share, the way to deal with that is to provide for an orderly way for immigration to occur. And when the economic migrants are sorted out, it will then allow us to take actions to have a more orderly system. So I thank the gentlelady for yielding to me, and I yield back.
And I would associate myself with those very knowledgeable remarks and yield back to the chair.
Gentlelady yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Mr. Van Drew?
Move to strike the last word. I'm going to be real quick. I come from an area, southern New Jersey, nothing like what many people are familiar with in the north. Lots of agriculture, lots of blueberries, lots of cranberries, lots of farms, and farms certainly rely on workers. I get what you're saying, but here's the deal. We can't condone illegal activity, and we're doing it at every level. We just leave the border open. Just because of certain issues. What we need to do, and you said it very well, Ms. Lofgren, is that we need an orderly, legal way for people to be able to work part of the year and then go back. And we have that to some degree, but not nearly enough. That does not mean that we should say, yeah, it's okay for people just to cross the border because it may help certain people, because it's going to hurt a lot of other people. Because we're not just making sure that they're farm workers. We're not just making sure that they're people that are going to work on farms. We have people, again, I went through it before, that are related to the cartel. We're bringing drugs, who are, hurting children and babies, and actually are using virtually slave labor. It doesn't work to allow illegal equals no good.
Would the
It's just not
gentleman
good.
yield? Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield.
Because I understand what you're saying, but the amendment deals with E-Verify for people who are already here. And half the farm workers in the United States are already here, don't have their documents. They came when enforcement was at a different level. They're providing an essential need. They're not coming over to the border. They're already here. And we need to regularize their status. That's why we did the Farm Workforce Modernization Act. But until we do that, if you just fire half the workforce that's here, there's a terrible economic price to pay. And I yield back. I thank the gentleman for yielding to me.
You're welcome. I very well think this may be the catapult that does that. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? If not, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In
Roll call.
opinion of the chair, those have it. The amendment is not agreed to, but the roll call is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Isa. Mr. Buck. Mr. Buck votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
No.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparks? Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew?
No.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels?
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Cohen votes aye. Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Galoo? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
Aye.
Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Have all members voted? The clerk will report.
Mr. Liu, you are not recorded. Mr. Liu votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 17 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, have an amendment at the desk?
I reserve a point of order.
Point of order is reserved by Ms. Lofgren, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky. Page,
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment. 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. This is a very simple amendment, 7 lines long. It's an exemption from E-Verify for veterans. It reads, the requirements under this subsection shall not apply with respect to a veteran with a discharge characterized as an honorable discharge or to a person or other entity seeking to hire for employment in the United States such a veteran. Now, this is not a pathway to citizenship or anything like that that's been offered before from the other side of the aisle, but this is showing our veterans the respect. If you are fit enough to put your life on the line for this country, then you are fit enough when you get out of the military to work in this country. It's a very simple principle. You shouldn't, after being willing to sacrifice for our country, you shouldn't be required to ask the government, nor should your employer be required to ask the government for permission for you to work. And this is, I think, one of the greatest harms that could be a result of E-Verify is the indignity of a false positive against a veteran saying that, oh, well, you were a veteran, you served this country, you were honorably discharged, but our database says that you can't work in this country. And we know that there are mistakes in these verification programs. We see it in NICS, 100,000 false positives a year. So I think it's only fitting to give our veterans the respect they deserve. Don't subject them to another check on their fitness for employment if they were already fit to die for this country. And I yield back.
I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Nadler?
Mr. Chairman, I rarely find myself in agreement with Mr. Massey, but I find myself in agreement on this amendment. A veteran who has served his country, who by definition is a citizen, should, or permanent resident, should not be subject to, and who has an honorable discharge, should not be subject to the often flawed operations of the E-Verified system. We spoke earlier of how such false positives on an E-Verify system could cause sustained loss of employment, how the remedy, while there, is a suit under the Federal Tort Claims Act, but that takes a long time. And meanwhile, you're unemployed and unable to support your family. And I think we owe veterans more than this. So I put aside my usual disagreement and distrust of what Mr. Massey has to say, and I support his amendment, and I urge everyone else to do so. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. McClintock is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the one law we have no control over is the law of unintended consequences. And the unintended but entirely predictable consequences of this amendment is quite simple. A thriving market for fraudulent veterans' documents. That's the whole reason we're proposing E-Verify. Without it, right now, employers are presented with a vast array of fraudulent documents that are quite easily obtained, and they're then between a rock and a hard place. They may suspect the documents are fraudulent, but they don't dare challenge them for fear of being sued, or they may know the documents are fraudulent, but don't care and are anxious to undercut the prices of their competitors by cheating the law. And I believe it's an insult to actual veterans who are going to find the market glutted with non-veterans pretending to be veterans.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I won't.
A question?
So how are such false claims by veterans resolved right now? It's called stolen valor. We see it all the time. How do you check that? You consult a database maintained by the U.S. government, exactly the thing that the gentleman from Kentucky is objecting to.
Would the gentleman yield?
This is
gentleman yield?
utterly absurd. All this amendment does is to trade one set of fraudulent documents for another.
Would
And
the
let me
gentleman
also-
yield
when
just
I'm
for a
done-
second?
When I am done,
Okay, thank you.
the other thing I would say is that E-Verify is not a database. It is simply the process of consulting existing databases to assure that a representation made in the marketplace is true. That is one of the few legitimate functions of a government. It's the only way that marketplaces can work. And now I'll be happy to yield to my gentleman friend from
I thank the gentleman from California.
Kentucky.
With respect to databases, I just want to say the military or the Army is part of, the Constitution. So keeping a list of who are our soldiers or not, I'm not objecting to that database. It's good to know who's in the Army or not. So I just wanted to point that out. The other thing is the argument that this is yield back.
Reclaiming my time on that point, we also happen to think it is good to know whether someone who is attempting to take a job illegally is entitled to that job.
Right.
And that is what the E-Verify system is all about. It consults existing databases just as any case of stolen valor would consult an existing database, this one of our veterans.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
To the point of it consults existing databases, that's the way the NICS system works as well. It consults existing databases. And many of these background checks consult existing databases. The fact that you're referencing the database doesn't mean that the database doesn't exist. And I yield back.
And again, what you're doing is you're creating a market for fraudulent documents, just different fraudulent documents that are presented right now. I yield.
Isn't that
Thank you.
what E-Verify does?
Thank you.
My friend, Mr.
Thank you.
Bates.
And
No, E-Verify-
I'm intrigued because I share your skepticism of NICS. I'm thinking to myself, this is a gentleman who probably has never witnessed how the E-Verify system works when somebody comes in and is applying for a job, like I have seen. Something in the magnitude of nearly 100% get immediate responses, whether they have a valid have presented a valid identification or not. This is different than NICS. The NICS system is asking for something entirely different. We are asking something very uniquely American. That's what we're doing. And the reality is, I'm looking at the gentleman who I have esteem and respect for and say, you ain't never seen it happen. I have. And it works. And it works in Arizona. And so you're about to, and California is right, you're about to create a new black market for fake identification.
Would the
And
gentleman yield?
I will.
Would the gentleman yield?
I don't control the time. I'm yielding back to Mr. McClintock.
I'll yield my final seconds.
Well, thank you. The gentleman says it works in Arizona. It may very well work in Arizona, but all the American farm organizations say it doesn't work in our farming areas, which are predominantly north of Arizona.
Which is what is undermining the law itself.
Gentleman's
The
time.
gentleman keeps telling us no one is above.
Gentleman's time's expired. Mr. Correa, seek recognition. You recognize 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to comment on the issue of uniquely American. Most of you may have heard me talk about Jose Angel Garibay, the dreamer that was the first casualty of war, made the ultimate sacrifice in the Iraq War, first Iraq War. Dreamer, 21 years old, mother undocumented. He laid down his life as his country. Posthumously, we made him an American citizen. I've met with a lot of veterans, green card holders, deported veterans. One of them served 10 tours of duty in Afghanistan, came back challenged psychologically. I wonder if it's American to question them whether they have the right to a job in the United States. That's what we're talking about here, folks. Veterans who have fought like most of us have not for this country and come back and simply want to work.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course.
When I meet with my veterans groups and my veterans back in the district, it's always one of the top 3 issues is employment for veterans later. And we should not seek to make it harder for them to get a job, ever. I mean, we owe it to them. And we, here in Congress, we implement so many exceptions or exemptions, or we try to create an environment where veterans can more easily get a job when they return from service to our country, to service in our country. And so I agree with the gentleman. They don't need another impediment to getting a job, no matter how minutely small it might be. And I yield back.
I agree with my colleague from Kentucky. If you talk to veterans, they're very quiet, shy, reserved individuals who it takes a lot to get them to talk about their experience in the field of war. It takes a whole lot more to get them to apply for a job or to ask for anything at all to help them to get a job. And for us to put another impediment in front of a veteran to get a job, that is un-American. Chair, I yield.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Who's recognized? Who seeks recognition? Mr. Gates?
Well, I would observe that perhaps in some cases, the impediment to a veteran getting a job is an illegal alien illegally competing against that veteran for a job. And that probably happens with far greater frequency than E-Verify functioning as the barrier between a veteran and employment. I believe I still represent the highest concentration of veterans and active duty service members in the entire United States Congress. And certainly while veteran employment is an issue at the top of their list, when I talk to many of them, they reflect on the fact that they serve a nation that is not serious about protecting its border, that is not serious about internally enforcing its immigration laws. And the patriotism that I see reflected in veterans would certainly be, would be in line with this in a moment, because I have to address for a moment the distinguished ranking member's characterization that while something might work in Arizona, it might not work in an agricultural community. And so perhaps the gentleman from Manhattan would note that if you eat any leafy green vegetable in the wintertime in the 48 state, the lower 48 of the United States, there is like a greater than 50% chance that it was grown in Yuma, Arizona, maybe closer to 80%. So while they're munching down on their butter lettuce and kale and other terrific leafy green vegetables in Greenwich Village, they can thank some Arizona farmers who are effectively using E-Verify today to ensure that that salad is delicious and well enjoyed. And I would yield to my colleague from Arizona to further opine as to the agricultural prowess of his beloved state.
Yeah, I would say I thought it was remarkable. It indicates that you weren't listening to any of the comments that I've made on E-Verify earlier. 90% of all leafy green winter that comes to you in the winter comes from Yuma, Arizona. And many on this committee have come with me, and we've wandered the fields and talked to the growers, the major growers who work not just in Yuma County, but in Imperial County to the west of us in California, as they produce tremendous agricultural products. Some of the biggest dairy farms are in Pinal County, Arizona. One of the top 15 egg producers in this country is in Maricopa County, Arizona. Somehow they all manage to use the E-Verify system, and it works for them, which gets to the point. In Maricopa County and Pima County, you have two of the larger veteran populations in the country. I meet with veterans when I'm in the district almost weekly. I never have anyone say, gee, Andy, you know, since for the last 16 years, we've had the E-Verify system in Arizona, and I'm having trouble. That's an impediment to me as a veteran to get a job. Never has that been raised. Never has that been raised. But they have raised, I'm competing with low-wage illegal aliens who have come in. They have mentioned that. Well, I yield back to my friend from
Mr. Biggs,
Florida, and I thank you.
I yield to Mr. Buck.
I would just appreciate if my friend from Arizona would acknowledge that the water that's used for those Arizona leafy products comes from Colorado. All this Arizona stuff is making me a little ill. Let's acknowledge where the water
I'll
comes
reclaim
from.
my time and yield to Mr. McClintock.
I just wanted to observe how ironic it is to use veterans who have sacrificed so much through the centuries to defend our borders abroad as an excuse to undermine those borders here at home. And I yield back to the gentleman.
Yield to Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to note, I'm sure Mr. Biggs would agree that if Democrats had joined us at the field hearing down in Yuma, they might have seen some of those leafy green vegetables. Isn't that true?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's true.
And I would conclude with this point. The growers that we met with had concerns about the border. They had concerns about internal enforcement. They had concerns about how their state and local entities could better interface with federal assets to have a full catchment apparatus for the invasion that is happening on our southern border. But not once did we hear a single concern about the efficacy of E-Verify. And undeniably, there will be, kinks in this system that we will improve upon going forward. But it is certainly not a basis under these terms to not have full E-Verify, one that will make our workforce stronger, and I would suggest would make the job market even more attractive and even more competitive for our beloved veterans. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Cicilline is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to briefly say, we're still on the McClintock Amendment, I assume, even though the conversation has gone off. I'm sorry, Massey Amendment, yes. I rise in support of the amendment, and I just want to respond to the argument that Mr. McClintock makes about creating a private market for people to pretend they're veterans. I mean, if that's your response to an effort to exempt out men and women who have served our country, you could make the same argument about every other provision the Democrats have fought for to give veterans tax relief, to give veterans preferential treatment in business loans. I mean, if that's the argument, we would have no provisions in law that give some preferential treatment to the men and women who risk their lives defending our country around the world. I think it's a silly argument. I think it's an argument that is anti-veteran. I think it's an argument that would attempt to undermine or diminish the extraordinary sacrifice of our men and women in the military. I think this is a good amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support Tom Massey's amendment. I think it's a good amendment. Thank you for supporting veterans. Having served an active duty, I just want to make this suggestion to you. I'm going to vote for the amendment, but before it gets to the floor, you may want to consider adding if a service member got a general discharge as well. There are service members who will be discharged from military. Maybe, they couldn't perform a certain skill that was needed or whatever, but it was no reflection on who they are or their patriotism or their commitment to America. And I think you may want to consider also adding in veterans who received a general discharge under honorable conditions. That'd be sort of the term, general discharge under honorable conditions.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course.
I think the gentleman makes a great point. There were some, I believe, veterans who were discharged with general discharges, for instance, refusing to take the vaccine.
That is correct.
And they should be eligible as well.
Yeah, so if you just consider that and.
Absolutely.
All right,
I'm on the Rules Committee. We'll fix it there.
thank you.
You can fix by unanimous consent.
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman? I ask unanimous consent that Mr. Massey's amendment to his amendment be accepted. Mr. Liu's amendment to Mr. Massey's amendment be accepted.
Actually, it was just a suggestion that he fix it before it gets to the floor.
Well, you can do it right now by saying.
Well, that's fine. If you want to fix it now, that'd be
I don't
great.
think we don't have an amendment in front of us that would do it.
Okay,
So-
okay.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Indiana. Were you seeking recognition? I thought you were seeking recognition.
No, I actually I moved to strike the last word, and I was listening to this debate, was kind of looking through the bill. We already have actually military ID as part of the documentations or as punishment for people not providing proper documentation. So I don't think it's actually as big of a problem. It generally simplifies the process for veterans. So I think it's not a bad amendment. I think it's something that potentially could be done. And, if there is a reasonable belief, we have processes and already databases to verify this documentation. So, but I think it's probably sends a stronger message that we're going to make life of our veterans easier. And I know that it brings some other opportunities, that potentially for fraud, which could be fixed everywhere, and we'll see how this could be implemented. But I don't see the problem with this amendment to actually allow and tell that, people that willing for our freedoms maybe will make their life easier and eliminate some of the risks of a lot of databases that have false positives. And then you have to deal with that and really create a lot of headaches. And a lot of people coming from the military already have a hard time really dealing with bureaucracy of our world, and that is actually a huge challenge for a lot of people. And I actually would be open-minded to support this amendment and encourage my colleagues to be open-minded.
Will the gentlelady yield for a moment?
I yield.
First of all, to address Mr. Cicilline's point, he suggested veterans' benefits can be claimed with fraudulent documents. Well, no, they can't be claimed with fraudulent documents because they are checked against a federal database. That is what E-Verify does for all employment claims. What Mr. Massey is proposing is to allow an exception for veterans, meaning that veterans' documents will not be checked. Well, what does that do? That means you have an explosion of fraudulent veterans' documents. E-Verify puts an end to that explosion of fraudulent documents for all other reasons. You've now just opened up a new source for fraudulent veterans' claims. Without E-Verify, employment claims don't need to be verified. And in fact, in states like California, it's illegal to try to verify them, and the employer has no response except they have to claim what is obviously a fraudulent document. Why would we want to extend that to veterans? It's unfair to them, it's unfair to the employers, and its sole purpose is to cheat this system. If someone is verifiable, they are employed. It's just that simple. What they're doing is saying you can't verify, therefore you cannot enforce the law. And I find that deeply offensive in a nation that prides itself on the rule of law.
Well, and I claim my time. I actually, you bring a valid point, and maybe something that could be fixed. That actually, if somebody has a reasonable belief that these documents are fraudulent, they could be verified. That makes sure that this military ID is actually legitimate military ID. We do it for the veteran benefits, and maybe things like that. The processes could be fixed too, with that it's not, there is a reason, because you sign a document that say that it is actually, a violation of the law to lie what you do, and whatever documents you bring as an evidence, because they will have to show that they're actually veterans. And that maybe something could be fixed to resolve and not to deliberate. It's still to show that we want to simplify process for veterans, but also not to create loopholes potentially, in the law. And maybe we can think about that. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 5.
Dealing with. We're now killing farm owners or the farm industry by eliminating a pathway for farm workers. We've already done that and ignored that. We've ignored the principles underlying Mr. Nadler's amendment, that the hodgepodge of amendments that have made up this bill does not reform immigration. Comprehensive immigration bills that we all have posed over the years, the Gang of 8 that is in the history books, the introduction of immigration reform that we have done, the TPS work we've done, the DACA work we've done, long overdue, not finished, young people thriving and wanting to stay in this country, haven't been anyplace else in terms of their years of growth, and we're just throwing them to the side. Let me take a moment to speak for the young people who need a DACA fix, a final permanent situation with DACA. They're doctors, they're emergency medicine, emergency paramedics, they're lawyers, they're teachers, they're in the military. And they don't have a final word from this nation, this committee, to say, thank you, you can stay in the United States. And so I have to join with the well-thinking of Mr. Massey, that if you're willing to lay down your life for this country, I've always said, put on the uniform unselfishly. Who are we to say to that man or woman with the uniform who would bleed for this nation and die, that they don't get an exception to this harsh, burdensome addition to individuals who seek only a democratic way of life? It looks like we would stand up and applaud those seeking a democratic way of life, because we know that that helps to flourish this concept of democracy. But yet in this package of immigration laws, all I can see is we are taking a baseball bat to the Statue of Liberty. And we're ignoring the business roundtables of America who are crying out for employees to work alongside of Americans. Let me be very clear. We have jobs for Americans. We have tech jobs for Americans, teaching jobs for Americans, law enforcement, firefighter jobs for Americans. But we're a growing nation, and we need to be able, what have people said? What have our friends to the north said? Canada said, we need to build on the immigrant population in Canada to grow our economy. And so this very thoughtful amendment indicates discharge characterized with a discharge characterized as an honorable discharge, or a person or other entity seeking to hire for employment in the United States. Remember, this is a veteran who wore the uniform and was prepared to die. Remember, this is a person who took an oath of office to defend this nation. Why would we even think that veterans could not be accepted, that there would be a danger to America for these individuals? And I was here during the Iraq and Afghan war, where we posthumously named individual citizens and their families were able to be status because they were dead in the name of this country. It was an amazing experience that we found a bipartisan pathway to say that that person is dead. We even were humane enough to go into theater to make sure that people were able to fill out the appropriate paperwork as they were in combat. And then those who lost their life in the midst or did not get a chance, we found a way, in a humanitarian way. My friends on this panel, I support this amendment because we can do no less, Mr. Chairman. These people will die for us. We need to treat them with dignity. Veterans of America. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to amend my amendment with the excellent recommendation of Mr. Liu and Mr. Nadler to include not just those who've received an honorable discharge, but those who've also received general discharge. So after the words honorable discharge, I would add or general discharge.
No objection.
Thank you.
Yield.
I don't know if I have any more time, but I just I don't have time.
And how will you know they have been honorably discharged or generally discharged if you don't check a federal database?
I don't think I can yield to on a unanimous consent, but.
Anyone else seek recognition? Gentlelady from California.
I move to strike
Lofgren's
the last
recognized.
words. I won't take the full 5 minutes, but one of the things that we have not addressed, and I think that Mr. Massey's amendment really reflects, is that this is not a seamless system. And especially we need to make sure that those who step forward to protect our country in the military get every opportunity possible to go ahead and get the jobs that they need to support themselves and their family. I just got a notice that, and here's what it says, E-Verify is experiencing intermittent system outages during case creation. So people who are using E-Verify now can't get hired because the system is down. That's something we haven't really talked about here, but it's worth noting that although the error rate has come down, the system doesn't always work. And in the case of our veterans, we should do everything possible to make sure that we are honoring their service and not disrupting their employment opportunities. And with that, I would yield back.
Gentlelady is back. Well, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky as amended. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Nay. Opinion of the chair, the nays.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey?
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparks? Ms. Sparks votes yes. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Vandrew? Mr. Vandrew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline?
Aye.
Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye.
Gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. Biggs, you are not recorded. Mr. Biggs votes no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Isa, you're not recorded. Mr. Isa votes no.
Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Mr. Tiffany, you are not recorded. Mr. Tiffany votes no.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gooden.
Mr. Gooden votes no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Gates, you're not recorded.
No.
Mr. Gates votes no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Swallow votes aye.
Am I recorded?
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Bishop, you are not recorded.
No.
Mr. Bishop votes no.
Anyone wants to be recorded? How's it? Still one. We are. We need Mr. Fry. We need Mr. Fry. We need Mr. Fry. Yeah, just wait. We'll wait for Mr. Fry.
Chairman, I believe the vote's over.
Wait for a couple people to come back.
Members in round.
Mr. Chairman, regular order?
We have members en route, so we'll wait for them to arrive.
I didn't think that was regular order, but okay.
Mr. Roy? No, Mr. Roy votes no.
we tied now? This is on time, right? Aren't we tied? Okay, we're still one down. I tried Fry. Where is Kylie? I tried. No, yeah, I didn't know.
Aren't you supposed to be gone?
Gentleman from Texas? No.
Mr. Nels votes no.
I think we win. We win. But I think we're tied, right? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 17 ayes and
We have one more
17
member coming.
noes.
Chairman, we have one more member coming.
Mr. Correa, you are recorded as yes.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Schiff, you are recorded as yes.
Nice to see. Yeah. Your tax dollars pay for it. You can come in. No, but we extending the courtesy to one more Democrat wanted to weigh in, and then Mr. Fry wants to weigh in. No. No. Lofgren limits next. We still want to wait? We'll see. Let's find out if we're up by one. If we're up by one, if they get here, Democrat and ours aren't here, we'll be. Hey, Ella, we're winning by one.
We're ahead by one. I'm just worried the more time we leave it open, the more time they have time to get guys back. But we have
On front.
Hunt Fry coming back, sorry.
I'm just gonna call it as soon as this Democrat gets back. Yeah. We can wait on the time. Who's it waiting on? Mr. Chairman, I mean, Mr. Ranking Member. Yeah, I'm just gonna call it. If we don't get here soon. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
Ms. Dean, you're not recorded. Ms. Dean votes aye.
Clerk will call the roll. Report the,
Mr. Chair, there are 18 ayes and 18 noes.
therefore, the amendment is not agreed upon. Seeks recognition. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 7.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Ms. Lofgren of California.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from California reserves a point of order. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
This amendment is simple. We should exempt people fleeing from communism and totalitarian dictatorships from this legislation, and we should allow them to apply for asylum as our laws intend. Now, there's been some confusion about this bill. However, I think it's important to be clear that as it stands right now, the bill would shut down asylum to the United States. Let me explain how that would work. This bill would require the DHS secretary to detain all asylum seekers or place them all in a Remain in Mexico type program. If the secretary fails to do this, DHS must suspend the entry of all migrants. Now, no Congress under either Republican or Democratic leadership has ever appropriated resources that would allow the detention of all migrants or has ever directed DHS to place every migrant in a Remain in Mexico program. Even former President Trump never tried to detain all migrants for the duration of their proceedings. His fiscal year 2021 appropriations request was for 60,000 detention beds. And in 2020, at the height of the pandemic and border closures, U.S. Customs and Border Protection still processed 440,000 migrants in immigration proceedings. Further, as the Trump and Biden administration have noted, and as was confirmed by the Supreme Court, Mexico must agree to any Remain in Mexico style program. It can't be implemented unilaterally. Mexico opposes restarting the program. Because of this, the passage of this bill will result in the asylum system being shut down completely. Now, at one time, although there were disagreements between Republicans and Democrats, there was never a disagreement that we should provide safe haven to those who are fleeing from communism. When Saigon fell and Vietnamese fled from that communist regime, both Republicans and Democrats welcomed them. We put into law protection for Nicaraguans who were fleeing from communism, and the Cubans who fled from communism under Castro. They were welcomed by both Democrats and Republicans. We welcomed Russians who were fleeing from communism as reflected in the Lautenberg Amendment. Venezuelans who are fleeing from that communist regime have been protected under the Biden administration's protective orders. This would turn our back on those who are fleeing from communism. That's not the America I grew up in. Now, there are plenty of things that I disagree with in this bill. I consider it extreme in many regards. But I'm hopeful that at least we can find this common ground as we always have historically. Let us provide safe haven for those who are fleeing from communism and who want to come here and join us as Americans standing up for freedom. Those who are fleeing communist China, Russians, Nicaraguans, Cubans, Venezuelans, we should welcome them who are fleeing from communism and understand that people who flee from communism and who come to America do so because they value freedom just as we do.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Not until I'm finished. Although it's been represented that this bill does not, in fact, preclude application for asylum, as I have mentioned, because of its drafting, in fact, it will prevent these individuals who are fleeing from communism to have the capacity to apply for asylum, as we have always allowed. Now, there was a time when colleagues on both sides of the aisle claimed to oppose communism, claimed to oppose totalitarian dictatorships. We welcome people fleeing from these totalitarian communist regimes. I hope that we can come together once again to oppose communism and to stand up for freedom and to allow those fleeing these totalitarian communist regimes to file for political asylum in our country. And with that, I see my time has expired.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, first, I would withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order is recognized now.
First, this does not shut down asylum claims. In fact, it enhances our ability to process asylum claims by removing the incentives that millions of people have taken to file fraudulent claims, clog the system, and make legitimate claimants wait years and years to resolve their situation. I would remind the gentlelady that the law already requires that every person illegally entering the country and claiming asylum has to be detained. That is the law. As Justice Alito pointed out, shall be detained means shall be detained. The fact that this administration is thumbing its nose at that law, ignoring that law, refusing to see that that law be faithfully executed, doesn't change the law. What this measure does is to reinforce that law, but offer alternatives, including providing for other venues to wait in Mexico. The gentlelady is wrong that awaiting in Mexico requires Mexico's consent. Mexico admitted these people into their country, and it is to their country that they're being turned back. That was the decision that Mexico made when it admitted them. And by the way, the purpose of asylum is to separate yourself from a government that is deliberately persecuting you because of your race, ethnicity, or your religious or political beliefs. Once they have arrived in Mexico, they have a right to apply for asylum in Mexico because they have now crossed the border that separates themselves from the government that is persecuting them. They do not have a right to pass through various countries and to claim asylum in the United States. But this bill still allows them to do so. They just are either to be detained, be turned back to Mexico, which had accepted them in the first place, or also allows for safe third country agreements as well. MPP and safe third country agreements were in place under the Trump administration. They had successfully reduced the number of fraudulent claims to de minimis amounts. They were allowing us then to actually process the legitimate claims that now have to wait years for processing. And unfortunately, on his very first day in office, Mr. Biden terminated MPP and shortly thereafter, the safe third country agreements that had been negotiated. Again, I want to emphasize this preserves the right of every person to file a claim of asylum. It simply requires, as the law does, that they be detained or they can be turned back and await a decision in Mexico or in any safe third country that the administration has negotiated with. So with that, I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I yield to the gentleman from Florida.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. In addition to the concerns that the gentleman from California has shared, there seems to be a great deal of vagueness in the amendment. It requires, I guess, the department to assess what governments constitute communist or totalitarian dictatorships. And I'm left wondering, like, would someone coming here from Saudi Arabia be considered someone fleeing a totalitarian dictatorship?
Would the gentleman yield?
It's not my time,
Oh.
but if it's okay with Mr. McClintock.
I would just note that the Immigration Nationality Act itself has these provisions within it. It's nothing new.
Right, I guess, so long as Mr. McClintock would allow it to continue yielding me the time, my concern is that that's a dynamic feature of governance in a lot of places, right? Like, we've seen military coups in Guinea, Burkina Faso, Guyana. So in those places where there's a coup, is it considered a totalitarian dictatorship? I don't know. Is communist in the eye of the ball? Would someone fleeing from Canada
Of course
be
not.
afforded the privilege?
Of course not. And
I don't know.
if the gentleman would further
I-
yield,
It's Mr. McClintock's.
I need to actually reclaim my
right.
time to make one final point, and that is that we have watched this administration exploit any loophole they can possibly find in the laws to invalidate those laws. What the gentlelady's amendment does, in addition to other things, is to give them a huge loophole with which to undo the border security of our country. Again, every legitimate asylum claim can be filed, and under this bill will be expedited because it removes the incentives to make illegitimate, fraudulent asylum claims by ceasing to reward those who make them with admission, indefinite residency, indefinite work authorization, and all sorts of free goods and services.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McClintock's objections make no sense. They assume that there is a third-party country. Let's take communist dictatorships like Vietnam or China, or totalitarian regimes like Russia. There is no third-party country. They come directly here. From Russia, they could just go to Alaska. Exactly. They can see it from there. So the point is, there is no third party. There is no necessary third country from many
The gentleman yield.
totalitarian and communist regimes.
Will the gentleman yield?
Now, if you're talking about regimes in Latin America, yes, there may be third countries. But
Will
if
the
you're
gentleman
talking about
yield?
most totalitarian and communist regimes, there are no third countries. So the objection to this amendment makes no sense. And yes, I'll yield.
would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to the gentlelady.
Yeah, I just want to briefly comment on the objections made. The Immigration and Nationality Act has various provisions relative to communism. Right now, if you're a communist, you're not admissible to the United States. The Department of Homeland Security and the Immigration Service makes a determination, an individual determination, that you might be inadmissible for that purpose. This is nothing new. Right now, they make a determination about if you're fleeing from communism. That is nothing new. They would not, under any circumstances, describe democratic countries as a communist regime. That's never happened, and it's not going to happen. This is really completely rooted in the current Immigration and Nationality Act. And I would just note, I understand the ranking member's point, but there are occasions when people present themselves at our border because they were unable to get travel documents into the United States, and they have a claim for political asylum that has always been righteous in the United States. They're fleeing from communism, and really because we have never, no one has ever, not Mr. Trump, not Mr. Biden, requested enough money to incarcerate every single person who appears at the border. It has never happened, and it couldn't happen, which means that the provisions in this bill that shut down the asylum provisions go into effect. And so all of these people who are fleeing from communism will not be permitted to present and to have their claim for asylum. And frankly, I find it of great concern that we would turn our back on our history of providing safe haven to victims of communism by saying, well, they went through a third country and therefore we're not going to provide haven. That we've never done that. We didn't do it when the Vietnamese fled the communist regime. We didn't do it when the Cubans fled Castro. We didn't do it when the Nicaraguans fled communism. And I don't think we should start doing that now. And I thank the gentleman for yielding to me and yield back.
And I clearly agree.
Committee will be in order.
And I clearly agree with the gentlelady, although I point out that the question doesn't even arise because many times there is no third country, but whether there is or not, she is correct. We ought to be admitting refugees from communism and totalitarianism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To hear the ranking member impugn the argument of the gentleman from California as being absurd, and then to make one of the most bizarre arguments ever to say that there's no safe third country from people coming from communist states is absolutely some kind of Orwellian vision. It's clearly made from someone who doesn't get to the border, doesn't know the border, doesn't go down, doesn't talk to CBP, doesn't talk to agents, doesn't bother to interview literally hundreds of people who are coming across. Because I could tell you right now, let's look at the Tucson sector. Do you know, outside of Mexico, what the third highest country of origin is from individuals coming into the Tucson sector? South Asian Indians from India, for Pete's sakes. And why do they end up over in Tucson sector? I have no idea, because it's one of the most rugged sectors that you come across. And that's the give-ups. We also have people from, like, I think it's over 100 countries already in this fiscal year to the Tucson sector. You go to Yuma sector and you meet people as you walk up, and they're from all over the world. I've met them from Russia, Ukraine, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan. They have like 150 countries that have come and been represented. And you can go up and you can ask them, why are you coming here? Where'd you come from? Many of them will tell you that we flew in to Mexico City or Cancun on a Mexican tourist visa. We then took a flight to Mexicali. Some have grabbed Ubers from Mexicali, came on over to Los Algodones or San Luis, and walked across. What an absurd argument to make. There are many in almost every case, there is a safe third state, which is the international law. That's the norm. I'm going to yield to the gentleman from California.
Thank you. I'd also point out in response to the gentlelady that simply living in a communist country does not give you a right to come to this country. Under asylum law, you must have been singled out by that government for persecution because of your race, religion, ethnicity, or political or religious beliefs. In fact, in fiscal year 2022, the asylum grant rate for aliens from Cuba was 8%, with 86% of cases being withdrawn, not adjudicated, abandoned, or other likely adjustment. Grant rate for Nicaraguans, 26%, for Venezuelans, 34%, for Haitians, 6%. To the gentleman from New York, if someone comes directly to this country and not through a third country, the law requires them to be detained until their asylum case is heard. That is to assure that you don't have the perverse incentive to file a fraudulent claim and get immediate admission into the country. This administration, if memory serves me, has closed 7,000 detention beds and has another 6,000 vacant at this moment. In addition to that, this gives the other option of the administration negotiating safe third country agreements and having a safe haven for claimants to stay there as well. So the representations that are made on this bill are simply ludicrous. And what the Democrats are doing is making a mockery of legitimate asylum claims that are now impossible for us, or very difficult for us to process because they have to wait years, because the Democrats have now engineered a system where fraudulent claims are absolutely glutting our courts. And I yield back to
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Ice.
Yeah, I don't want to take separate time because I think we all know how this is going to end inappropriately. But, you know, having a large section of the border and having seen those people from so many countries, I also have visited many of the countries that the ranking member is talking about. And I might remind people that America invests heavily in Vietnam, a communist country. America invests in many of these countries. As much as I oppose communism, half of all the Democrats, when we had a vote against socialism, wouldn't vote for denouncing socialism. I oppose it, but that doesn't mean that people there are automatically being persecuted or in some other way eligible for it. So I think the idea that the criteria is the governance of a country, particularly if you look at socialism, which there are plenty of democracies that are really pretty socialist, is certainly an undefinable term, and the gentlelady and the ranking member know that. And I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman's time expired. Yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I speak in favor of Representative Lofgren's amendment. This is a very simple amendment that would exempt people fleeing communist and totalitarian dictatorships from the provisions of this bill, provisions which essentially would shut down asylum. And the reason this bill shuts down asylum is it requires the Secretary of DHS to detain all asylum seekers, or failing to do so, require them to be placed in a Remain in Mexico type program. If the Secretary fails to do this, DHS must suspend the entry of all migrants. And the reality is, much as my colleagues may try to dispute this, they can't. Unless Mexico is willing to enforce a Remain in Mexico policy, it will not work. And they won't. And so it's a fiction to imagine that that is a viable alternative, or that this would not have the effect of shutting down asylum. It would. And the tragedy that would mean for people fleeing communist countries and communist dictatorships would be enormous. I have a large population in my district of people that have fled communist China. I have also a significant population in the Vietnamese community that have fled communism in Vietnam. To the south of my district in Orange County, there is an even more substantial population of people that have fled communism in Asia. And I shudder to think of where they might be if the majority's provisions were the law when they came here or tried. And at a time when the autocrats are on the rise and dictatorships are on the rise, at a time when we are in an ideological struggle over democracy, the idea that we would shut our doors to people fleeing communist dictatorship is anathema. I support the communities that have come here in search of a better life, that have fled repressive regimes, the totalitarianism of China, which is on the march around the world as they make the case that American democracy doesn't work. When we shut our borders and shut our country to people seeking to lawfully obtain asylum here, it not only makes the job of those communist regimes easier, but it undermines our legacy, our proud legacy as a country that welcomes people fleeing dictatorship. So I'm proud to support my colleague's amendment. I want to continue to see people fleeing the regimes in Venezuela and in Cuba, in Nicaragua, in fleeing the communist regime in China and Vietnam or Cambodia, in seek of a better life here. I want to make sure those doors of asylum are not closed. This bill would close them. This amendment would make sure that we exempt people fleeing those regimes, and I urge your support.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. I hope that all of my colleagues will do the same. And I just want to comment briefly on what Mr. Schiff said. I'm glad to hear our colleagues on the other side of the aisle acknowledge the obvious facts that communism is on the rise. Totalitarian regimes around the globe are on the march. But my friends, the reason that is happening is because we are projecting weakness on the world stage. As Ronald Reagan reminded us, we maintain peace through strength. A strong America, the perception of a strong America, is what has kept the terrorists and tyrants and dictators and communists at bay since World War II. But right now, we're projecting that we are not a great superpower, that we are not resolved to fight communism, we are not resolved to fight totalitarianism, and we need to do that. But the way we do that is not to erase our national borders, because if we erase our borders, then we have no national security, we have no no strength here. We have no sovereignty. If you don't have a border, you don't have a sovereign country. So how could we be the great beacon of freedom to oppose these other regimes around the globe? Of course, we have great sympathy for people who live under these regimes. But listen, I'm just looking at the very text of Ms. Lofgren's amendment. It says, as was noted, it's very subjective language. This should not apply with respect to an alien fleeing a country, the government of which is controlled by a communist or other totalitarian dictatorship. That's a quote from her amendment. I just out of curiosity, I just Googled real quickly those terms. Communist nation, right? Wikipedia, okay, the great source of all things that is objective and true, of course. Just Wikipedia, they list 4 nations that are they describe as Marxist-Leninist states. That's China, Cuba, Vietnam. We know those. They list 14 countries that are labeled non-Marxist-Leninist states, but also totalitarian or communist in flavor: Algeria, Guyana, Nepal, Nicaragua, Tanzania, a bunch of others. And then they say there's a whole other category. There are multiple states with communist or socialist parties leading the government, sometimes together. Such states are not considered to technically be communist or socialist states because the countries themselves do not provide a constitutional role for their ruling socialist communist parties or deem socialism a state ideology. However, if the communists are running the country, then under the concern that's expressed here, all those people would need to flee and seek asylum. So, I mean, listen, so there's so many countries. There's a whole bunch on that list as well: Algeria, Angola, Honduras, Mozambique, Syria, Venezuela. It goes on and on. So
Would the gentleman yield?
I won't, because listen, I know you're going to give it an argument here, but I'm saying under the language that is presented here, all these countries I've listed and a whole bunch of others would be exempt from the bill. What we're trying to do is clean up the asylum system. We're trying to make it work. The people on this side of the aisle are in favor of a lawful, important asylum system. It's who we are in America. We're the most benevolent nation in the history of the world. We want to help those who are fleeing legitimate persecution, but you cannot erase the border, and you cannot put out a welcome mat and exempt people from half the countries around the world because they have bad leaders. We won't be able to be the strong nation that we have to be to stand for freedom and defend it if we do that.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will not yield. I will yield back my time.
Can you yield to me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yield to the chairman. I thought I couldn't interpret what you're writing.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. It seems to me that the amendments offered by our friends on the other side would keep what we currently have, the status quo, wouldn't change what's going on now. And what's going on now? Chaos.
Right.
We know it's chaos. It's been chaos for 28 months. There's no number, there's no figure, there's no stat, there's nothing you can look at that says it's not a chaotic situation. And the Democrats' amendments say, let's keep that in place. I think we should probably change it. That's what Mr. McClintock's bill does. It's combined bills that make the system work. Actually let legitimate asylum seekers get their adjudication done and enter the country from communist countries for wherever they come. But you got to do it the right way. You got to do it in a way consistent with the law. That's what this does. We heard from a sheriff in Yuma who said, 30 years in law enforcement in Arizona, said, what is the situation on the border? He said, it's the worst it's been in my 30 years in law enforcement. And that has happened. Mr. McClintock gave the numbers at the start of our hearing today. That has happened in literally 28 months. And it started on day one. And the Democrats say, keep that in place. I think the country wants us to change it. And guess what's happening? There's a whole caravan of more people coming when Title 42 goes away. We should maybe demonstrate that we're trying to fix the problem. That's what this bill does. And I want to thank Mr. Johnson, Mr. McClintock, and our whole team who worked on this to put together something that changes the chaos that we all know is currently happening on our southern border.
Mr. Chairman, reclaim my time, 10 seconds. I authored the asylum provisions of this bill.
Yep.
And I've been bringing this language since I got to Congress 7 years ago. It's about time we fix it so that it will work again. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose communism. That's why I support this amendment. And now I'm going to yield my time to Representative Schiff.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I won't need all of the time, but I did want to respond to my colleague on the other side of the aisle who asked the question, why is there an increase in totalitarianism and a rise of strongman dictators around the world? And his suggestion was, well, this is because we have a Democrat as president. But I will remind my colleague, it wasn't a Democrat as president who was exchanging love letters with Kim Jong-un. It wasn't a Democrat as president that thought that we ought to cozy up to a North Korean totalitarian regime, and described correspondence with the leader of that, the supreme leader of that country, as beautiful and wonderful. That wasn't a Democratic president, nor was it a Democratic president that cozied up to the Kremlin dictator, that stood in Helsinki side by side with the Kremlin dictator and said that he trusted the Russian dictator more than his own intelligence agencies. It wasn't a Democratic president that sought at every stage to undermine NATO, to berate NATO, to weaken NATO. The most incredible gift we could give to totalitarian regimes around the world. It wasn't a Democratic president that so frayed and often tore apart our alliances with other countries, that made it politically less than viable even to be associated with the presidency of the United States. That was a Republican president. It was under the last administration that we saw this rise of the autocrat, and those autocrats were embraced, whether they were autocrats like Bolsonaro in Brazil, or Duterte in the Philippines, or Vladimir Putin in Moscow. And at a time like this, when democracy is being challenged, this is the last time when we should decide that people seeking asylum from these dictatorships and these totalitarian regimes, that we're going to turn our back on them. And we're going to say, if you don't remain in Mexico, then you don't get to come here. It doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter whether you're fleeing communism or not. All that rhetoric about being tough on communism, well, none of that really matters. And so through this underlying bill, we're telling people in those regimes, you better stay where you are. Because the doors to the United States, for those who are seeking to lawfully immigrate into this country, are closed. Because it's just good politics to close those doors. That's what this underlying bill says. It's good politics to close our doors to people seeking to flee repressive regimes. And all the talk about standing up to communism and standing up to China is just talk. Because the politics is just too good to be resisted. Well, if we're going to maintain our legacy as a country that welcomes refugees from these tyrannical regimes, this is the wrong way to do it. And I once again urge support for the Lofgren Amendment. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield from?
I yield to the gentlewoman.
Well, actually, it's Mr. Luce's time.
I'll yield to Representative Lofgren.
I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments. I think all of us would be better off if we looked at the Immigration and Nationality Act for guidance rather than Wikipedia, much as I love Wikipedia. The definition of communism is not new in the Immigration and Nationality Act. It is used to exclude people who are communists, and it has been used historically many times to allow for the approval of asylum applications when someone is fleeing from a communist regime. This is nothing new, it's nothing it's nothing exotic. This is what America has done for many years. This bill would shut that down. Because of the way it's crafted, nobody is going to be able to submit an application to see whether they are legitimately fleeing from persecution from a communist regime. That is at odds with our history. It is at odds with our promise as the land of freedom and the beacon of hope. And I think it is simply a very extreme mistake for this Congress to take that step. And I yield back to the gentleman. Thank him for.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Unfortunately, all this hearing turned in political debates, but we do have a real problem at the border. You know, as someone who actually lived in communist country under totalitarian regime, someone who came here as a legal immigrant and has an enormous amount of friends who actually escape this dictatorship, I am very disappointed that we cannot have a healthy conversation. And a lot of my friends, a lot of people in my district, like people from Nicaragua, are telling me, Victoria, what can we do? We have legitimate people in life and death situation that cannot come this country legally. We have some Ukrainian refugees that they have to go through the border illegally because they cannot get here legally. And if somebody's coming from totalitarian regime from Russia, doesn't mean that they are actually prosecuted by Putin. We have to make sure that we tighten the processes. What this bill does, it's misrepresented here. The bill actually disincentivizes the president not enforce the law for legal people that want to come to this country, contribute to our country, who love freedoms to actually come into this country. Because it says we need to find the processes, we need to tighten the processes to help legitimate people. And if you cannot figure out, then you have to shut down the border. And that is the last resort. And we need to push on president to start doing this and not to wait till last resort, because what's happening in the country, it's insanity. We do not know who is coming into the country, and this is danger, national security danger. We have human drug trafficking, child trafficking, and women trafficking, enriching cartels, and we're not fighting that and let Mexico to get away with that. Now in cahoots with China, harassing our farmers, not enforcing law. We do nothing about it. But then we have, people that actually have legally want to come here and want to do and be what made this beauty of this country, what brought to all of the people that love this freedoms. We're not able to actually process that. They have to wait for years. It's happened the same with Afghanistan. We abandoned some allies and people that tried to help our country and brought some people with challenges. We didn't even go through the proper system, and now we're not dealing with that. I think our legal system is so broken, and this is not politics. This is a people's life. It's a life and death situation, because lawlessness can hurt people within our country, and also us not be able to help people with legitimate claims. It can have them die. And we're still talking politics. We're not running in a presidential election here. We, as an independent branch, have to oversee our presidents, regardless who they are, Republican and Democrats, and call them out if they're not enforcing the law. And we need to tighten the law, that it doesn't allow president to abuse the law, to abuse intent on the law. So what is this bill does is tightens the law to make sure that it's not abused and actually serves with the people. And we have to put some ways, enforcement mechanism for president to say, you know what, if you cannot figure it out what to do, then you will not be able to do this processes. So it disincentivizes and deter our executive branch to be dysfunctional and not doing what they're doing. I truly believe we don't have enough enforcement mechanism, to actually do the right thing and do the things that legally, it's becoming impossible to do anything legal in this country. This is like mob rule. This is like lawlessness. We're becoming a country where we have bandits running the show in our cities. I think this is awful for the people. And then we want to take rights from law-abiding citizens. This is insanity. This is what dictators do. That's what they try to do, to centralize power. And I truly believe this institution should have a capacity on a bipartisan basis to agree how we can improve some of these processes. Not try to politics, because we play in politics with people's lives. And this is not just life, it's a life and death situation. This is a real serious issues that we're not willing to address. How we can secure the border, improve the processes, and benefit our national interests. We will help a lot of great people to contribute to our country. And I'm sick and tired of all of these worthless debates about voting and everything else. I hope Congress at some point will start be able to govern. And as unfortunately, we're turning into real circus with the clowns here doing political messaging in these committees. It's embarrassing for me on behalf of the American people. And I hope at some point we can get together and find some common ground. I yield back.
Lady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from, did you want to go, Jim? The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman, and I'll try to keep it brief. I don't know that we need to repeat too much of what's been said, but my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are presenting false propositions with respect to the claim that individuals will not be able to claim asylum. It's just not true. It's just simply not true. And that it's not true under when President Trump was in office. It's not true that you can't claim asylum now. But I will say that under the current system being run by the Biden administration, flooding the system is making it much more difficult for people with legitimate asylum claims to be heard. That's the truth. Those are the actual facts. And putting forward something to seem like it's doing something by saying, oh, we're going to do this for certain individuals from communist countries, so it seems like we're doing something to help individuals. We allow 1 million odd people every year to have green cards to come to the United States of America. We have a very robust legal system. We have had tens of thousands of people from communist countries come to the United States under our legal system. But by allowing the illegal system to undermine our ability to secure the border, we are making it extremely difficult for people to come here legally. When people come here and claim asylum, and we have everybody claiming asylum because this administration has said, and my Democratic colleagues have countenanced, that if you come to the United States and you claim asylum, you will be released into the United States. That is precisely what the Democratic policy is. The fact of the matter is the legislation that we're putting forward would make it clear that an individual can claim asylum and that we would process them much more efficiently and effectively under current law. Under current law, individuals are supposed to be detained. That's the truth. And the data of what we're experiencing right now is actually astounding. We're talking about the number of people who are Chinese nationals that have been stopped at our border. Talking about the number of people who have stopped that are in the terrorist screening data set, the 98 aliens from 2022, or the 69 aliens in the first 5 months of this fiscal year on the terrorist screening data set. Remember that it was the Biden administration that suspended the migrant protection protocols, which led to a surge in illegal border crossings immediately upon President Biden coming into office. It was he who decided to suspend the migrant protection protocols that caused the surge, which actually endangers migrants and floods our system. It is this administration which is staring down in May to the end of Title 42. Title 42, which has been used to turn away half to 2/3 of the 2.7 million single people encountered at the border. Think about that. All during a time when there has not been a COVID emergency. They've been using it for border enforcement and now want to claim that if we have policies in place to ensure that we're going to follow the law to detain, process legitimate asylum claims, and then have a process for returning to Mexico if there's not detention capacity. Precisely the way we are kind of using the authority under Title 42, which many of my Democratic colleagues have said they support. That somehow that's anti-migrant. That somehow that's anti-asylum. When we are processing thousands of legitimate asylum claims every single day. It's simply not true. And the American people need to know that it's not true. And I oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Without a question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa? Mr. Isa votes no. Mr. Buck?
Me.
Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Ms. Sparks? Ms. Sparks votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Fitz.
Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels?
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore?
No.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Mr. Moran? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fratt votes no. Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon?
You gotta go to their side.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
Chip and then Massey.
Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
All members voted. Mr. Gentleman from
Mr.
California.
Liu, you are not recorded. Mr. Liu votes aye.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Bishop, you are not recorded. Mr. Bishop votes no.
Gentlelady from Wyoming.
Ms. Hageman, you are not recorded. Ms. Hageman votes no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no.
Clerk will report.
They have one now.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Gates, you are not recorded. Mr. Gates votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes and 21 noes.
The amendment is not agreed upon. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for an amendment.
Chairman, amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
I reserve a point of order, sir.
Gentlelady from California reserves point of order. I want to make sure the clerk has the proper amendment. Yeah, we're distributing the amendment now.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment will be agreed, or will be considered as read. The gentleman from Texas is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I offer an amendment now that is being distributed that we'll be able to see. I will take up, there's 3 parts to the amendment. I will discuss the first part last. The second part being a rule of construction that is in reference to unaccompanied alien children with respect to what we're amending with TVPRA. I know we will be debating that subject at length later, but this is simply a rule of construction to make sure and clarify certain specific provisions, screening of such a child for credible fear of return to his or her country of origin, screening of such a child to determine whether he or she was a victim of trafficking. Department of Health and Human Services policy in effect on the date of enactment of this act requiring a home study for such a child if he or she is under 12 years of age. We believe this will help just clarify and ensure the intent of what we're trying to do with provisions relating to unaccompanied alien children, ensuring that they're returned safely to their families. As we currently do under our current law, this is just trying to align that with what we do with Mexico and Canada, for example, and that this is just some clarifying language. The next section, with respect to detention facilities, the issue is the concern has been raised about, how much we have with respect to detention, with some concerns about whether or not that means people will not be allowed into the country and be detained for the adjudication of asylum claim. So this language would say that we should return the detention facilities to the level that were in operation in January of 2021, and to ensure, I think, at least another 5,000 beds to ensure that we have sufficient detention facilities to have people housed during the adjudication of a claim. We think that's an important part of this as well, so we're putting that forward. And finally, and most importantly, legislative process works best when we have engaged in thorough conversation. We're having a thorough debate and conversation on our side of the aisle, while unfortunately my colleagues on the other side of the aisle bury their head in the sand and refuse to acknowledge the crisis at the border. So we have been going through making sure we've got language to accomplish the objective that we've had from the beginning, which is to ensure that we no longer release people into the United States contrary to existing law, and in so doing, ensure that we are giving people the ability to have a legitimate claim to asylum for credible fear of persecution for the religious beliefs or political beliefs, that those individuals will be given the ability to have that asylum claim heard, but without allowing this administration continue to abuse the asylum laws and the parole laws, which we'll discuss later, by releasing people into the United States, which is causing the magnet, which is empowering cartels, which is empowering China, which is causing migrants to die, which is causing Americans to die, which is causing fentanyl to come into the United States. And we're seeking to stop that. So we have agreed to strike the section that is in this amendment, which would be the provision that had been a part of HR 29. We're maintaining a piece of HR 29 that is the part for the required suspension of entry. We believe that we have found a better way to do that to ensure that people have, that the intent of what we are trying to do ensures that individuals will have their asylum claims heard, but that the rule of law will sustain, and that we'll be able to either detain or have expedited removal or have safe third country, or be able to have people await in Mexico and otherwise have their claims to asylum be heard. That is the intent of what we're trying to accomplish. So we are working to do that by offering this amendment to strike that particular section within the draft amendment in the nature of a substitute that everybody has. With that, I would yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? One second. There's a gentlelady from California System.
I'm sorry, this is a long amendment. We're trying to figure it out. I do withdraw my point of order.
Okay. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am in support of the Roy Amendment. There should be uniform rules in this country for how unaccompanied children are treated when they come to our border. We shouldn't have a different set of rules for different countries, and unfortunately, that confusion is what we see in the system now. The fixes that undergird the philosophy of the Roy Amendment actually have been supported throughout time by both Democrats and Republicans. In 2014, when we had a crisis of unaccompanied children at our border, then President Obama requested that Congress amend the law that created the incentives for children to come to the United States without parents or authorization. And even in 2021, President Biden, when speaking freely and pressed by a reporter, stated that he also thought that an unaccompanied alien child arriving at our border should be sent home to a parent or family member and not be allowed to stay in the United States. But unfortunately, as a matter of policy, the Biden administration has removed key safeguards for security and even background vetting of many of the sponsors of unaccompanied children at the border. I recall vividly a codel that Congressman Biggs led down to the border, where we heard from Border Patrol agents about how at times the same children were being used over and over again in these smuggling operations. I know that's not what any of us want, but while our heartstrings may direct us to the thought that we should allow unaccompanied children into the country, we don't have to guess. We know as a matter of history that the consequence of that policy decision is that more unaccompanied children will be sent, and that the United States will be deeper into the human smuggling business. I would finally observe that in these cases, if we change the rules, the gangs notice it too. And you'll see MS-13 and Sinaloa cartel as an enterprise work to try to recruit folks in that 14, 15, 16-year-old range, 17 years old, because they know that they will be paroled into the country absent these fixes. And that will be the new generation of gang talent. 20-year-old Kayla Hamilton was raped and murdered last summer by one of the unaccompanied children who entered the country during the Biden administration and who the secretary lost track of. That unaccompanied child was reportedly a 17-year-old MS-13 gang member. In my state of Florida, there are many patriotic Americans whom, when they think of unaccompanied children, we recall the Pedro Pan flights that brought so many from communist Cuba into the country, and where so many Catholic charities were willing to facilitate adoptions throughout our land. But what we see now is very different. We see a highly sophisticated smuggling ring that will respond to the incentives that we build into the law. When we created incentives in the law that so long as you had a kid with you, that was like a fast pass into the country, that was a way to evade detention, then every time you encountered an adult at that border, they were clinging on to a minor child. And those minor children, sadly, were recycled and abused and tormented, and it was our laws that allowed it. And so I would strongly encourage the adoption of the Roy Amendment, not as a way to spurn our compassion, but as a way to embrace it, as a way to understand that the best place for a child to be is with their parent. And let us not create a pipeline of children into the country with massive strain on our social safety nets, on the systems that we have for American children who are often in need and who often see the services that our government provides diluted by these very incentives and features. I would yield my remaining minute to Mr. Roy if he had anything to add.
Well, I think the gentleman from Florida was the gentleman from Florida here when I introduced two articles from the New York Times into the record, that outline the extent to which children are being abused, sold into the human trafficking slavery business into the United States as we speak, and outlining how 85,000 children had been lost. 85,000 children had just simply been lost by the federal government in all of this compassion oozing out of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. Is the gentleman aware of that when I introduced that record?
Yeah, and keenly aware of it, and keenly aware that that doesn't happen by accident. That happens as a direct consequence of the choices we make. And so as we endeavor to move this immigration legislation to the floor, I believe that this is one of the most important amendments that we will vote on, one of the most important features of the bill, because it allows us to ensure that we have children with their parents and not on a treacherous journey that results in abuse and exploitation.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I oppose this amendment, but I'm very glad that my Republican colleagues have realized that the bill actually did send all unaccompanied children seeking safety at the border back to Mexico. That's what it did. And your amendment, I think, because we had a number of amendments prepared to see if y'all really cared about children, as you've been saying you do, I think you adjusted that. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. However, the bill is still unworkable and still cruel and inhumane. And I want to give you one example. In your amendment, you call for a number of detention centers to be reopened, including the Irwin Detention Center in Georgia. Well, let me tell you why that detention center was closed. It was actually a resolution that I led in Congress to call for that detention center to be closed because 40 immigrant women had forced non-consensual surgery to sterilize them in that facility by a gynecologist who worked in that facility. It was stunning to see what happened in the Irwin detention facility in Georgia. And that anybody would call for that facility to be reopened, given the history of that, is remarkable to me. And I just want to read you, this is from a New York Times article, September 29th, 2020. One of the testimonies of the women that was in that detention facility that you are now asking to reopen in this amendment. Wendy Dove was startled awake early one morning in January 2019 when guards called her out of her cell block in the Irwin County Immigration Detention Center where she had been held for 4 months. She would be having surgery that day, they said. Still groggy, the 48-year-old immigrant from Jamaica who had been living without legal status in the United States before she was picked up, felt a swell of dread coming over her. An outside gynecologist who saw patients in immigration custody told her that the menstrual cramping that she had was caused by large cysts and masses that needed to be removed. She was skeptical, but the doctor insisted, and as a detainee brought to the hospital in handcuffs and shackles, she felt pressured to allow him to take her in. It was only after she was deported and had her medical files reviewed by several other doctors that she realized what had happened to her. This is the facility that you want to open? I'm quite stunned by that. But on top of that, you're saying you want to detain families, and we know that detaining families is bad for children. It's bad for families. It has lifelong traumatic consequences. Let me just remind you of what the CDC advises in terms of where kids should be by age 5. Kids should be able to count to 10. They should name numbers between 1 and 5 when you point to them. They should use words about time, like yesterday, tomorrow, morning, or night. How are they going to learn these in family detention centers? That is an inhumane way to go about anything that we need to do. So I would say that this amendment is extremely misguided. It focuses on putting families in detention. We know that that's not humane, and it continues to be completely unworkable. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield to my colleague, Ms. Scanlon.
I couldn't agree with you more about this. I mean, certainly the Irwin County medical abuse was absolutely horrific, was in all of the newspapers. Everybody agreed it was outrageous. But we also need to note that the other, all 5 of the immigration detention centers listed here were closed because of inhumane conditions and abuse of immigrant families, children, people who were detained not for criminal activity, but detained while they were awaiting processing of their asylum applications. They were in line, they were following the rules, and they were detained in places that were subhuman. So that's why these places were closed, and the suggestion that they should be reopened is absolutely inhumane. I yield back to Ms. Jayapal.
And I yield back.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I support the Roy amendment here, and I do find it ironic that the exception provision that requires the Secretary of Homeland Security to find alternative housing if you don't like these detention facilities. We've given authority to the person who I think is maybe the most incompetent, but the Secretary of Homeland Security, the ability to open up additional facilities to get the equivalency of the beds. I think Secretary Mayorkas should be impeached, but that's just me. But let's just talk about inhumane treatment and cruel. Those are the terms I just heard. You know what's cruel and inhumane is when a cartel that has no consideration of life organizes a party of 21 individuals, including a 5-month-old baby and an 8-month-old baby, and sends them up and drops them off in the middle of the heat in southern Arizona, well, in this instance, northern Mexico, which is just across the border of the ways, and says, keep walking north. You're going to come to a barbed wire fence because that's all that's there. When you get to the other side of it, just sit down and wait for the Border Patrol agents. They have no idea how long it's going to be. They walk and they walk. Young boy, 10 years old, with Huarache sandals, is walking in the desert, the dirt. Happens to be rattlesnake season in Arizona and northern Mexico. We're going to send them out there, and with the cartel. That's the inhumanity. And right now, Chief Maudlin, the sector chief for the Tucson sector, just issued a warning to all those who are illegally planning or crossing illegally into Arizona. They said, watch out. Watch out, it's over 100 degrees now. The snakes are out. You've got to be careful. And the way they're coming, he said, there's groups of 200, 300, 400 coming, but they spread out. And as they spread out, that's when you have individuals who are left behind who die because of dehydration and the heat. That's inhumane. But you know what drives that? It is the policies of the Biden administration that say if you come in, the group I just saw last Thursday when I was down there, 21 of them, every one of them, were going to ask for asylum. Where are you from? Chiapas. Really? You need asylum from Chiapas? Well, how about you? Where are you from? Zapotec. What are you going to do? We're asking for asylum. Really? How about you? Well, I'm from Merida on the Yucatan. I've been to all those places. I'm telling you. They're coming up, they're asking for asylum, not because they want asylum per se, and because they qualify for asylum, but because this administration has blandished across the world. And the cartels advertise, come there, when you get up there. Who told you to ask for asylum? Well, you know, the coyotes. Coyotes that we paid 75,000 pesos per person to get here. They said, ask for asylum when you get up there. That's what happens. And it's dangerous. And it's driven by this policy. So when I hear terms like cruel and inhumane, I think, well, good grief, come on down with me. I go down all the time. I'll take you down. We'll go see these folks. I'm going to yield now to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
To explain inhumane, it was almost 2 years ago. I was down to the Darien Gap in Panama. What did we see as a result of the pull of migration with the policies that were implemented January 20th of 2021? We heard from villagers in the Darien about babies floating down the Turquesa River. We saw indigenous tribes that their way of life is being destroyed because of the pull of migration going through their communities, and their young people are leaving to deal drugs. Let's talk about the Rio Grande and the bodies that lay on the bottom of that river. Talk to the sheriffs in Arizona. Talk about inhumane when women carry rape kits with them, when they carry birth control with them, because it is likely that these mothers and their female daughters will likely be raped, so they carry birth control with them. You want to talk about inhumanity? Look at the current immigration policies of this administration enacted on January 20th of 2021, when a pipeline of prosperity in America was shut down and the pipeline from Panama was opened up. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad that we are, as a committee, talking about the inhumanity that migrants have to face. I don't remember any of my Republican colleagues or having an outcry or making any statements about the inhumanity of the prior administration's family separation policy, when children and babies were ripped out of the arms, literally, of their mothers and separated. And in fact, there are hundreds of children that have yet to be reunited with their families because their families cannot be found because the government did not keep track of those families that were separated. And yes, let's talk about the inhumanity of the horrific journey that migrants have to take and what happens when they are expelled. Let me remind my colleagues that those expulsion policies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cicilline. I'd like to remind my colleagues that under the prior administration, those expulsion policies are exactly what helped initiate the cartel involvement in human trafficking. And by the way, if my Republican colleagues would like to begin to tackle the power of the cartels, it begins by addressing the gun situation. 70% of the guns used by cartels are guns coming from the United States of America. They're guns coming from this country, moving south, and we're effectively arming the cartels. But look, I represent El Paso, Texas. As all of my colleagues know, I'm the only member of Congress who grew up, born, raised, third generation, and represents the US-Mexico border. No one knows better than I do the challenges that come with the refugee crisis, the migration crisis that we are seeing. And no, it did not begin in January of 2020. Every time I hear one of my colleagues claim that this is a result of President Biden, I know how unserious they are. They are either unserious or unwilling to look historically at what our country has been dealing with really for more than a decade. But especially since 2014, we have seen a change and an evolution in migration. More and more vulnerable people, more and more families coming to the border. And yes, it's true, not every one of those migrants qualifies for asylum. I absolutely acknowledge that. But what we have done as a nation is essentially create one line for migrants to get into, just one line. We've basically shut down, curtailed, or greatly limited all other legal pathways. That's on us. That's on Congress. If we were to open up more legal pathways, we could better manage the border. But we all heard what happened when Mr. Massey tried to create an exemption for veterans. His own colleagues were fighting him on that. His own colleagues did not want a legal pathway for veterans. So let's be very, very clear. We are not going to address this with the bill or this amendment, which would essentially jail every family coming to the border. We're not going to address or solve anything this way. And in fact, I would argue that what the United States has been doing for the last 30 years, we've been doing it the Republican way, which is address immigration as a border-only issue. Well, when you address immigration as a border-only issue, you break the border. Yes, the border is broken, but it's broken because we have absolutely been derelict in our responsibility as members of Congress to open up legal pathways and create better management at our border. We have done it because in order to spite migrants, we're willing to basically say we want zero migration. That is fundamentally what is behind this bill. And so I will tell my Republican colleagues, I am absolutely willing, ready, and want to compromise. I want to find a solution. No one more than members of my community want a solution, but it has to be bipartisan, it has to be reasonable, and it cannot be more inhumane. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Who seeks recognition?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
To strike the last word.
You're recognized.
I yield to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I appreciate that. I just have to respond just to a couple of things that were said that in the last presentation that I found absolutely startling and amusing. I too grew up, born and raised in a border congressional district. I too spent a lot of time in our beautiful state of Mexico, which is to the south, that is just lovely. I love that place. But let's talk about two things. The dramatic and grossly false narrative that Trump lost thousands of kids. His administration misplaced 3,000 kids, there's no doubt. But you know how many the Biden administration has misplaced? We just had testimony yesterday, 85,000 plus. 85,000 plus. What happened under the Trump administration? They found them. They made them find them. We sat there. We sat in this hearing room, and they came in and gave us regular updates on what they were doing to find and locate those children, reunite them with their families. Golly, I just wonder what we're doing with the 85,000. You know what we got from the secretary yesterday? They're not doing a thing to try and find them. Not doing a thing. And our friends on the other side of the aisle, silence. How about this one? Yeah, you want to work with the cartels, stop the gun trafficking. You know who's been advocating for southbound operations? I have. That's how you stop gun trafficking into Mexico. It's how you stop moving and the laundered money into Mexico. You know what we got? We asked for more gun sniffing dogs, more money, cash sniffing dogs. We want them to be southbound operations. You know what they do? They'll do an operation about a week-long operation. Last time I heard of one, they found $1 million cash lining a minivan heading south. $1 million. But instead of those type of dogs, our administration said, we're going to get 30 dogs. They are going to be stress dogs. We're going to place them in these in the sectors, in the facilities, so that when the agents feel stressed, they can go pet a dog. We're not going to give them more personnel. We're not going to give them more operations. We're not going to give them more pay, more security. We're not going to build a fence. We're not going to give them any of that infrastructure. No. Because we're not going to give them that and the morale's bad, we're going to send them a great dog. I think Chappie was the last dog I saw. The one in Tucson is also called Lucy, I think. That's what this administration does. Mr. Bishop, thank you for letting me speak. I'll yield back to you.
I thank the gentleman. I yield to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Biggs, I want to address the same issue. I don't know if any of our friends have been to Fort Bliss, but when I was out, we went to Fort Bliss, the Emergency Intake Center for Children, Unaccompanied Minors, over 1,000 a day. And they're just taking these kids in and they're throwing them on buses. I actually tried to video the buses shipping the children all around the country, and they seized my cell phone because they did not want the people to know that we were shipping children all over the globe. And
Would
I
the
actually
gentleman
asked,
yield?
no, 1 minute. I actually asked the Admiral on site, I said, Admiral, can you tell me, why do we not send these children back to where they came from? He said, well, sir, we don't know where they came from. I said, but we're going to ship them to a Google address in America. I said, well, do we do background checks on the people we're sending these children to? And he said, oh, no, we don't do that. So we're loading children on a bus, unaccompanied, shipping them to places that God knows what, to God knows where. We don't do background checks on the adults we're shipping them to. And now we've lost 85,000 children. I tell you this, a closed border is a compassionate border. Mr. Bishop, I'll yield back and then he can make that choice, ma'am.
Ms. Garcia, I'll yield to you if you will answer the question how your concern for the 3,000 lost in the Trump administration that were recovered doesn't, and whether you have the same concern for the 85,000 children lost by the Biden administration.
Well, we've got 20 seconds. I'm not Ms. Garcia. Maybe all us Latinas look alike, but I'm Ms. Escobar. I actually represent Fort Bliss. I have been to that intake facility a number of times. My staff goes on a regular basis. I can tell you much of what you have said. I need a little bit more time to debunk, but one of the reasons why they don't let you film children is because we shouldn't be filming children.
Are you back? Time's expired. Who seeks recognition? Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
General is recognized.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm deeply concerned, about the amendment's desire to subject unaccompanied minors to additional screening and require DHS to reopen various detention centers, one, of course, which is in my own backyard in Georgia. And I was really kind of offended by the remarks by my colleague from Florida who says that we should embrace our compassion with this policy. I'm particularly distressed because one of the detention centers this amendment seeks to reopen is Irwin County Detention Center, as I have mentioned, that is in my home state of Georgia. Irwin County Detention Center was specifically shut down because after an 18-month investigation by the Senate, it was found that a gynecologist in the center was performing unnecessary medical procedures on detained migrant women without their consent, and that was expressed before several times. My colleague in the Senate, Chairman John Ossoff, stated that, and I quote, "It's the bipartisan finding of the subcommittee that female detainees in Georgia were subjected by a DHS contracted doctor to excessive, invasive, and often unnecessary gynecological surgeries and procedures with repeated failures to obtain informed medical consent," end quote. This year-long plus investigation focused on off-site consultations and treatment that were provided by this gynecologist to women and cataloged hundreds of procedures and surgeries administered by Mr. Amin between 2017 and 2020. So I find it very absurd to me that the other side would go so out of their way to reopen a detention center that has been so careless with the health and safety of women. And so if we're going to be talking about caring for people, caring for the health and safety of women, of Americans, this is definitely not the way to do it. And I would hope that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would really listen to the calls and the cries of the American people to be treated with fairness and dignity. And I'd like to yield my time to Representative Job Hall.
Thank you, Representative McBath. I just wanted to correct my colleague on, I forget which Republican colleague said this, but somebody said that there are no background checks for unaccompanied children's sponsors, and that's just not true. So you can go to the Office of Refugee Resettlement, you can look at the federal law that requires sponsors who are adults to provide for the child's physical and mental well-being, have not engaged in any activity that would indicate a potential risk to the child, and must pass a background check. So just want to correct the record on that. I yield back to Ms. McBath.
I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, you're
Well, Mr. Chairman, it just seems to
You're
me that
recognized.
the answer to the gentlelady's concern over a rogue gynecologist is to fire the gynecologist. All of the health and safety standards and laws are applicable to the facilities that we are discussing. The Democrats are essentially saying there should be no detention. This seems to be their fallback position on so many crimes. And yes, it is a crime to illegally cross the border. But this bill offers alternatives. Most likely, those coming through Mexico are going to choose to await in Mexico or to await in safe third countries where such agreements have been negotiated. As a practical matter, what this is going to do is eliminate the incentives for millions of fraudulent claims that are being made. And as long as we offer automatic admission, free goods and services, indefinite residency, indefinite work authorization, we shouldn't be surprised that millions of people are motivated to file fraudulent claims in order to obtain these benefits. If we end the incentives to file fraudulent claims, we end the fraudulent claims. And on that day, the legitimate asylum claims from those who are genuinely persecuted can again be expeditiously decided. The Democrats just argued that anyone who lives in a communist country has a right to migrate to the United States. Well, I would remind them that is 1.5 billion people. The Trump policies ended the incentives for people to come here by the millions because they knew that they would not be admitted. And under Biden, they know that they will be, and that's why they're coming. The record speaks for itself. Since Biden changed the Trump policies and initiated an unprecedented illegal mass migration, 2,000 migrants, many of them children, have died. We have no idea how many hundreds of thousands were raped, assaulted, robbed, or abandoned by the cartels. We have only a rough idea of how many tens of thousands of children have been abandoned to sweatshops, sexual exploitation, and indentured servitude. We know that there's no locating 85,000 of those that we simply dropped off to so-called sponsors. We know that roughly 1 in 3 calls made to release migrant kids to their sponsors go unanswered. We know that in the last 4 years, ORR released 363,000 children to sponsors, and yet only conducted 25,000 home studies. That's about 7%. 7% is all that we even looked at the conditions we were releasing these kids into. I want to thank Mr. Roy for this amendment that makes crystal clear that every person who wants to claim asylum will be able to do so, but they may not be released into our country until a court says that they have a legal right to be. And I yield to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. So let's talk about ORR and the putative background checks they do. We had just had the director yesterday in oversight in our subcommittee. There are 4 categories of background of groups that they turn children over to. They don't do any DNA checks to see if somebody is related, if they're really related to that individual. They changed the forms under this director. So they got rid of the actual physical address. They got rid of the actual physical address of the location where they're going to deposit this child. That ain't much of a background check. You know what they're checking? NCIC to see if you've got a criminal history that they can find readily. You don't have to be a legal resident. You don't have to be a citizen. You can be illegally in the country, which means we can't vet you in many cases. That is the background check for ORR. And I'll yield back to Mr. McClintock.
The gentleman yield. I want to be brief so don't take too much time, since next week we're going to have hearings on this issue, but it is actually legitimate issues. I went to a number of CADELs last year, including bipartisan CADELs, and it was brought up. Some concerns for people processing children, that their really background checks are not as good as they should be. I have people in my district that actually work in agencies that settle these kids. They have concerns. I have people that have concern with child labor and meatpacking plants, which actually controlled by China on top of it. I think this is a legitimate issue, and we need to make sure that these people and these kids are not going to be put in the arms of criminals. And I think this is a very good amendment to make processes better. And I yield back.
Time has expired. Who seeks recognition? Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman, Mr. Roy. Those in favor say yes. Opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Gentleman from Kentucky.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Reserve a point of order.
Point of order. And Mr. Massey, you're recognized.
I thank the chairman. This amendment's very simple. I won't belabor it. The underlying bill for E-Verify creates a legal framework in which
suspend. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman now from Kentucky is recognized to explain his amendment. Point of order is reserved by the ranking member.
I thank the chairman. This amendment's simple, and I will try not to belabor it. Page 113, lines 4 through 10 of the bill, which is the E-Verify section, provide a remedy for individuals who are dismissed wrongly from a job. I think there's an oversight perhaps in this bill, it's my presumption that E-Verify is to keep you from getting a job if you're not eligible to work in this country. Now, in the event that a U.S. citizen was deprived their basic fundamental right to work, I think they should still have cause to sue the federal government if the E-Verify system failed them. Now, as I said, the underlying bill provides that if they are dismissed because they wrongly failed an E-Verify background check. But my reading of the bill is that they would have no recourse, legal recourse, if they are initially prevented from being hired for the job. So it's very simple. Page 113, line 6, insert after would not have been dismissed from a job, add this, or would have been hired for a job, but for an error of the verification mechanism. This is just a safeguard, and urge the adoption of this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Oh, that's right.
We do not insist on a point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Who seeks recognition? All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Who seeks recognition? Or the amendment is adopted. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Reserve
substitute
a-
offered by
Mr.
Mr. McClintock, offered by Ms. Jayapal, page 66. insert.
Reserve a
That
point of order.
objection, that objection, the amendment will be
Reserve a point of order.
considered as read. Point of order from the gentleman from, is reserved by the gentleman from California. The gentlelady from Washington has 5 minutes to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The power to parole people into this country has been used by the executive branch since President Eisenhower's administration. It has been used to parole in Cubans and Haitians during the Mariel boat lift, as well as for the Filipino World War II veterans and for Hungarians fleeing communism. It is an important humanitarian and foreign policy tool that allows individuals to enter the country more expeditiously in urgent circumstances. This bill, however, decimates the broad parole power traditionally left to the executive branch, and it confines it to far narrower terms. Under this bill, humanitarian parole is limited to cases, one, involving serious medical emergencies or organ donation to a family member, or where a family member's death is imminent. Two, where an individual is a lawful applicant for adjustment of status. And three, involving an individual who is lawfully granted asylum or refugee status. Public interest parole is limited to instances in which an individual assisted the U.S. government in a matter such as a criminal investigation, and either the person's presence in the United States is required or the person's life would be threatened if the person was not allowed to enter. Those would literally be the only cases where someone can be paroled under general parole authority. It is an extremely restrictive version of parole, and it would actually preclude the Department of Homeland Security from being able to implement important parole programs that have saved countless lives, like the Uniting for Ukraine or U4U parole program. Following the commencement of Vladimir Putin's unprovoked war of aggression, Ukrainians fled their homeland in droves. Many came to our southwest border seeking shelter in the United States. Understanding the unsustainability of the situation, the Biden administration created a compassionate U4U program, allowing certain Ukrainians on a case-by-case basis to obtain temporary safety in the United States. Border encounters of Ukrainians trying to cross illegally fell from an average of 940 per day before the initiative to only around 12 per day. If the definition of parole under this bill were adopted, these Ukrainians would not have been able to enter the United States. Parole is the most appropriate tool to ensure the safety of this population. Ukrainians who are fleeing from Putin generally are ineligible for asylum because of the narrow grounds for approval. Moreover, the vast majority of Ukrainians are solely seeking a temporary home and wish to return to Ukraine as soon as it is safe for them to do so. Uniting for Ukraine provides them with the temporary protection that they need until they can return home. So my amendment is very simple. It just adds a provision to the parole section of this bill exempting this particular population from the restrictions. I believe that the restrictions on parole authority are an unnecessary overreach into a power that is traditionally reserved for the executive. But since the majority refuses to meaningfully modify the language, I am hopeful that this very narrow exception to protect Ukrainians who are fleeing Vladimir Putin will be acceptable to the majority. I urge my colleagues to accept my amendment, and I yield
Will the
back.
gentlelady yield?
I will.
Thank you. I just, it's very timely. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. We had testimony this morning in the House Foreign Affairs Committee from the special prosecutor in Ukraine, Special Prosecutor Kostin, who spoke about the use of sexual violence, rape, and torture of both children and young women and older women, war crimes committed by the Russians in this military aggression. And so there are literally men and women, but particularly women and children, who are fleeing Ukraine because they are facing unspeakable, horrific war crimes. And he recounted the efforts to collect evidence to be able to prosecute those in an international tribunal as well as under the laws of Ukraine. The idea that we would pass a piece of legislation that would make it impossible for the United States to accept under special circumstances Ukrainians fleeing war crimes, I think would turn what was once regarded as our leadership in the world on refugee and humanitarian efforts to a really embarrassing position. So I thank you profoundly for your excellent amendment. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Thank you, Rep. Cicilline. I think this is a very simple amendment. It should be accepted by the majority. It is absolutely essential that we continue to support Ukrainians in this dire time of need and that we keep the U4U program going. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from
Withdraw the point of
California.
order.
Gentleman from California withdraws his point of order. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, anyone from the Ukraine that wants to come to the United States can seek asylum. That's simply what they do, is they would seek asylum like anyone else from around the world to be able to get here. So I oppose this amendment. It defeats the very purpose of the bill. We could sit here for hours and propose specific carve-outs for any number of categories of people, and we've been seeing some of that. But that is not what the parole statute was designed to do. It is not what Congress had in mind when it reformed the statute back in 1996. And it is not what this bill seeks to fix. In fact, this amendment is the same type of categorical program that the Biden administration has been illegally pursuing since day one. The parole statute was not designed to be a grab bag of entry authorization for vast, unlimited categories of people around the world. Instead, just as this bill reflects, it is a narrowly tailored authority that applies only in very limited circumstances. This bill is necessary to prevent open borders administrations from continuing to abuse parole to mass release hundreds of thousands of aliens into the United States. The amendment would chip away at these common sense changes. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. And I would go in the way back here, Mr. Chairman. What they said way back then when, at the time of its enactment, Congress intended that the parole authority would be used for the temporary admission of individual aliens in the case of an alien whom the Attorney General has paroled into the United States not for any short-term, time-limited reason, but instead under circumstances that suggest explicitly or implicitly that the parole will remain in effect indefinitely. Parole status is an unacceptable alternative to a more permanent and defined immigration status. Democrat Representative Bruce Morrison from Connecticut in 1989. You had much the same from Senator Simpson in 1994 from Wyoming. Parole has always meant to be used on a case-by-case basis. This administration has been abusing this authority left and right. We saw it with Afghans that came over after the disastrous withdrawal when the Biden administration left $85 billion worth of our war-making material and 13 of our finest behind in Afghanistan. Those Afghan refugees that came out were almost all paroled, and they could have been left in a safe third country like Qatar to be able to have their status be evaluated. That's not what the Biden administration did, though. They sent them en masse. And what we're seeing at this point is there's about 1 million people since the Biden administration came into power that have been offered parole to be able to come into this country. That is not what parole is meant to do. And that is what we are doing with this change here, is to make sure parole is being used for the intent that it was originally created for.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield to the gentleman from Arizona.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. So when Secretary Mayorkas came in and testified, you remember he's the one I've mentioned is probably should be removed from his office. But when Secretary Mayorkas came in and we asked him specifically about parole, he said himself, parole is intended to be a case-by-case, individual-by-individual program. Prior to the Biden administration, the typical number of folks granted parole in a year was a dozen, maybe 20 at the high. That'd be the high mark. Last year, this administration paroled more than 300,000 people, and they have a program in place to bring in 360,000 paroles, individuals just from 4 nations, Nicaragua, Haiti, Cuba, and Venezuela. And that would be added to the additional 300,000 that they planned. So they are planning an additional 600,000 plus parolees this year. And when they come in the parole, they get documentation so they can work 2 years, and we won't see them again. That's what this amendment will do. I oppose the amendment, and I'll yield back to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would just close by saying this. You wonder why we're so critical of Secretary Mayorkas. He broke the law. He is, at a minimum, you can say he's violating the intent of the law, but I would say he's breaking the law. Look at the quotes that I just shared with you from representatives from a couple decades ago. He is not following the intent of the law, and that is why we are so critical of him. This closes that. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas. And then
Mr. Chairman, I strike the last word. As I do so, I'd like to acknowledge my friends, Mr. Chairman, who are in the room from the Texas Farm Bureau. And I'm delighted they're here and hope to be able to speak with them. Raise your hands or let us see you. My goodness, I'm even more excited.
You're welcome.
More excited. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that courtesy. Let me just take issue with pronouncing that a public servant, the Secretary of Homeland Security, has broken the law. I think there are many things that members of Congress can say about fellow public servants, but if my good friend cannot point to a conviction, let us at least accept that public servants try to do what is right within their framework of their jurisdiction or their philosophy. And since I just met with Secretary Mayorkas this morning, I view him as a man of integrity. Having been engaged with Ukrainians in Houston, many of us know that Ukrainians have come to many states, and Texas has opened its arms to those fleeing persecution and the chaos of war. Having been to the region and spoken to Ukrainians, and as well in meetings and briefings on the chaotic and desperate situation, many of us having viewed little children sitting in streets by their dead moms and dads, elderly persons screaming about where they're going to go, and the constant bombing. I suspect this is April, and that we will see an increased siege on Kiev and other cities to bring them to their knees. I have met with the Ukrainian delegation that begged us to recognize that their children were being stolen by Russians. Right now, we have a Wall Street Journal reporter as a hostage, Paul Whelan as a hostage in Russia. I fought hard for Trevor Reed and Brittany Griner, and they together are fighting for the Wall Street Journal reporter and, of course, Paul Whelan. This amendment is a common sense amendment. It indicates that with the procedures that we have, let us be merciful and understand the plight of war, the desperation that these people have who are fighting for democracy, who are using every shred of their common humanity, women and men in the armed forces, using whatever equipment they can secure just to maintain democracy. As I talk to Ukrainians who have come, they want to go home to their beautiful country. They had a beautiful, historic land. It was a democratic land. It's the kind of land that we love here in America. We flee as Americans, if we ever did, out of the chaos of war. Thank God we have not, since the Civil War, had a war on our soil. And frankly, this is a bill that I don't know what its mission is. I have no idea. I know that farmers across America are looking for workers. They want an agricultural visa. They want a process. There are ways to utilize H-1Bs. Students who are getting PhDs are leaving America because they have no legal way of becoming a citizen. The amendment that I am rising to support provides an opportunity to accept Ukrainians from this harsh structure of parole, the elimination thereof. And it says that a Ukrainian national, the spouse, a common law partner, or unmarried son or daughter under the age of 21 can come in if you're accompanying a Ukrainian national. And that this person was physically present in Ukraine as of February 11, 2022. So they were in the midst of the war. I was in Lithuania on February 24th, the year that Russia invaded Ukraine. We were there to try and see if the Russians would stand down. We're meeting with the dissidents of Ukraine. We were thinking that we had made an impact as members of Congress, but we did not. But in this amendment, the persons will undergo and pass required national security and public safety vetting. And they will be the beneficiary of they must be the beneficiary of an approved form of declaration of support, meaning they're coming to someone to take care of them. Ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, we can be anything in opposition to a lot. But the one thing America has been known for is the humanitarian it shows to those who are fighting for democracy and fleeing the crush of democracy, which is what Russia is doing to Ukraine. I do not want to put a burden on those individuals who watch their fellow Ukrainians die in the streets, pregnant hospitals blow up, and not allow them by parole, by a legal process, to come into the United States, supported by someone who can take care of them until they can take care of themselves. And so I am here asking that we support the amendment. Again, maybe someone will articulate the mission, Mr. Chairman, of the legislation before us, because I believe we should have comprehensive immigration reform, legal immigration that can help all. I support the amendment and oppose the opposition to it and the underlying bill. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I oppose this amendment. Parole is designed very specifically to be used on a case-by-case basis for very specific purposes. To the extent that there's a debate and a discussion about how to handle our friends in Ukraine, you can do that through the Office of Refugee Resettlement. You can do that through other policies. We've got those policies. We can debate those, but you should not turn parole into what this administration has been turning it into, which is try to make it a categorical mechanism of putting people into the United States. And that's not what parole was designed for, and nor should it be. Furthermore, and with respect to the questions about the Secretary of Homeland Security, like the Secretary of Homeland Security does in fact have a duty to take all actions determined necessary and appropriate to achieve and maintain operational control over the entire international land and maritime borders of the United States. That's statutory law. It's a requirement of the Secretary. He has not only failed to maintain operational control of the border, defined in law as the prevention of all unlawful entries into the United States, including entries by terrorists, other unlawful aliens, instruments of terrorism, narcotics, and other contraband, but his actions have also actively facilitated the loss of it. He's an accomplice to the violation of our laws and national sovereignty by virtue of every action he has taken to empower cartels and to allow the complete decimation of our border. These laws established by Congress and ordered by the courts are being ignored to achieve a specific desired outcome not supported by the law, establishing a wide open border to issue legal status to as many illegal migrants as possible. To accomplish this objective, he has refused to spend congressionally appropriated dollars. He has disobeyed our immigration and border security laws. He has failed to prosecute cases as the law requires. He has violated court orders to carry out his duty to secure our borders. He has actively misled the American people in Congress in working to disclose the extent of the border crisis. He terminated construction of the border wall despite congressional appropriation requiring him to do so. He caused CBP to become dangerously overwhelmed and unable to execute its statutory duties by failing to utilize readily available legal tools to avert the border crisis. He lied about Border Patrol, accusing them of race-motivated whipping, which did not occur. He knew it didn't occur. He had a memo that said it didn't occur, and yet he said it anyway at the microphone. He released migrants, ignoring his duty and the law, into the interior of the United States. He refused purposely to enforce interior immigration laws and removal requirements. He's lied to the American people repeatedly and to Congress in saying the southern border was, quote, closed. He has conducted himself recklessly when willful blindness and empowering criminal drug cartels. He has impaired the health of Americans with communicable diseases and lethal drugs. He has damaged the United States economic health, wasting the hard-earned money of taxpayers, allowed illegal migrants to destroy private property throughout South Texas and beyond and along the southern border. He has placed American citizens at imminent risk of physical harm. I could continue, but to say that the Secretary of Homeland Security has neglected his duty under the Constitution and failed to uphold his oath to defend the laws of the United States would be a dramatic understatement, to say the least.
The gentleman yield.
I would not at this point, because what the Secretary has done repeatedly and overwhelmingly has been to ignore the laws of the United States that he is required to carry out in order to defend the United States border, as is required as the Secretary of Homeland Security. It's literally his job. Is what he is supposed to do. And in the process, I would note, in addition to endangering Americans, as I just laid out, fentanyl crisis and other things we've discussed here, he has endangered the very migrants he says that he has been seeking to protect. By his very actions, he has endangered those migrants, resulting in, as we've talked about, 1,000 deaths along the border, resulting in scores more deaths, hundreds more deaths in the interior, resulting in the empowerment of cartels along our border. These are all facts that are irrefutable. We can debate, I suppose, the exact causes, but I believe it is a direct result of the actions of the Secretary of Homeland Security, and I think that merits debate in a future hearing in this body. I yield back to the chairman.
And from California is oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. This gentleman from California, and we'll get you next. Mr. Correa is
Mr.
recognized.
Chairman, first I want to yield a minute of my time to my colleague from Washington.
Thank you so much, Mr. Correa. I just wanted to go back to Mr. Tiffany's assertion that Ukrainians can simply seek asylum. It's just not true. There are a lot of things being said that aren't true, and I think it's important that we correct that. So if you could try to be a refugee, you could go to the UNHCR, you could try to seek from the UNHCR approval to be a refugee, and then you don't necessarily know what country you're going to get placed in. In order to seek asylum, you actually have to be here at the border to seek asylum. And by virtue of having in order to be eligible for asylum, it's not enough just to be fleeing a war. And I think a war of conflict is not sufficient to be able to seek asylum. So you actually have to be able to prove that you were selected for persecution or that you fear future persecution by a government or forces beyond the government's control, or that you have been or will be targeted by the 5 protected grounds: your race, your religion, your nationality, political opinion, or membership in a particular social group. Now, of course, this bill seeks to eliminate all of that anyway, so it would be very difficult to seek asylum under this bill because it eliminates all of that. But I just think it's very important that we go back to the content of this amendment, which is to ensure that Ukrainians who are fleeing the war in Ukraine and Vladimir Putin are able to be paroled in. That has been a compassionate response of the United States to the Ukrainian people, and this amendment seeks to protect that very narrow protection for Ukrainians. I yield back to my colleague.
Thank you. Just wanted to mention that I'm probably the only member of Congress that actually went to visit the Ukrainian refugee camps about a year ago. And what I found was a model of how you deal with a refugee situation. I walked into a camp set up by the Mexican government in Tijuana, Mexico. Essentially took a baseball field and set up camps, tents, brought in doctors, brought in food, and brought in a whole process where families, not just individuals, but whole families were actually being processed on a case-by-case basis. They were granted parole. They were then taken on a bus to the border. Title 42 was lifted. Pedestrian crossing west that had been closed because of COVID was open for them, and they walked right across the border. Today, if you go to Tijuana, Mexico, that refugee camp is non-existent because today, Ukrainians can fly directly from Europe to the United States under parole. If you were looking for somebody to do the right thing, which is what Secretary Mayorkas has done in dealing with the refugees, look at the Ukrainian model. And today in my district, and I think in many other districts, you have vibrant Ukrainian communities springing up, being productive members of our society, and probably waiting for the right time to return to their home. Parole, Title 42, figure it out. Let's do the right thing to make sure that refugees are respected in a humane manner. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized. Mr. McClintock for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would remind my Democratic colleagues, this bill is perspective only. It doesn't affect populations already admitted into this country. So the Ukrainians already admitted are not affected by this bill. The gentlelady from Washington is absolutely correct. Asylum is set aside only for those who are being persecuted by their government for specific reasons. The Democrats have been arguing the opposite all afternoon, and I'm glad the gentlelady from Washington has decided to set them right. Asylum is not for those fleeing communism. It's not for those fleeing violence or poverty. It's not for those fleeing a war. It's not applicable to our asylum laws. In those circumstances, fleeing a war, they're refugees, and there are very different processes for that category. Asylum is for the persecuted. And what this bill means is that those seeking asylum because of persecution in the future will have their cases heard expeditiously because they won't have to wait for years while millions of fraudulent or inapplicable claims are clogging our courts. Parole is an individual executive function that is done on a case-by-case basis. Categorical parole isn't parole at all. That's a change of the law itself. And the law in our country doesn't reside in the sovereign's mouth. In 1952, Congress created the parole authority for the president for emergencies, like someone who needed to enter the country for an urgent surgery where there's no time to go through the normal channels. In 1996, because this process was being abused, Congress made it very clear that this is an individual case-by-case power only. The law says specifically parole is to be used only on a, quote, case-by-case basis for urgent humanitarian reasons of significant public benefit, end quote. This administration has been granting categorical parole not on a case-by-case basis, but to entire classes of individuals numbering in the tens of thousands. This bill simply forbids parole based on an entire class of potential parole recipients. That function is the sole prerogative of Congress, and with this measure, Congress takes that power back. If you want to modify the immigration law to exempt entire classes of immigrants, well, by God, this is the place to do it. You've been trying to do it all day today. This is the right place. This is where categorical exceptions are supposed to be considered. They are not supposed to be imposed by the whim of the executive. I yield back. Oh, I yield to Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you. I'm only going to take a few minutes. First of all, I just want to say that Congressman Chippewa is dead on. What you just said about Mayorkas is exactly right, and it's going to save me a lot of time. But I do think it's embarrassing, just speaking to the other side, if you listen to him in hearings, he doesn't tell the truth. If you listen to him in hearings, he never gives a direct answer. If you listen to him in hearings, he's not willing to take the responsibility for all of the problems that he has caused. He has been a terrible secretary. He has let down the American people. He's let down the United States Congress. He has let down everybody in what he does. And again, we've said it before, some people, he should resign or he should be impeached, but he shouldn't be there because his presence alone has taken us more than one step back. Secondly, parole. There's a right way to do it. This bill, the bill that we want to do, does it the right way. And if we did things the right way, not the illegal way, but the right way, there would be less problems, there'd be more compassion, and actually everything would work for those that really need the help they should get. It is the same with asylum. The reasons that we're concerned about asylum is not because we're against true asylum. The reason that we're concerned with it is because that's not what we're doing. We're using it as a tool just to let anybody in. We're not doing it the right way. We're breaking the rule of law over and over and over again. And again, because of that, you can't have the compassionate response that you would want with asylum because people now identify it with something else. And you know, it's great that Mexico had everything set up so well, and I'm proud to see Mexico doing that because they certainly could help us out. And by the way, Mexico has real borders. Mexico has borders. Almost every country in the world has borders, but somehow we don't. It's just a matter of doing things by the rule of law and doing them the right way. Nobody's against all of these issues. We're against what we're doing with them and what Mayorkas is doing them. And at the end of the way, at the end of it all, kids are being used for child labor. We have sex slavery. We have people that should be on the terror watch list that don't get out. It's the wrong thing.
Gentleman's time is.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm aggravated.
You're on a roll.
I'm
I got
aggravated,
it. I
Chairman.
got it. I understand. I understand. The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California yields. Yep. The gentleman from New York is recognized, the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, over 100,000 Ukrainians fleeing Vladimir Putin's unprovoked war of aggression have found temporary safety in the United States thanks to the existing United for Ukraine program. If the definition of parole under this bill were to be adopted, these Ukrainians would not have been able to enter the United States. Ukrainians fleeing from Putin generally are ineligible for asylum because of the narrow grounds for approval, and that's okay. The vast majority of Ukrainians are seeking only a temporary home and wish to return to Ukraine once it is safe to do so. The U4U program provides them with the temporary protection they need until they can return home. This amendment is simple. It adds a provision to the parole section of this bill exempting this population from the restrictions and enabling the U4U program to continue. Well, I believe that so that they don't have to be sent back to Ukraine. Well, right now. Well, I believe that the restrictions on parole authority are an unnecessary overreach into a power traditionally reserved for the executive. Since the majority refuses to meaningfully modify the language, I'm hopeful that this narrow exception to protect the Ukrainians who have fled from Vladimir Putin's war and who are here now will be acceptable to them. I urge my colleagues to accept the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald is recognized.
I would yield to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I would only note that the gentlelady from Washington makes our case very specifically with respect to how asylum has been continually abused to allow people to get released into the United States. The gentlelady went through with precision, trying to make the case, I believe in good faith, that there are Ukrainians that would be on the outside looking in to a tightly defined asylum criteria. asylum criteria, which is designed very specifically in our statutes to apply to individuals who seek relief because of credible fear of persecution for their religious beliefs or political beliefs primarily. And so the gentlelady laid that out fairly well and then said, therefore, we need to do something for Ukrainians. Let me put aside for the moment the do something for Ukrainians piece of the argument. I don't believe parole is the right vehicle for doing that. But we can debate that. I don't believe you should make categorical exceptions for a policy that is designed very specifically to be case by case. Deal with somebody who's sick, needs a liver transplant, whatever it might be, which is literally what parole was put in place to do. So we could go do that. We could have a debate about what do we do about our friends in Ukraine. But I think the gentlelady made a very strong case for why we need legislative correction to the abuses by the current executive, the president, allowing that very specific definition of asylum to be turned on its head to say a claim of asylum means you're released into the United States and invites a flood to the border. I would note that the ranking member, I will in a minute if I can finish, let me make my point. I'll be happy to. The ranking member earlier, I don't remember at what point, but very early in our proceeding today, used the phrase enforcement without reforms is a non-starter. Well, I understand why the gentleman might want that. The gentleman wants to have some other policies. It could be amnesty. It could be something to do with DACA. It could be something to do with, future flow. Some debates that we've had repeatedly in various forms over the last, numerous years. But it kind of gives away the whole point. Just literally listen to the sentence. Enforcement of the law. That's the next phrase. Enforcement of the law. Enforcement of our laws at the border. Enforcement of our border. Without reforms is a non-starter. See, we view it through the lens, I believe, I want to speak for mine, but I view it through the lens of we're supposed to enforce the law. And everything we're doing is trying to hold the executive branch accountable to the laws passed by this body, put into law, enacted, then appropriated, and then blatantly disregarded and ignored by the executive branch.
Would the gentleman yield?
So, well, I think the gentlelady asked for me to yield first, so I will defer to the gentlelady and then to the ranking member.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to be clear that we are debating parole right now. That's what the amendment is about. So I'm saying that Ukrainians are a group that should be allowed to continue parole, number one. Number two, on asylum, I don't see how I've made your case at all, because my belief is that the current asylum system requires that we allow people who are seeking asylum to go through the process to show that they either do or don't have credible fear of persecution. That requires a period of time. People, when they come in, don't have all the documents, as you know, because you do know this issue. You know that the majority of people are pro se. Unfortunately, we treat immigrants like they're criminals, but we don't give them what we give people in the criminal justice system. They don't have attorneys. They're allowed to get one if they can afford one, but they need to have time to process that. So there's nothing in what I'm saying that validates your point of view.
My time's have about 40 seconds left, which might means I may not have time for the ranking member. But to respond there, the point about asylum, what we're saying is, of course, if you have a credible fear of persecution, we want to be able to hear that claim. You have to adjudicate that claim. What you cannot do is what we do, which is release people, basically saying, oh, you come here, you walk around. And we know it. There's signs literally put on trees at the Rio Grande that says, asilo, arrow. And then people go and then they say, asilo. And then, boom, you've got a flood of humanity. And then those individuals are then give a notice to appear, or totally unlawfully a notice to report that is totally ignored. And then only a fraction show up, or a percentage show up. That's debatable. We can hold hearings to get, the recent data. But they don't show up and they're released. So you're causing more flood. I'm just making the point that the gentlelady made the case that the definition of asylum is in fact narrowed. That's the point.
We've always said that. We've always said that. But we believe people should be able to prove that they have that time.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I will yield.
I thank the gentlelady. I'm going to be very brief. The quote you gave from me about enforcement without reform is a non-starter. It's quite correct. But that was talking about the whole bill, and I'm not going to debate that right now. We're talking about this specific amendment. This amendment would allow an existing program under which Ukrainians, the vast majority of whom do not seek asylum, so asylum is not in question, to be paroled into this country until it is safe for them to go back. Under the terms of this bill, without the amendment, we'd have to send them all back immediately, back to Putin's tender mercies. All this amendment does is to add I don't agree with the bill in getting rid of a lot of the parole authority anyway, but all this amendment does is say that with respect to the Ukrainian parole authority that has already been exercised, it can continue being exercised, so we don't have to send all these people back to Ukraine now. And if there are any people there who want asylum, they can apply for asylum under the normal provisions. This has nothing to do with that.
The gentlelady, give me 5 seconds to respond to him.
No, I need my time. If I have time, I will yield to you, Mr. Roy. There's just a
thank the
couple things,
gentlelady.
of course. There's a couple things I want to point out, and I point this out because I want my colleagues to understand there's a lot more to understand about immigration and migration than what we are talking about here. And I totally get why many of you are unfamiliar with what we deal with on the border. It's a lot, and immigration is super complex. One of my colleagues just said, Mexico has its borders and basically monitors its borders. You clearly have no understanding of what's happening in our hemisphere. We are seeing an unprecedented migration through the entire hemisphere, and Mexico is not able to control its own southern border right now because of the numbers. And in fact, Costa Rica, as an example, they have seen record numbers as well. So this idea that this is only a U.S. issue really demonstrates a lack of awareness of what's happening in the hemisphere. Furthermore, the use of parole is not new by this administration. And in fact, the prior administration, the Trump administration, used parole. Why? Because of the large numbers, because there was no more room in detention. How do I know that? We lived it in El Paso. Our shelters would receive migrants paroled by the Trump administration. So again, I mention this because the challenge that we face is so much greater than the very myopic view that is being expressed on this committee by the majority. This idea that one president is to blame, or one policy is to blame, or one DHS secretary is to blame, completely ignores the reality that we have been facing for a decade, which is this historic refugee crisis throughout the hemisphere. And so how do we fix it? How do we do it? We don't do it this way, in a very partisan way that seeks to do more of the same. We do it by sitting down together, looking at legal pathways. Where is it advantageous to us as Americans to have more legal migration, to have a better managed border? That doesn't get you all clicks on Twitter. That doesn't help you all fundraise, but would help us address the issue, which is what my border community would like, which is what my Democratic colleagues and I would like. And Mr. Roy, you have the remaining 30 seconds. I'm happy to yield to you.
Well, I appreciate it. I don't even know if I'll use it all. Just to say to the ranking member that where we disagree is the use of parole is designed to be on a case-by-case basis. If we're going to have a solution with respect to Ukraine, if a solution is needed, and we have a solution with respect to Ukraine, I think it ought to be specific to that with respect to refugee law and how we deal with refugee resettlement and other mechanisms. I do not believe that's what parole was designed to do. Again, I think it's a case-by-case authority, and that's my disagreement, and I'd yield back to the gentlelady, or yield back.
I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized, Ms. Scanlon.
Amendment at the desk?
Wait, no, we're,
Oh, you're saying.
yeah, we're still on the
Sorry.
amendment.
Why am I recognized? Did not-
Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington.
Okay,
All those in
sorry,
favor
I
say
didn't-
aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Nay.
In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. Roll call being asked for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates?
No, why did you call me?
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs?
Ready to offer my amendment
Mr.
if I need to.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Sparks? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew?
No.
Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels?
No.
Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore?
No.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? No. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Aye. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa?
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy? Mr. Ivy votes aye. Mr. Isa, you are not recorded. Mr. Isa votes no. Ms. Sparts, you are not recorded. Ms. Sparts votes no.
Have all members voted? Gentlemen,
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, you are not recorded. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no.
gentlemen from Texas, Mr. Gooden,
Mr. Gooden votes no.
clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 12 ayes and 22 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from New York reserves.
Amendment to the
Order.
amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Mr. Massey of Kentucky.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Excuse me. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized to speak on his amendment.
I thank the chairman. My amendment is to the E-Verify portion of this immigration bill in front of us. To summarize, it says, no federal benefit may be made available to an alien whose authorization to be employed has not been confirmed under the verification system established under Section 274AD of the Immigration and Nationality Act. In other words, what my amendment says is that if you're going to receive, is chamber in order? If you're going to receive welfare benefits, then you have to go through E-Verify. Why would we want to make it harder to get a job than it is to get welfare? Seems pretty simple to me. Now, I've been told today that E-Verify is instant, accurate. It's a great method of determining eligibility for work that accesses existing federal databases. Well, why not use that for federal benefits? I'll tell you what I'm concerned about. When COVID struck, we sent out $1,200 checks. Thousands of these went to foreign nationals who are not even in this country. The federal government said, well, our bad. We couldn't really figure out who should get these checks and who shouldn't. Well, now I'm told there's a database to determine all this. So I let people know. I knew somebody personally in Norway who got this check, $1,200 check. And so I blew the whistle on it. I got fact checked. Instead of saying I was wrong, NPR did an expose on it because this guy in Norway got the $600 check that came a few months later. Were we able to determine almost a year later who was eligible? No, a year later, he gets a $1,400 check. Doesn't live in this country, hasn't lived in this country, does not, for 40 years, does not have a green card. But he received, let's add that up, 1,200, 600, that's 1,800 plus 1,400, $3,200 to a rich Norwegian because our federal government couldn't determine if he was eligible or not. Oh, sorry, we'll just put the money in the cannon and shoot it out. And if you've ever paid into Social Security or something, we'll just give you money. So if we do have a system that's instant and accurate method of determining eligibility for work, why don't we use it for federal benefits? Sounds pretty simple to me. Why should we make it harder to get a job than it is to receive welfare or some kind of stimulus check? I just want people to know today that's watching this E-Verify system isn't going to be used to stop people from getting welfare checks that shouldn't be getting welfare checks, from stopping rich Norwegians who are not living in the United States, haven't lived here for 40 or 50 years, from getting their checks. But it should, if we were serious about E-Verify, we would use it for that very reason. Now that I've made my point, here in a second, I'm going to withdraw my amendment for two very sad reasons. The first is I think I'm going to lose Democrat support. And I don't want to push my luck. They've been so charitable with their votes on my amendments. I think I've probably extended the limits of their charitability. So I might not get all of my Republican patriots on this side of the aisle, although I feel like a lot of them agree with me. It sounds like I'm getting a lot. Maybe I won't withdraw it. But the main reason I have to withdraw it is, in spite of my best effort, the best efforts of my staff, I'm told that it is not crafted in a way that's germane to the underlying bill, that I'm going outside of the scope of this bill a little bit.
Just a little.
So in that spirit, and having made my point,
Will the gentleman yield?
I would, if I may.
Two things. First of all, you put in that bill, I'll be happy to co-sponsor it. I think you'll have a huge number co-sponsoring it. And number two, I am so glad that you are acknowledging now that the E-Verify system is workable and
Reclaiming my
necessary.
time. I said that it was claimed that it was instant, accurate method of determining. I somewhat doubt the claims of government and some of my colleagues occasionally, but I appreciate the spirit of the co-sponsorship, but it's not germane, I'm told by the parliamentarians. So I will withdraw. I will ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Without objection. We appreciate the gentleman. We appreciate his amendment. He is accurate that it is not germane, and we look forward to that bill being introduced separately. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Wisconsin. Gentleman, for what purpose the gentleman from Wisconsin?
Mr. Chairman, I am not worthy to sit between these two intellects, Representative Massey and Representative McClintock. I depart.
Gentleman from Texas, excuse me, California, of course, will be recognized as soon as he's ready. Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't be taking up my time allotted. This is a very simple but important amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I would reserve a point of order.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from California reserves a point of order. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Mr. Correa, page 60.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman is now recognized for, gentleman from Texas recognized for, California, keep doing that, is recognized.
One
for
of the
5
two.
minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very simple but important amendment. I'll be brief. What it does is it codifies the military parole program that currently exists and was used by President Trump. Our current military parole program is available to undocumented service members, veterans, and their families. My amendment, again, would just codify this existing program. Current bill language as presented today would gut the underlying parole authority that has allowed us to protect American military readiness and has advanced a significant public benefit of honoring our American armed forces and their families who have made many, many sacrifices. This proposed bill will also eliminate the military families parole policy itself that Congress enacted in the bipartisan fiscal year 2020. And very briefly, Mr. Chair, if I may read from the bill itself, it says the Secretary of Homeland Security may grant parole to an alien who has applied for admission to the United States, who is a member of the armed services on active duty, or is a veteran that has not been dishonorably discharged, applicable to a spouse, widow, or family. Mr. Chair, that is my amendment. I ask for support.
Yields back. Does the gentleman from California insist on his point of order? Point of order is withdrawn. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized. Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, the answer is real simple here. There's already an exception in here for the military. We have that in here for military personnel. And so we've covered who needs to be covered, and this exception is contained in here. In fact, we talked about this extensively, and we chose to include this in this bill. It's in there, Mr. Chairman, and I urge everyone to oppose this amendment because it's already covered in the bill.
Gentleman yields back. Question occur.
Mr. Chairman? Oh,
I think so. Okay. Gentlelady from California is recognized to speak on the amendment.
I don't believe that, although I'm sure that he speaks with all sincerity, but I would ask Mr. Tiffany, I don't see the exception that he's referred to. Could you tell me what page and what line it's on?
Reserves, it doesn't include veterans, it doesn't include parents. He's wrong. That's why Andrew's speaking. No. Oh, I think it would be helpful to have you around. Yeah, I know. I know.
Subsection B.
Yeah. Does the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I would love the answer.
Yeah. So if you look in, I'm on page 65 here, section B. Secretary of Homeland Security may grant parole to any alien who is the spouse or child of a member of the armed forces serving on active duty.
Correct, but the amendment, if I'm reclaiming my time, military parole in place should include the spouses, parents, and sons and daughters of the not only active members of the U.S. Armed Forces, but individuals serving in the Select Reserve and the veterans. I'll tell you, the parents issue is one that means a great deal to me, because the first time I became aware of the use of parole in this general issue area was a case out of California, not my district, but the American citizen had joined the U.S. Armed Forces and had died in Iraq. And his mother was undocumented, and she was going to be deported even though her son had been killed in the service of the United States. And the issue she raised to us in California, she would not even be able to visit his grave. She was granted parole. And I'll say that under both Republican and Democratic presidents, parole has been used in such circumstances. I think that's appropriate, and I think that the gentleman from California's amendment is an important one and covers gaps in the bill. And I would urge its support. And I don't know if Mr. Correa would like additional time. I would be happy to yield additional time, but certainly the bill has a big gap here and would not fully honor our commitment to the families of those who serve. And I'll just give a note. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion that, you know, we never give category exemptions, all case by case. But in fact, there are a number of categorical exemptions that are listed in the bill on page 65 and the like. So I just wanted to note that the categories that are being objected to must be on the substance, because certainly there are categorical exemptions that are in the bill, underlying bill itself. And I would yield to Mr. Correa.
Thank you, Ms. Lofgren. I just wanted to bring this back to what we're talking about. We're talking about veterans honorably discharged, service members, their families, and really a public policy here that incentivizes good behavior, namely rewarding our military service volunteers. We're an all-volunteer army today. And to think that some of these individuals who are undocumented are serving, or their families are undocumented, and we say to them as a matter of public policy, you don't deserve to be in this country, I think that's the wrong message. So again, this is what America is about, honoring those that have served for us, that have sacrificed for us. And as Ms. Lofgren's example shows, some that have made the ultimate sacrifice. We need to make sure we take care of these folks as well. Thank you, Ms. Lofgren. I yield back to you.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
May I be recognized again?
Oh, excuse me. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman, Mr. Tiffany.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I take your amendment that it's done with all sincerity, Mr. Correa, but we cover those service members that you're referring to that should be covered because of their service to our country, who may make the ultimate sacrifice. We've included them in here along with their spouse and their children. Part of the problem that we run into is we're seeing now with parole, we're seeing it with the other pieces of immigration legislation, is that this administration can't be trusted. It's not my time, but hang on. This administration can't be trusted. I mean, parole is supposed to be used on a case-by-case basis. And that's not what this administration is doing. I think it's upwards of a million people that have come in via parole here in the last 2 years. We have a Border Patrol that is saying that the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security is lying to you, the American people. That's not us. It is the Border Patrol itself that is saying he is lying to you about the border being secured. So as a result of this, we have to make sure that we're very specific about who we're going to allow into our country because of that lack of trust that has happened as a result of the actions of this administration. But make no doubt about it, doubt about it. If you are a service member, you are covered, as well as your spouse and your children, under our legislation. I yield to the gentleman from California.
And I yield back.
Gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock controls the time.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of the amendment and thank Mr. Correa for submitting it. Let me just be clear in response to Mr. Tiffany's assertion that he's inaccurate. There is a big difference. The current military parole, the one that's in place today, provides parole eligibility to foreign nationals who came to the United States without authorization and who are also the immediate relatives of U.S. military service members and veterans. So you have military parole in place available to spouses, parents, and sons and daughters of active duty members of the U.S. Armed Forces, individuals in the reserves, and veterans who have served in the U.S. Armed Forces or reserves. The new provision, this bill that Mr. Tiffany was speaking about, the parole option is significantly limited. It is only for spouses and minor children of active military service members. So no veterans of the armed forces, no veterans of the reserves. And so it significantly narrows people who are eligible for parole. Mr. Correa's amendment restores it back to the original place it's been, which, by the way, was an initiative, I believe, of the Trump administration, where 20,000 applications were approved. Now, I know some of you on the other side of the aisle may be DeSantis people, and you may be trying to, show some disfavor of the old administration, but this is a good program. We ought to be absolutely certain that anyone who has served this country, either in active duty or on reserves, either as a veteran or currently serving, is eligible for parole. And you're taking a system which reaches all of those categories and you're narrowing it very significantly. You're excluding veterans, those who have completed their service, either active duty or reservists. Those men and women who have served our country and risked their lives in doing so are entitled to eligibility under this parole system. And so I urge you to support the
Would the
amendment. I
gentleman
yield the balance of my time to
I
General
thank the
Lady
gentleman for yielding. Here's the thing about parole. It does allow the executive on a case-by-case basis to make a humanitarian decision. Now, the fact is that there's a guideline for armed services that has been used by both Democratic and Republican presidents, but it doesn't preclude a president from making a finding that there is a humanitarian reason to grant parole. If you take a look at page 65, line 11, the spouse or child of a member of the armed forces serving on active duty. Well, in the case, and it's a real case that I mentioned earlier, the serviceman was not serving on active duty. He was dead. And he died while in the military. He died in Iraq. His mother received humanitarian parole. So, I mean, this would not permit that. And even the guidelines that are used are not aimed at that, but it allows a president to find a situation where common decency requires some action, and in this case, parole. So this is a restriction beyond what current practices are, but also would preclude the kind of situation I mentioned earlier. I think it's ill-advised, and I thank the gentleman for yielding, and he has departed, so I will yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and let me thank Mr. Correa for thinking about the expanded family members. People would wonder why we're in the midst of this discussion, because the devil is in the details. There's nothing more severe.
Committee will be in order.
Thank the gentleman. There's nothing more confusing than those of us who are immersed in immigration constituents than to try and interpret laws that by their very nature are intended to preclude, but are represented to be fixing the immigration system. So here we are with families and others. I think I heard Ms. Loughran indicate a mother who had been able to be statused through a person in the military. So I just want to be very brief and indicate that the limitations that my friends are putting on is really creating havoc in what I thought was an underlying position that we all viewed as important. And that is the position of family unification, family status. there's nothing that would indicate that a mother of a soldier is going to be dangerous or an extended family member is going to be dangerous, or that there is not a need to include those extended family members to be able to have parole. And if someone has put on the uniform, again, I say, unselfishly with the willingness to die in the fight for this nation, to bleed for the fight of this nation, I don't like these restraints. We didn't have them when we were in the midst of Iraq and Afghanistan, and families were able, sometimes in their grief, were able to not be deported out of this country. We never know when war will call our door. And we know that we will send all of those in uniform, and we will not stop them as they load up on a C-130 or something else, whether they are fully status, but more importantly, the status of their family members. And if we are able to, in the midst of crisis or need for families to be reunited, use the parole system, which I disagree, the administration has not abused it. There are reasons and a basis for the utilization. I would argue that this amendment needs to be put in place to ensure that extended family members that are really closer than I mentioned, but include the spouse, widow, widower, parent, son, or daughter, is really a very reasonable amendment. And to me, an active duty, I cannot imagine that we would declare an active duty members of their family not to be allowed to be in. So anything dealing with the military who are well vetted, which the amendment does provide for under our scheme of immigration process, and who's applied for a mission, I frankly believe this is a good amendment from the gentleman from California. And I'd ask my colleagues in a bipartisan manner and a recognition of the importance of the men and women serving unselfishly, voluntarily in our United States military. I can't imagine why you would vote against this. I simply just can't imagine. So I ask my colleagues to vote for this amendment and to respect men and women of the United States military, whether they are individuals with family members that are unstatus or not, and allow them the opportunity to status those family members by parole. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I support our men and women in our armed forces, and I want to make sure that this bill grants them the opportunity to take advantage of the provisions of the bill. I would yield to the gentleman from Arizona for a question. It's my understanding that the amendment in the nature of substitute, actually maybe it should be the gentleman from California. The amendment in the nature of substitute grants soldiers who are in this circumstance wishing to request asylum to apply for this parole on a case-by-case basis, and does not in any way hinder their ability to do that. Is that my understanding?
If that's your understanding, it is the correct understanding.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. So
Mr. McClintock would like to expand.
I would yield to the gentleman from California.
Well, yeah, again, as I understand it, there's an expedited pathway for non-citizens who've joined the military to obtain legal residency, a path to citizenship, them and their families, the works. This bill doesn't affect that in any way. The case that the gentlelady from California mentioned, a mother seeking to attend a son's funeral, well, that is exactly the kind of case-by-case evaluation that we're trying to protect. This is an individual who needs to enter the country for humanitarian purpose, and there's such urgency to it, they don't have the time to go through the normal channels. That's a legitimate use of parole authority, and once again, is not affected by this bill.
Would the gentleman yield? In the case I mentioned, she was living in California.
All right, I thank the gentleman. I thank the gentlelady. I think this is the substitute covers this issue, and asylum parole requests should be on a case-by-case basis, not by blanket categorization. So I would urge opposition to the amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. No. Roll call being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa? Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. No. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes no. Ms. Bartz? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Bentz? Mr. Bentz votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Vandrew? Mr. Vandrew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Cicilline votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagus? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Dean? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Ross? Ms. Bush? Mr. Ivy?
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Isa votes no.
Gentleman from Florida.
Mr. Gates votes no.
Any member wishing to vote? Who hasn't? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 10 ayes and 19 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order reserved.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Mr. Schiff of California.
The amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Throughout the markup today, many of my Republican colleagues have raised the issue of the fentanyl crisis. I share the deep concern over the proliferation of this deadly drug. It is taking a terrible toll on cities and towns all across America. The ready availability, the cost of this drug, the deadliness of the drug make it a terrible scourge that we ought to bring all of our efforts to bear to attack. And I believe that most of the members of this committee would agree that the fentanyl crisis has ravaged communities throughout the nation. But instead of putting forward policies that would actually help turn the tide of this epidemic, my colleagues instead seek to place blame for the fentanyl crisis on immigrants and asylum seekers. There's nothing in the bill put forward by my Republican colleagues that would actually protect American lives from these overdose deaths. Republicans continue to ignore the fact that the vast majority of fentanyl seizures, over 90% of them, are happening at ports of entry into the United States. If we are serious about attacking it, and so many of you have spoken out on fentanyl in connection with this bill, there's a good way to do it, and that is to attack where 90% of this is coming into the country. Not only is demonizing asylum seekers fear-mongering and xenophobic, but is also incredibly counterproductive when we consider the real source of this dangerous drug. We need to work together to address the root causes of fentanyl trafficking, and that requires putting forward legislation based on the reality that most of this that is coming into the country is coming through ports of entry, not between ports of entry. That's why I'm offering an amendment today that would provide $50 million over 5 years to expand the use of technology, non-intrusive inspection technology at U.S. ports of entry. This desperately needed funding will help better detect and stop fentanyl and other illicit drugs from entering the United States. So I encourage my colleagues to support this amendment. Certainly listening to my colleagues during the course of a discussion of this bill, you would think this bill is all about fentanyl. Well, if it's all about fentanyl, then we should do something in the bill to actually address this crisis. So I urge my colleagues to support $50 million to help interdict fentanyl at ports of entry, and urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from California insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman's amendment, as much as I like it, would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us. It therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. I yield back.
Does the sponsor of the amendment wish to be heard on the point of order? Gentleman is recognized.
Let me,
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes. So I'm rather astounded to hear my colleagues say that the issue of fentanyl is not germane to this bill. If this bill isn't about in any way, shape, or form dealing with the fentanyl crisis, then what have you been talking about? Why have you continued, so many of you, to raise fentanyl? You would think that this was the sole focus of this bill. And now you're telling me that an amendment actually dealing squarely with fentanyl is not in order? What is that all about? Why all the comments about fentanyl in connection with this bill? And now you're saying fentanyl has nothing to do with this bill. I can't reconcile that. So here's the choice you have. Because listen, whether it's germane or not, you know you support a great many things that are not technically germane when you agree with the policy. Well, do you agree with the policy of investing $50 million to attack the problem of fentanyl, or do you not? That's the question before you.
The chair is prepared to rule that is not the case, that the amendment deals with inspection technology at ports. As much as we like the amendment, as the sponsor of the legislation indicated, this is something that has to be handled in the Homeland Security Committee. Therefore, the gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and the fundamental purpose test. Therefore, it is not germane and out of order.
I don't understand why it's not a germane amendment to the Immigration, Nationality, and Naturalization Act.
I just explained that the amendment's not in order. Who seeks recognition?
gentleman yield. I'd seek recognition.
I protest the point. I appeal the ruling of the chair.
Has he ruled?
Mr. Chairman, I move the table.
The appeal, the ruling of the chair has been made. It's been a motion made to table the motion that the clerk will call the roll on the motion to table.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa?
Yes.
Mr. Issa votes yes. Mr. Buck? Mr. Gates? Mr. Johnson of Louisiana? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany?
Aye.
Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey?
Yes.
Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy? Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes yes. Ms. Sparks? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Benz? Mr. Benz votes yes. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes yes. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes yes. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson of Georgia? Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Mr. Schiff?
No.
Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Cicilline? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes no. Ms. Staropol? Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar votes no. Ms. Ross. Ms. Bush. Mr. Ivy votes no. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, you are not recorded. Mr. Johnson of Louisiana votes yes.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chair, there are 17 ayes and 12 noes.
Amendment is not adopted. Who seeks recognition?
The motion.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Motion to table is agreed to, excuse me. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from California reserves point of order. The clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. McClintock, offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
And it will be considered as read. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized to explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes the provision prohibiting government funds from being used to provide counsel for unaccompanied children and replaces it with the requirement that the government appoint or provide counsel to unaccompanied children. This amendment just makes sense, Mr. Chairman. We do not allow children to represent themselves in other legal proceedings, and immigration court should be no different. In these cases, the government is represented by a lawyer. How can we expect kids without lawyers to assess their own eligibility for humanitarian relief? How can we expect kids to prepare their own cases? And how can we expect kids to advocate for themselves adequately during an adversarial hearing? We should not expect children to act like adults, and it's absurd to require them to represent themselves in a complex legal proceeding. The data bears this out. Common sense bears it out. Unaccompanied children without counsel are almost 100 times less likely to obtain legal relief than unaccompanied children with counsel. Plus, providing representation leads to an orderly judicial process, which is sorely needed in our backlogged immigration courts. 98% of children with attorneys appeared for their court date. There has been a longstanding bipartisan support for efforts to provide counsel to unaccompanied children, including in the Homeland Security Act of 2022 and the Victims Protection Act of 2008. This is because Congress has realized for years that legal representation is absolutely essential to ensure that children have meaningful access to asylum and other protections. And for those reasons, Mr. Chair, I urge my colleagues on this committee on both sides of the aisle to support this amendment. And with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, does insist on his point of order?
No, I withdraw.
Gentleman does not. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. And I find myself thinking of this interesting, not meant to be flippant, yet very real world application. Who does the gentleman think placed that unaccompanied minor in the hands of the inhumane, vicious, dangerous coyotes and cartel and the human smugglers? Was it their parent? Yeah, most likely. Yeah, most likely. You know, you're asking at a time when the border's overrun, and we hear from the Homeland Security Secretary that the border is secure. But this surge of unaccompanied children is overwhelming our border. This isn't the first time this happened, though. You know, under the Obama administration, the total number of UACs apprehended at the border was nearly 250,000. Nearly 250,000. And the reality is, we will continue to see more. During the fiscal year 2022, CBP encountered 152,000 UACs. The gentleman is asking us to have an incalculable number of lawyers representing UACs. That's see, the number in 2022 is the most in a single year and more than a 400% increase over the last full fiscal year of the Trump administration, when there were only 33,000 UACs. Well, when we look at this, and we look at what happens in these immigration proceedings, Section 292 of the INA states, in any removal proceeding before an immigration judge, and in any appeal proceeding before the Attorney General from any such removal proceedings, the person concerned shall have the privilege of being represented at no expense to the government by such counsel. Now here, what's happening is, if you're an unaccompanied child, you're going to be placed into the hands of the Office of Refugee and Resettlement. That's what's going to happen. And you're going to be placed and released to somebody who's claiming to be responsible for you. And oddly enough, ORR has lost contact with more than 85,000 of those underage children.
Would the gentleman yield for a
No.
question?
No, I won't. They've lost contact with more than 85,000 underage unaccompanied children. Think about that. You know what? Taxpayers are footing the bill, and we can't even keep track of them. At what point would we insert the attorney to represent this child? Yeah, and who's going to pick the attorney? And who's going to supervise the attorney? I mean, this becomes just an actually impossible idea. American taxpayers are already shouldering the burden of funding expenses incurred by the government during immigration removal proceedings. But more than that, we are already incurring billions of dollars to care for unaccompanied children who are given special and unique right and care. That's what's happening. And so I think the amendment belies the reality of the situation and shows an incredible, as I've said this before, I don't want to sound like my colleague across the aisle, but it shows some kind of vacuity with regard to this subject. And so that I'm going to have to oppose this and encourage my colleagues to vote no as well. Now yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in favor of the amendment, regardless of the expenses and regardless of the numbers. These are the same arguments that were made against providing legal counsel to criminal defendants at the time of Gideon versus Wainwright in 1963. Mr. Johnson points out quite correctly that when you have a legal proceeding and you have a legal right to a lawyer, the general rule in this country is that if you cannot afford a lawyer will be provided for you. Now, certainly when you're talking about deportations, children cannot represent themselves. It's bad enough that adults may not have counsel, but adults at least can understand, presumably, some of what's going on and can answer questions from the judge like, why are you here and how did you get here and so forth. A child cannot. A child cannot understand the import of the judge's questions. The child may even be young enough so he doesn't understand the judge's question. So whatever the expense is, it's the American tradition that people placed in jeopardy of any kind, whether of life or limb or imprisonment or deportation or whatever, are entitled to counsel provided by the taxpayer if they cannot do it for themselves. Any opposition to this amendment is opposition to that fundamental American principle. So I support the amendment, and I cannot understand an argument against it. I'd like to hear why, aside from costs, why we wouldn't give children the benefit of counsel. That's a fundamental American principle. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Was that me or?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It seems to me we have a singular responsibility to unaccompanied children who show up at our border. Take them safely home. One of the cruel ironies of this issue is that the TVPRA, that is the Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act, which was supposed to reduce child trafficking, actually has dramatically increased the trafficking of children. Just as you can't judge a book by its cover, you can't judge a bill by its title. When the TVPRA passed in 2008, we encountered 8,000 non-Mexican unaccompanied minors on our border. In 2022, you know how many we've encountered? 149,000. That is an 18-fold increase in non-Mexican unaccompanied minors in the 14 years that this so-called anti-trafficking bill has been in effect. Why is it? Well, because we promised amnesty to unaccompanied children through DACA. And under this administration, we've assured that unaccompanied children are immediately trafficked by our own government. The so-called sponsors or self-declared family members, many of whom are in the country illegally themselves, with no effort whatsoever to return them safely to their homes. Now, there's nothing in this bill that prevents an unaccompanied child from having counsel. There's nothing in this bill that prevents an NGO or a pro bono law firm from offering counsel. It simply says our responsibility is not to pay those bills. Our responsibility is to get them safely home as quickly as we can. And that is the most humane thing that we can do.
The gentleman yield.
Instead, what we're watching from the Democrats is massive trafficking of these children. You know, when a child shows up at your doorstep, you try to get them safely home. You don't take them down to the street to the sweatshop or worse. That's what our government is doing under your administration with your cheering them on. I do not understand that.
Would the gentleman yield?
Perhaps the gentleman from New York can explain that to me.
Well, I'm not here to defend the administration or to talk about that.
Well,
But
you're
I am
defending
here.
the status
I am here
quo.
to say, with respect to what you were just talking about.
With all due respect, the members have taken is to protect the status quo, which is appalling.
That may be, but I don't.
It is.
Fine, I'm not talking about that. It is our responsibility, as you quite correctly say, to get these kids safely home, except for these kids who have a legitimate right to asylum here. And they cannot assert that right without an attorney.
Isn't that the responsibility of their parents?
No, we're talking about unaccompanied children.
My time, do the Democrats no longer recognize the right of parents anymore?
Did I answer you? We're talking about unaccompanied children. There's no parent in the picture. So most of those kids may not deserve asylum, may not want asylum, may in fact
again,
go home or should go home. Yeah. But some are entitled to asylum, and to assert that they need a counsel.
And there's nothing in the bill that prevents them from getting a counsel. All this says is that taxpayers aren't going to pay for it. Our resources are going to be used to get them home. Now, I realize that the Democratic woke left is completely re-engineering basic biology from the ground up. But I'll guarantee you there is a mother and a father that are responsible for that child someplace. That child came from someplace. It's our responsibility to get them safely home.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Okay.
So let's say hypothetically they do have a mother and a father someplace. If that someplace is not the court where that child happens to be, it's not particularly helpful at the moment. And to say that, they can have an attorney if they want one, well, then everybody wants one. The question is whether one will actually be provided. And we know that because, as the ranking member stated, these issues have been addressed for the past 60 years in the United
Again,
States.
reclaiming my time, here's what I'm afraid is happening and why our friends are taking the position they are. The median time to complete a UAC case is about 1,200 days. That is nearly 4 years. Unaccompanied children then are waiting for 4 years to get their hearing. This backlog is getting worse daily. Our job is to get them home. And I yield back.
Gentleman
Mr.
yields
Chairman.
back. Who seeks recognition? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We strayed a little bit afield from what this amendment actually proposes to do, and I think it's a very sensible one. I recall the late Don McEacham, who had a bill that I was working on with him to provide counsel to young children, and it was paid for by increased fees in the immigration system. That would likely not be germane in this case, so it's not included in the amendment. But I think the amendment is a solid one. There's a famous a case several years ago where a child under 5 was in court in removal proceedings. And the immigration judge was saying, well, do you understand your rights? I mean, this kid had a teddy bear. Obviously, the child did not understand his rights. He was in no position to really understand what was going on or to seek counsel for that matter. And to think that that meets, our standards of due process, I really think is absurd. So, we don't like to spend money any more than you do, but I'll note that there's an estimated 18 million criminal cases each year, and each one of those is represented by counsel. Those are people charged with a crime. The 5-year-old is not charged with anything. And matter of fact, they may not know why they're even there. And to say that each one of these children has a parent somewhere, when I've gone to the border talking to some of the people entering, I've encountered aunts and grandmas who are taking small children because their parents have been murdered in Central America. So it's not always the case that there is a parent able to take that child. But that's really not the thrust of the amendment. The thrust of the amendment is really about due process. And I commend the gentleman from Georgia for offering it. I would yield to him my time.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. I think of the 2-year-old or 3-year-old unaccompanied child at the border, teddy bear in one hand, sucking their thumb, just a child. And I think of that symbol and what it should mean to people around the world, regardless of language, regardless of creed or color. A child traumatized on a journey, put in the hands of a coyote, as my colleague, the chair, just talked about. I wonder, he said, who puts them in the hands of a coyote? But the fact is, they get into the hands of a coyote and they have to make a journey of hundreds of miles to the United States border. And the trauma that that little thumb-sucking child went through to get to the border should mean something to every American. And to expect that little child at that vulnerable moment to be able to represent themselves, not even knowing the language, is not a sensible proposition. It may be a matter of the heart that you would extend to that child some degree of humanity in your own heart to help them at a critical moment.
Regaining my time, if I may, if you take a look at page 62, I mean, this isn't only people who are seeking asylum. There's no age limit on the overstay provisions. So theoretically, you could have, you know, a 1-year-old who's violated the provision on line 11 of page 62 and would be in proceedings. And how are they going to even know what's happened? I mean, these are pre-verbal children in some cases, and yet there is a requirement that they be proceeded against that is not limited by age or by a knowledge requirement in the proposed provision. And
The gentlelady yield for a question?
well, it's not my time. Oh, yes, it is my time.
It is
I yield
yours.
back.
I was going to say, it
But
was yours.
unfortunately,
Now
I no longer have
Now it's
the
back to
time to
me.
yield, so.
Thank you. The gentlelady's time has expired. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman.
I believe that
You are recognized.
thank you. I believe that the Democrats, my colleagues on the other side, have finally acknowledged the horrors and the inhumanity of the Biden and Mayorkas border policies, describing a 2 or 3-year-old child arriving unaccompanied without an adult at the border because of a coyote who has brought that child there, and then demanding that the taxpayers of America provide that child with legal representation. I don't know that there could be any epitome of the brokenness of this system than to listen to what we just did for the last 5 minutes of stating that this administration has created policies and implemented policies that has resulted in this dystopian and horrifying situation and is doing nothing to prevent it from happening. And when the folks on my side of the aisle, when the Republicans come forward with a border policy that would prevent those kinds of things from happening, your response is, all it is money. All we need to do is spend more money to provide these abandoned children with legal services. I don't think that there is any better description than what I just heard as to why it is so important that we move forward with this border policy and this border policy and immigration reform package that we have put together. With that, I yield back.
The gentlelady is yielded back. Who seeks recognition? I see the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You are recognized.
You know, I've sat through this hearing since it began. I haven't heard anyone who doesn't acknowledge that our immigration system is broken. Sadly, what is proposed in this bill makes the system worse, and it's not an improvement. I think there has been example after example after example of thoughtful, even bipartisan proposals, often led by Ms. Lofgren and Ms. Jayapal, to actually repair our broken immigration system. This bill, for all the reasons we have already articulated, makes the situation worse. But let's get back to the amendment. The amendment is a simple proposition. We all recognize that immigration proceedings will often implicate important rights, important liberties. It is a bedrock of our system of due process in this country that people should have some understanding of the decisions they make and the impact it's going to have on their own freedom, their own liberty, their own future ability to remain in a place, or whether or not they're detained in a facility. And the idea that it's controversial that children who come here and are involved in an immigration proceeding ought not be represented so they understand what's happening, that somehow we should punish the kids because of their presence in an immigration proceeding. I mean, it's un-American. We're the envy of the world because we have the rule of law, we have a court system, we have a constitution, we have rights that are protected. And to say your punishment, 3, 5, and 6-year-old, your punishment for being found in the United States or being in some immigration proceeding is you're gonna have to figure it out. You're not gonna have a right to a lawyer. You're just gonna, whatever happens, happens. This is America, that's how we roll. And it's astonishing. It's astonishing. This is the Judiciary Committee. If we can't agree at a bare minimum that people who go through legal proceedings in this country have some understanding of what is happening in their lives, what they're giving up, what they're waiving, what results in their detention, what results in their release, what obligations they have. We can't agree that children ought to be guided in that process by qualified legal counsel. I don't know. It's a sad, sad day to me. I thank Mr. Johnson for offering this amendment. I'm proud to say I recognize the value of legal counsel, particularly for children, where so often the standard in our legal system is the best interest of the child. That's often guided by arguments of legal counsel. And we have a special responsibility to children in this country. Whatever their immigration status is, they're children. And we ought to do everything we can to protect their rights and their freedoms and make sure that they're not making decisions or decisions aren't being made for them that will negatively impact their lives. Have we really gotten to a place where we want to say to a 3 or 4 or 5-year-old, when you show up in immigration proceedings in America, have at it. We're not going to give you any legal counsel. You figure it out and you suffer
Will
the
you
consequences.
yield?
I certainly hope not, because that's not who we are as a country. And I'm happy to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Johnson if he needs it. If not, I yield back. Yield back.
The gentleman yields who seeks recognition. Mr. Klein from Virginia.
I take it then that you supported the Born Alive Act that was introduced earlier this year in describing the need to protect children, young children?
I think the Born Alive Act has anything to do with young children.
Okay.
The gentleman yields to me. Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify a couple things that I thought were interesting. I thought the argument was clever, referring to page 62, line 11, visa overstay. When you start talking about a visa overstay for an infant child, and again, you're talking about 2, 3, 4, 5-year-olds. That's been the thrust. I get it. Or 10, 11-year-olds. So fine. Typically, in virtually every situation, if you have a visa overstay of a child, guess what? What you have is you have someone that is with that child because that's how they got the visa. That's how they got the visa. They're with somebody. You got a visa overstay, that technically is a crime. They're going to get a lawyer. So that's why I thought that was an interesting argument. Didn't make sense to me, but interesting. Hold on. You can hold on just one second, Mr. Nadler. I'll get with you in one sec. Then the other thing is, when we start talking about the way the process works, I find myself again saying, the process seems to work this way, at least my observation of the process, which seems a little bit different from your understanding of the process and me. I'm not saying I'm 100% right. I'm just saying that my participation, my seeing of this up close, is that it kind of goes like this. When an unaccompanied child comes in, just saw some the other day. When they come in, they are taken to the detention center just like everybody else, but they're put into a different category. And you have caretakers now. You actually, and this is, I'm not saying this is a bad thing, I'm saying this is a good thing. You have caretakers that are designed and are there to attend to them. Then they're referred to Office of Refugee and Resettlement, who will then attempt to place them. Now, I've actually seen kids with something sewn onto their sleeve, something pinned to them, an address, a phone number, something. They'll try to work with that and see what they can find. They are doing their best to treat these kids with respect for their rights and treat them like they're residents of a foster system. And that's what happens there. I'm going to yield back to Mr. Klein.
Gentleman yield. Mr. Klein.
Just very briefly, I wanted to give my friend Mr. Cicilline an opportunity to correct what he just said a moment ago. I hope that was a mistake. You were asked about the Born Alive Infant Protection Act. You said that does not involve a child. You probably misspoke.
Misspoke at all. That is part of an effort by the Republican Party to enact a national abortion ban. I think you've been very clear about that. I do not support it. I think women in this country ought to make decisions about their own reproductive health care And I don't believe that legislation that prohibits them from doing so is appropriate.
I
My
understand,
position-
understand your position on abortion, but that
Would the
bill, just to
gentleman yield-
clarify.
would the gentleman
Not yet,
yield?
no, no, that bill.
That's a different bill. You're talking about a bill that had to
Mr.
do with
Johnson has the
hospital
floor.
treatment.
Mr. Johnson has the floor.
Not the original bill that
Mr.
most
Sisson.
Democrats
Would the
voted for.
gentleman
bill-
yield on that
hold on.
bill? Would the gentleman yield on that bill? to give
The
an answer?
bill that we voted on January 11th of this year
That's right.
was to give babies who are born alive during a botched abortion the same basic medical care that is provided to any
gentleman
other
yield
infant.
now?
That is the bill.
Would the
We were
gentleman
talking
yield?
about, I will not yield. I'm having a colloquy with Mr.
No, but
Cicilline.
Mr.
I'm giving him an
Johnson,
opportunity
you're
to correct his.
incorrect in your characterization. There were specific
out of order.
provisions
Okay.
in that bill
All right. All
that
right.
in fact
Reclaim
were-
my
Hold on,
time.
he's-
I was going to give you an
he's got 10 minutes.
opportunity
He's gonna
because I'm afraid that the.
No, you didn't even give me an
I have the
opportunity to correct
time.
something that
I
was
have the
correct,
time.
but
I have
thank
the
you.
time. The clip of what you said a moment ago, I predict, is going to be a viral one and it will live on forever. And you said that that does not involve a child. And I just want to clarify, the language is very specific. The legislation is very clear. And I know all the Democrats voted against that bill, but I
Would the
just
gentleman
can't, I
yield as
can't
to
believe
why?
what I was just told.
the
I'll yield back to
gentleman-
Mr. Klein.
Mr. Klein.
He doesn't
I
actually
would-
want an answer, Mr.
I would
Nadler.
say
Mr. Klein,
Would the
yield.
gentleman yield?
The
Mr.
bill-
Klein has the time.
The bill most definitely did have to do with a child because I'm all
Yes, it
too
did. Will you
familiar
yield?
with,
Mr.
The-
Nadler, you're out of order.
I
Please proceed.
am all too familiar with this, the circumstances that contributed to this bill because it was Virginia's last governor who said that when a child is born, they would make the child comfortable. Then they would have a conversation with the mother about what to do and implying that they would decide whether to let the child die on the table or make every effort to help resuscitate it. And that's what the Born Alive bill that we considered was intended to accomplish, was to ensure that that child had every chance at life and will continue to fight for life. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Who seeks recognition? I think it's Ms. Scanlon.
Move to strike the last word.
Would the gentlelady yield? for a
Gentlelady's
moment?
recognized.
Certainly, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you. I want to set the record straight on the Born Alive bill. Born Alive bill, first of all, is unnecessary because it describes murder in every state. But it was passed by this Congress in 2002, and I voted for it, and every Democrat voted for it. In fact, I think it was passed unanimously. The bill that we had this year said that if as a result of a botched abortion, a baby was born alive, it had to be taken care of, quite proper, and it had to be rushed to the hospital. The reason we voted against it is that in many cases, it is medically contraindicated to rush the baby to the hospital. We said that you should give it the standard of care that the doctors on the scene say is most likely to help that baby.
Like Kermit Gosnell, for example.
And rushing to the hospital may not be the way to do it.
Would the gentleman yield?
I thank the gentleman. I yield back
Thank
to
you.
him.
Would the gentlelady
Reclaiming my
yield?
time.
To
No,
Ms. Scanlon.
thank you. I just wanted to speak to the amendment that's actually under consideration here that would provide representation to unaccompanied minors here in this country. You know, as several people have noted, what's been described as the dystopian and horrifying situation that we have where children are coming to this country or being brought to this country because the situation in their home countries is so horrific. That's been building for decades. And I've represented those children in my legal career since well before this administration, representing kids who were orphans and who'd fled gang activity and abuse in their home countries and starvation. So we've heard a lot today about how this bill is supposed to protect children, but the opposition to an amendment that would actually protect children shows just how hollow that alleged concern is. If indeed our concern is to protect children who've been the victims of trafficking or who've been separated from parents or who don't have any parents, then we should help them to make the case if they're eligible to stay in this country, if they have relatives they should be placed with. But simply returning them to parents who don't exist or just shoving them back out of the country only makes them more vulnerable to the very kinds of abuse that our colleagues across the aisle are allegedly concerned about. So I've seen up close and personal how important representation is, not just to children, but to anyone embroiled in our legal systems, whether through immigration or otherwise. And I think it's really important that we provide that support. With that, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition?
I did, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop's recognized.
If you just think beyond the emotional moment that the amendment provokes, the arguments get very complicated. Why is it that the child should be regarded as a litigant because the child has been abandoned by a parent to a smuggler, then made the product of the cartel's smuggling operation to be deposited on American land? Why then would, if you want to confer government paid for counsel there, why not the same inchoate right that Ms. Scanlon just spoke to exists on the part of every deprived child in every country around the world? Why not appoint counsel to all of them? What really underlies the apparent solicitude for children here, though, is what otherwise is problematic. It has been exploited by the left about our border problem that has created the catastrophe that we have now. And that is, for example, asylum claims. Everyone understands all of the purported asylum claims, 90% of them are fabricated, are completely baseless. They won't prevail. You count on the fact that the system can't be resourced well enough to, no, you already had your 5. The system can't be conceivably resourced well enough to deal with the flow that you've generated by the process of incentivizing people to come and immigrate illegally. This would exacerbate the very sabotage that has been engineered to accomplish a legislative policy aim that is not in law. Just like today, Secretary Mayorkas in the Homeland Security Committee was confronted about his testimony before this committee to Mr. Roy back in April of last year, in which he testified under oath that he has operational control of the border. And the Secure Offense Act, of course, says that operational control of the border means no illegal immigration, no illegal narcotics. And he explained today that, well, when he was answering the question repeatedly that he had operational control, he was disregarding the operational control definition that the Congress has adopted in favor of one that he believes to be reasonable. If he doesn't like the law passed by Congress, in other words, he simply disregards it, tells Congress he's complying with it, but secretly harbors his own view that it is not binding on him because he does not think it reasonable. He is sabotaging the law so it cannot be accomplished, and all the while moving farther away from accomplishment of the law's objective as passed by Congress. And that's what this seeks to do. There's no base. Not every American is entitled to a lawyer to be paid for at government expense for any purpose the American wants to assert. Gideon versus Wainwright, to the point offered by the ranking member a moment ago, is quite limited. Those are criminal proceedings in which someone's liberty is at stake, is when the right to counsel attaches at government expense. You have a due process right to have counsel available to you in a legal proceeding. Well, this doesn't deny that. But for say that government provides it, every time somebody needs to go, actually there's very important proceedings that are in small claims courts around the country. People don't get an appointed counsel paid for by the government. It is completely unaccomplishable. And here's the real point. When you undertake to do these marvelous sounding ideas that cannot work, what you end up with is catastrophe, just like Mayorkas has produced here in the United States. 345,000 unaccompanied children in the United States. And belatedly, the New York Times is writing article after article about the fate to which they've come. appearing in jobs, working sweatshop type jobs or working hard jobs inappropriate to children, standing in the, under the identity and credentials of others around the country, figuring out how to pay off the cartels who you are facilitating and building billions of dollars of revenue for. Pie in the sky, crazy ideas that you think sound humane are harmful and they are destructive. And it is time for the destructiveness to stop. That's what this bill will accomplish. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Texas is Scanlon?
Word.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Very, very quickly, I just want to specifically go back to Mr. Johnson's amendment. This seems to be a sort of stone throwing at President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas. I don't know what purpose we have and what purpose we have in the legislation that is certainly a hodgepodge of very difficult points of view that are going to be very complicated and very almost impossible to implement. But the one key element that I want to say is that there are unaccompanied children. They've been coming for years. Mr. Johnson has a very simple amendment. There's an instance where the child themselves or children just cannot speak. They too will have language if they are if they're at language age, but they may not speak. I held in my hands a 9-month-old unaccompanied child that was passed from hand to hand and got over the border. I don't think that child could in any way provide any defense for themselves, but they would need counsel to articulate the child's plight and condition, factually investigate how they wound up being 9 months old, separated from their birth mother or from whoever their guardian is. The amendment is simple. It is that children may be incapable of defending themselves or presenting a case. And I think reasonable men and women should support the amendment that is a reasonable amendment to provide for the safety and security of any child, in this instance, a child that is a migrant who comes unaccompanied for whatever reason you might define, and the representation does not guarantee the child citizenship. It guarantees that we'll do the best we can as a compassionate nation to find where they should go and where they should be. If that means finding their family, that is a reputable charge for that council, because what happened under the previous administration was a debacle of enormous tragedy, and there are people today suffering for the loss of their children, yet not found. I ask my colleagues to support a very reasonable act that we should have on this, and I'm happy to yield to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania.
I just wanted to correct one thing. We've heard several times today that most asylum claims are fictitious or fraudulent, and I just don't think there's support for that. The figure we were just told is 90% are fabricated. The fact is that even if 90% are rejected, it's because most asylum seekers don't have counsel. The evidence is super clear. Study after study has shown that if people have counsel who are able to help them overcome the language barriers and the legal barriers, then they are more likely to be found eligible under our laws to be eligible for asylum. And it's even more important when we have kids at issue. So with that, I'd yield back to Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Gentlelady yields back. It's my understanding votes have been called, so the committee will recess until, and after votes we have, there's a classified briefing. So the plan is to resume the markup as soon as the classified briefing is finished, to be back here to complete the immigration legislation, and then we have a CRA that we want to complete as well. So we will stand in recess until after votes, and then followed by the classified briefing after that. Committee stands in recess.
Committee recommendation on this was to continue the review for 4 years until 2027.
I've been, it's not on 3, it's on.
Well, the members there are 18 members.
Where is that at?
Plus the Secretary of State's.
I saw them on it. I'm all right on that. Hey, I've been yielding back to you. I'm okay.
All right.
Go right on.
So you no other comments or questions? I don't see anybody over there. I'd move for final passage of HB 206 using previous role.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams. 30 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 206 passes.
Mr. President, point of personal privilege, if I could.
You're recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the body, listening as we've gone through these sunset bills, grave importance to the citizens of the state of Alabama and the work that we did over the summer and the work we'll continue to do each summer. We have an opportunity to, edify ourselves, make sure that we're informed and inform others in that edification process. So I just want to say thank you to the body to listen to the comments and questions and giving us that opportunity to sunset committee. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you for your leadership, Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President.
Senator Smithman.
Could I have a moment?
Recognized.
Thank you. I just want to say, everyone, that we have some issues that we've got to work with, and that's our incentive bills. And so hopefully we'll be able to, get to them and do what we have to do to get them moving along like they need to move. And I did want to say that get a chance, go back in your room, office, and close the door, do a little stretching so you don't pull nothing. And I'll see y'all in a little bit. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator, and also Coach. All right, now move on to introduction of bills. Senator Jones. Senator Jones, introduction of bills.
Mr. President, move for the introduction of bills anytime throughout the day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Thanks, Senator Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now move on to committee reports. Secretary, call the first committee. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 241 receives a favorable report by a vote of 15 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, House Bill number 247 receives a favorable report by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill number 60 receives a favorable report with substitute by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays. These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
Messed up. This is the same committee.
From the Committee on Finance and Taxation Education, Senate Bill 57 receives a favorable report with 1 amendment by a vote of 16 ayes and 0 nays.
Now new committee, these bills.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. Secretary, call the next committee.
Let the record show that the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. We appreciate all of you being here today, and we look forward to your testimony. Let me remind the witnesses that we have read your statements and they will appear in full in the hearing record. Please limit your oral statements to 5 minutes. As a reminder, please press the button on your microphone in front of you so that it is on and the members can hear you. When you begin to speak, the light in front of you will turn green. After 4 minutes, the light will turn yellow. When the red light comes on, your 5 minutes have expired. We would ask that you please wrap up. I recognize Mr. Storch to please begin his opening statement.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of the committee. The war in Afghanistan was, in the words of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a strategic failure. Despite an investment of more than $2 trillion over 20 years, and the sacrifices of more than 2,400 American service members, the U.S.-supported Afghan government and military collapsed almost immediately as U.S. forces began their final withdrawal from the country, resulting in a more rushed and contested non-combatant evacuation. My office has provided robust, independent oversight of DoD activities involving Afghanistan going back to 2005. Congress established the lead IG model for coordinating oversight and reporting on overseas contingency operations in 2013. In 2015, the DoD IG was designated the lead IG for Operation Freedom Sentinel, the U.S. counterterrorism mission against al-Qaeda, ISIS-K, and their affiliates in Afghanistan, and related participation in the NATO-led mission to develop the capacity of the Afghan security ministries and national defense and security forces. As lead IG, my office employs a whole-of-government approach to continuously engage and coordinate with my colleagues here from the State Department OIG, U.S. Agency for International Development OIG, and the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction, and many others to develop annual oversight plans and issue quarterly reports that transparently provide information regarding the operation and our oversight of it. With the sunset of OFS following the end of U.S. military presence in Afghanistan, my office's lead IG responsibilities continue with Operation Enduring Sentinel, the mission to conduct over-the-horizon counterterrorism operations and engage with regional partners. To date, we and our partners have issued 31 quarterly reports on OFS and OES. The DoD OIG has issued 223 audit and evaluation reports and advisories related to Afghanistan oversight, containing approximately 1,500 recommendations to improve DoD programs and operations. Last fall, we issued a lessons learned report on U.S. security cooperation activities that analyzed a total of 66 reports from my office and our partners to identify significant challenge areas, including deficiencies with training and advising the Afghan security forces and ministries that resulted in over-reliance on U.S. and coalition forces, and a lack of accountability and control for U.S. supplied equipment. In the latter area, my office has issued some 15 separate reports related to the inability of both the DoD and the ANDSF to properly account for a variety of military equipment and property. DoD OIG audits also identified issues with the accountability of U.S. funds that were provided to support the ANDSF, including problems with payroll systems and ghost soldiers and routine theft of fuel and ammunition. Our oversight also identified an over-reliance on U.S. contractor maintenance that persisted throughout the U.S. military withdrawal. As the U.S. military presence was ending, the DoD OIG issued a management advisory that compiled weaknesses from 9 reports regarding concerns about not properly removing sensitive information from controlled inventory and the lack of documentation for the retrograde and disposal of such equipment. We also conducted a classified evaluation of the airstrike that tragically killed 10 civilians, including 7 children, on August 29, one of several reviews related to kinetic strikes by my office. After the Afghan collapse, our lead IG reporting summarized available information regarding the factors contributing to the sudden demise of the Afghan military, while our audits and evaluations pivoted to address time-sensitive issues regarding the multi-agency effort supported by the DoD to evacuate and support refugees. This included assessments of 11 military installations used in that effort, and last August, a lessons learned report on those efforts. We also have a number of completed and ongoing reviews related to DoD support for DHS-led screening and vetting activities, as well as ongoing complementary audits with state and USAID OIGs of withdrawal-related contract closeout costs. Apart from all these programmatic reviews, my office's Defense Criminal Investigative Service has conducted over 500 investigations over the course of the U.S. presence in Afghanistan, resulting in 172 convictions, orders for more than $1.3 billion in monetary recoveries, and over 500 suspensions or debarments. Our audits, evaluations, and investigations contain valuable lessons for the conduct of DoD operations now and in the future, and we will continue to conduct impactful oversight related to Afghanistan and as lead IG to provide joint reporting and oversight of OES. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Department of State Office of Inspector General's Afghanistan-related oversight work. I'm very pleased to be joined today by my counterparts from the Defense and USAID OIGs and the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction. We are all here today prompted by memories of the shocking and chaotic scene that unfolded at the Kabul airport during the withdrawal of U.S. forces from Afghanistan in August 2021. While the department has reported that the United States and its partners ultimately evacuated approximately 124,000 people in the summer of 2021, questions rightfully remain about the planning, intelligence gathering, information sharing, and decisions leading up to the events of that summer. We have questions too, which is why in the months immediately following the evacuation and withdrawal, State OIG launched an independent review to understand not only how the department planned for the non-combatant evacuation it helped execute, but what factors contributed to the confusion and chaos that ultimately unfolded. Today, I can share that we do have some answers to these important questions. In the next few weeks, State OIG will be issuing its first in a series of reports looking at the department's planning for and execution of the evacuation of Embassy Kabul. Although aspects of this work are classified and so cannot be discussed in this forum today, I would like to share a few insights that are appropriate to the setting. And I'll start with the bottom line up front. While the embassy's emergency evacuation planning activities in the lead up to the evacuation generally complied with applicable standards, the department simply was not fully prepared for the full range of challenges it encountered. And the critical question, of course, is why. Our review found that there were several contributing factors. For one, we found that embassy leadership, implementing the position taken at the time by the administration, operated under the understanding that diplomatic operations would continue in Afghanistan after the military withdrawal, and did not want to engage in overt evacuation planning based on concerns that it could spark panic and undermine support for the Afghan government. As a result, communications with embassy personnel were unclear as to the timing and scope of a potential evacuation, leading to confusion and, in some cases, inadequate preparation. In addition, we found that the embassy was not fully prepared to evacuate the number of people it ultimately did. This was due in part to the embassy lacking clearly defined eligibility criteria for the evacuation and using unreliable data about the potential number of evacuees. These issues contributed to the scenes that eventually unfolded at the airport in Kabul and were further compounded by issues relating to unclear leadership, logistical mishaps, and communication failures that I'm afraid I can't discuss in this setting, but would be happy to brief to Congress in a classified setting when our report is released. While the events of August 2021 have passed, as oversight professionals and as legislators here today, we must grapple with the ongoing ramifications of those events. These include the near doubling of the number of Afghans in need of humanitarian assistance since the Taliban came to power, and the severe curtailment of the rights of women and girls. Further, the Afghan Special Immigrant Visa Program, for which the Department of State is primarily responsible, still has more than 152,000 SIV applicants in Afghanistan undergoing processing as of last month. This is why it is so important that we continue to keep a close eye trained on the situation in Afghanistan, which is precisely what we're doing. State OIG has issued 14 Afghanistan-related oversight products since the evacuation, and we have an additional nearly dozen projects planned and ongoing. This oversight work will address three primary strategic areas, including additional coverage of the evacuation of Embassy Kabul, support for Afghan evacuees, and the resumption of department programs and operations related to Afghanistan. Our work will provide answers to critical questions and offer recommendations that we hope will prompt positive change. But in closing, I'd like to leave you with one final message. How the department responds to our Afghanistan-related findings and recommendations has the potential to impact its success or failure in other important contexts, including Ukraine and Iraq. It is therefore vitally important that the department continue to embrace and learn from our oversight work. This is true not only for us, but for my colleagues on the panel. Each of us recognizes that our work has long-lasting potential life or death implications. which is also dedicated to robust, independent whole-of-government oversight. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Angelella.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the Office of Inspector General's oversight of USAID's work in Afghanistan. I also look forward to sharing with you lessons learned from Afghanistan that must inform USAID's future programming. I'm honored to be sitting here today with my oversight partners from the Department of Defense, State, and SIGAR. Past and continued oversight of USAID programs and US programs in Afghanistan cannot be done in silos. In joining forces, we avoid duplication of effort, ensure policymakers receive the information they need, and hold accountable bad actors targeting US funds. The chaotic events that occurred during the evacuation impacted our office in a significant and personal way. We had 6 colleagues, local Afghan employees of USAID OIG, that were trying to evacuate with their families. I was not acting as the head of our office at that time, but as a member of our senior leadership team, I was on the live group chat we had linking us with our staff 24/7 as they and their families tried to get to and through the Abbey Gate day in and day out. Those exchanges will stay with me forever. I'm happy to say that our colleagues were eventually able to evacuate and relocate in the United States. I've never been prouder to work at USAID OIG than I was during those months. The generosity and kindness our employees showed in helping their former colleagues as they built new lives in America was inspiring. I also want to recognize all of our Afghan USAID OIG employees over the years who were integral to OIG's work. Without them, the work I'm going to talk about today would not have been possible. From 2001 until the evacuation in 2021, USAID invested $24 billion in Afghanistan. The significant level of investment required a proportionate level of independent oversight from USAID OIG. In 2010, we established a Kabul office to advance our work in country. We issued more than 300 reports covering programs valued at close to $6.4 billion. This work resulted in nearly 800 recommendations to USAID and identified hundreds of millions of dollars in question costs. Our investigative work led to criminal prosecutions, major False Claims Act statements, and suspensions or debarments of 70 companies and individuals. In addition to the direct impact on US government efforts in Afghanistan, our comprehensive body of work provides vital lessons that can inform USAID's responses to complex emergencies around the world. I would like to highlight 3 key lessons today. First, effective monitoring of programming activities is essential in complex environments. USAID must implement and then adhere to standards to ensure effective program oversight. It must also plan ahead to ensure continuity of projects in anticipation of staff reductions. One of our Afghanistan audits found that for 127 projects reviewed in Afghanistan, only 1 award used USAID's monitoring system as intended. Second, USAID must clearly define, measure, and link performance objectives to ensure that programs are actually meeting the established metrics and goals. For example, one of our audits found that USAID did not have policies and procedures in place to verify that payments to a World Bank trust fund were being used for their intended purpose. Third, in conflict zones such as Afghanistan, large sums of funding from outside donors attract corruption and diversion, including to sanctioned groups like the Taliban. USAID must strengthen processes to ensure prompt reporting of criminal activity and ensure accountability over its programs, especially those being implemented by UN and multilateral organizations in Afghanistan today. Our Afghanistan oversight work continues today with planned and ongoing audit work. We also continue to receive allegations pertaining to fraud and diversion. Currently, we have 4 open criminal cases related to Afghanistan and 3 cases we are coordinating on with the World Food Program Office of Inspector General. Our decades of work in Afghanistan yielded important lessons that USAID must apply toward programming in future conflict zones. You have my commitment that my office, in coordination with my oversight partners here today, will continue to provide the comprehensive, independent oversight that is expected for continued US programming in Afghanistan. Thank you for your time. I look forward to the discussion today.
Thank you. Mr. Sopko.
Chairman Comer, Ranking Member Raskin, thank you very much for inviting me to come back here to testify. I believe this is the 12th time I've testified before this committee. Unlike my other colleagues here, SIGAR has not been tasked with, nor do we have the jurisdiction to, look at the question of the administration's withdrawal. However, just days after that withdrawal occurred, this committee, in a bipartisan fashion, asked us and directed us to examine the factors that led up to the Afghan collapse and the Afghan withdrawal. Your request, I believe, is extremely critical to today's hearing and your ongoing oversight work, because it provides the context for how the Trump and Biden administration's policy decisions were either effected or carried out. SIGAR's reports, and these are the two reports which we have prepared for this committee, are based upon our over 12 years of work in Afghanistan, over 700 audits or reports we prepared, and includes dozens of lessons learned reports on particular issues in Afghanistan. They are also based on over 800 interviews of current and former U.S. and Afghan military and civilian officials. They painstakingly show that the failure to build a democratic, self-sustainable Afghan state, which was the purpose for us going into Afghanistan, was the result of many decisions made over the course of 4 presidential administrations. From ignoring rampant corruption and the lack of a consistent U.S. strategy, to the inability to develop self-sustaining Afghan military forces and institutions, the seeds of August 2021's drama were sown many years before. We found that the 2020 Doha Agreement and the subsequent decision to go through with the withdrawal in 2021 merely exacerbated long-existing problems. Among them, these policy decisions dramatically degraded the morale of the Afghan security forces and compounded the Afghan military's total dependence on U.S. combat and contractor support, which left the Afghan military unable to sustain operations. The Afghan government's own self-denial about the U.S. intent to depart, the exclusion of the Afghan government from the U.S. negotiations with the Taliban, again, systemic corruption, and the insular Afghan government decision-making were additional factors that contributed to the disaster. But remember this, once each administration decided to withdraw our troops and contractors, it was not a question of if, it was rather a question of when the Afghan government was going to collapse. Now, I want to change the subject because there are still major problems with our assistance in Afghanistan that this committee should be alerted to. The United States has appropriated $2 billion for Afghanistan assistance since the withdrawal, and a further $3.5 billion may be available through this newly created Switzerland-based Afghan fund. While I agree, and we all agree, Afghanistan faces a dire humanitarian and economic situation, it is critical that our assistance not be diverted by the Taliban. Unfortunately, as I sit here today, I cannot assure this committee or the American taxpayer we are not currently funding the Taliban. Nor can I assure you that the Taliban are not diverting the money we are sending from the intended recipients, which are the poor Afghan people. As our 2023 high-risk list for Congress, which we were releasing today at this hearing, indicates, we face serious risk due to Taliban interference with UN and U.S. assistance, and we face a lack of aggressive oversight controls on the trust funds and the multilateral organizations. Which brings me to the issue that I know I've spoken before, but it's particularly a problem of the U.S. State Department and USAID's failure to fully cooperate with SIGAR audits and other inquiries. The lack of cooperation by state, and I'm not talking about the IGs, I'm talking about the Department of State and to a lesser extent USAID, is unprecedented in the nearly 12 years that I have been the SIGAR. I must add, in the 2 decades that I did congressional oversight, both in the Senate and the House. Due to this refusal to fully cooperate, a significant portion of SIGAR's work, including the 5 reports we did for this committee, have been hindered and delayed. So in conclusion, we need your help to stop this obfuscation and delay by the Department of State and, to some extent, USAID. As I'm sure my fellow inspectors general would agree, we cannot abide a situation in which agencies are allowed to pick and choose what information an IG gets, or who an IG can interview, or what an IG may report on. If permitted to continue, it will end SIGAR's work in Afghanistan, but also Congress's access to independent and credible oversight of any administration. Thank you very much, and I look forward to answering your questions.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Sopko. Now, get to the question portion. We begin with the chairman of the National Security Subcommittee, Mr. Grofman.
Thank you. I'm going to go a little bit different here when we kick off. I think collectively in Afghanistan, since I've been on this committee, we have had to have 7 or 8 hearings. And I always kind of view them through the prism, the answers I get through the prism of a guy who I had being my driver one summer, was a blue collar guy, had spent 6 months in Afghanistan. And I asked him what he thought was going on in Afghanistan. He says, it's not going to end well. We shouldn't stay around. Maybe we should have, maybe we shouldn't have. But he said they hate us. So here's this guy, 21-year-old guy, and then I come in here before these committee hearings, not the IG, but all the various agencies, and they're all confident how we're advancing and things are getting better and better, and the government's going to hold on for years and years. And I knew all along my 21-year-old guy who spent 4 or 5 months there knew a lot more than the high-level State Department people who were assuring us that everything was going well. Prior to delving into the more relevant questions, I'll just ask Ms. Shaw, and maybe this is not the IGF to know this, but could you give us an opinion of where we find these State Department employees that seem so clueless about what's going on in the real world? Is there a way we could change the hiring practices? Are the universities that train these people so totally flawed or lacking in common sense? How do they get this so wrong when just an average guy, boots on the ground, so to speak, understood exactly what was going on?
So thank you for your question. I don't know that we have work specifically on that issue, although we do look in the context of contract oversight and monitoring and find that there are folks filling in these positions that lack the technical expertise, lack the experience. And so we do have some work that point to those issues, but on the broader question, I'm afraid I don't have an answer.
Yeah, okay. I'm not really worried about technical expertise. I'm worried about common sense, which seem to be entirely lacking. Ms. Angelera, what ongoing programs are taking place in Afghanistan today?
Sure, thank you for your question. In FY22, USAID appropriated or spent $912 million in Afghanistan. Through Q1 and Q2 of FY23, it's about $599 million, and it's more heavily weighted towards humanitarian assistance, mostly food aid, and a very small portion of it, about $59 million in development funding, but mostly humanitarian food assistance.
Well, thank you. Are there any indications that with $900 million, is some of that going towards the goal of making sure that the people of Afghanistan no longer hate us?
I think the goal of getting food to people, there have been significant impediments to that in the last couple of months with the ban on women working for NGOs and most recently the UN. As of right now, the UN has halted much of its programming for humanitarian assistance, I believe until May 5th, while they decide how to continue implementing programming.
Okay, how does USAID ensure the assistance is not going to Taliban?
USAID has third-party monitoring and multi-tiered monitoring, and what we do as USAID is evaluate the type of monitoring they have in place right now.
Okay, we'll go to Mr. Sopko. Today, you're releasing your 2023 high-risk list that examines the ongoing risk to U.S. taxpayer dollars. What are the biggest risks that you've identified?
I think the biggest risk is the interference the Taliban has with the UN and Department of State and USAID programs. We do know that the UN has told us that they are siphoning money off. Are actually going beyond what the Ghani administration and stealing money from us. So that started. I think the second problem is that we have to rely on international trust funds like the UN. We have identified in the past over the last 12 years that these trust funds with the UN, World Bank, et cetera, do very little oversight and are very skimpy on giving information about it, and we think that's continuing. So we don't think state and aid. And when we specifically asked, to give you an example, when we asked state, how much money is the Taliban getting from these programs, they couldn't answer because they don't know. So I can't tell you how much, but that's the biggest. The other serious threat to our assistance, I think, is the refusal of state and aid to answer the simplest oversight questions that we have, like who are your implementing partners? Can we interview them? We are not getting those answers back. So I would say the three biggest threats is the Taliban, it's the fact we're over-relying on these international institutions, which in the past have been horrible in providing us appropriate information. And the third thing is state and aid's abject refusal to allow oversight.
Could you just rattle off quickly one more time the international organizations that this body and quite frankly the press corps should know cannot really be trusted with taxpayer dollars?
Well, mainly there's a number of UN organizations we've identified in the past. You also have the World Food Program. You have something called the Colombo Plan, which the State Department specifically ordered not to talk to us when we're doing an audit of one of their programs on this. I think the World Bank is also involved. I would have to get you a further list of all the programs involved.
Thanks. Well, it's very illuminating. Thank you much for giving me another couple seconds.
Very good. Chair recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sopko, thank you for your service as the Special Inspector General for the Afghan reconstruction and for the reports you've authored examining the factors that led to the collapse of the Afghan government and security forces. Your work is critical also going forward, as you were just saying. Committee Democrats strongly support the work of all the IGs, and we will continue to urge all of the agencies to cooperate fully with your efforts. In your February 2023 report, you said there were 6 key short-term reasons for collapse of the Afghan armed forces, but the very first one that you cite was Donald Trump's decision to negotiate with the Taliban for a U.S. withdrawal, negotiations that excluded the Afghan government, and then to give the Taliban exactly what they wanted, which was the commitment of the U.S. to completely withdraw all U.S. and allied forces, as well as all contractors, and the April 2021 announcement following through on that agreement. You write about how this agreement between the Taliban and the Trump administration led the jubilant Taliban to declare victory on behalf of the entire Muslim and Mujahideen nation, how it destroyed morale within the Afghan military and security forces, and how it, quote, catalyzed the collapse of the government. Mr. Sopko, did President Trump's decision to negotiate directly with the Taliban and exclude President Ghani and the Afghan government from negotiations undermine the ability of the Afghan government to negotiate a stable peace agreement with the Taliban and to defend itself and the nation against Taliban military attack?
As we say, this was one of many decisions, but you're correct. That decision itself undercut the morale of the average Afghan soldier and the average Afghan civilian. But the follow-up is, as we say in the report, we also say that the decision by the Biden administration to follow also added to that elimination of the morale of the average Afghan soldier to continue fighting.
By following that path. I gotcha.
Yes.
Did the Trump-Taliban agreement embolden what you call a reinvigorated Taliban to increase its violent attacks against the Afghan armed forces?
Yes, it did. It did. And if you talk to the Afghan generals and people who are on the ground, which we did, they'll tell you that that is exactly what happened.
Well, one of the concessions that Trump made to the Taliban was allowing the release of 5,000 Taliban prisoners then being held by the Afghan government, including perpetrators of terrorist attacks, in return for the Taliban freeing, I believe it was 1,000 Afghan prisoners. Thousands of these Taliban released fighters immediately returned to the battlefield and participated, and in some cases led the Taliban onslaught against Afghan cities, even though there was a provision saying that they were not supposed to rejoin the fight. In September of 2021, after the fall of Kabul, former President Trump lied about this deal, saying, quote, "The inept Afghan government led by corrupt President Ghani released 5,000 prisoners, not the Trump administration." We know this is a lie from the language of the Trump-Taliban agreement itself, which explicitly contemplated the release of, quote, "up to 5,000 prisoners by March 10th, 2020. Moreover, your report establishes that the Trump administration actually pressured the Afghan government to agree to this condition. Mr. Sopko, isn't it correct that the Afghan government initially opposed the release of these Taliban and terrorist prisoners?
You're correct.
And how did the Trump administration specifically work to pressure or coerce the Afghan government to agree to this prisoner exchange?
I believe it may have been Secretary of State Pompeo, I believe our report indicates, may have actually threatened funding to the Afghan government. I believe. I'd have to double check.
Secretary Pompeo, according to the report, threatened to withhold U.S. aid.
That's correct.
If
That's
they
correct.
didn't go along with it. So just to get the picture straight, President Trump excludes the Afghan government from the negotiation, takes it upon himself to work directly with the Taliban, then negotiates a provision for the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters, including terrorists. The Afghan government opposes it, and in order to coerce them to go along with it, Secretary Pompeo says he'll withhold aid. The government goes along with it, and then the disaster ensues. Now, obviously, that infusion of thousands of new fighters didn't necessarily make the difference, but it certainly made a pretty big difference. Your report tells a shocking story indeed. I thank you for your service, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Palmer for 5 minutes.
I would point out that the peace agreement with the Taliban made in February of 2020, at least through September 2020, there were 0 American service men or women killed in Afghanistan. I do have a question for Mr. Storch, Mr. Sopko. Apparently, the U.S. government gave the Taliban a list of Americans and Afghan allies, names of people that were trying to get to the airport in Kabul. Are you aware of that, Mr. Storch?
Our office hasn't done any work on that. I will say that we are aware of the after action work that was done by the administration, and I immediately requested and obtained full copies of that, and my team and I are reviewing that.
Mr. Sopko, were you aware that a list of Americans and Afghan allies was given to the Taliban?
I am only aware from what's been reported in the press. I'm not aware of it. Again, we did not look at the withdrawal, so I can't answer that question.
Okay, I have a lot of concern about that because, and this is for the State Department, you don't need to respond, but I do think the State Department needs to respond And on this question, and if there was a list, who was on the list and can they account for those people? It was characterized in the media by anonymous sources within the State Department that it was tantamount to giving the Taliban a kill list. Mr. Storch, were there any American soldiers remaining in Afghanistan after the final withdrawal from Kabul?
Again, as I testified, Congressman, following the withdrawal.
So you're not, it's a yes or no?
I don't have the answer to that.
Do you
sir.
know, Mr. Sopko?
No, I don't.
Do any of you know in the weeks following the withdrawal whether or not there were American service members who are still there? I'll follow up on that later. I may need to talk to someone else about this. Did any of you encounter anyone with the State Department that expressed or exhibited any level of animosity or negative feelings toward American servicemen and women or American contractors or Afghan allies? And did you, in your efforts to do your investigations, did you encounter anyone that displayed any animosity toward U.S. involvement in Afghanistan? So yes or no. If you don't know.
You're saying State Department employees who expressed that?
Have you talked to people outside of Washington?
Oh, absolutely. We interviewed 800 some people, and since the U.S. government wouldn't talk to us, we interviewed a lot of former and current employees privately. Yes, we talked to a lot of people. I don't remember encountering anybody expressing any animosity to U.S. troops and the people we interviewed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll follow up on this later with you. Mr. Sopko, you've already expressed some reservations about U.S. funding, sending billions of dollars to Afghanistan to promote human rights, to support the rights of women and girls, particularly the rights of women and girls to work, to get an education. How confident are you that the Taliban will make sure that every dollar of U.S. taxpayers' money will go toward promoting and supporting human rights, and particularly in regard to women and girls?
I don't trust the Taliban as far as you can throw them. And the information we're getting, again, not from the State Department, who isn't talking to us, or USAID, who's giving us access, is that the Taliban are already diverting funds. Let me just correct one thing, sir. I am not opposed to humanitarian assistance. That's a policy decision that Congress and the president and the administration have to make. I just am saying, if the purpose is to help the Afghan people, we have to have effective oversight to ensure the money goes to those people and not to some Taliban. And I would just say, I haven't seen a starving Taliban fighter on TV. They all seem to be fat, dumb, and happy. I see a lot of starving Afghan children on TV. So I'm wondering where all this funding is going.
Well, I think we're all aware that withholding food and sustenance is a way to maintain control over a population. And I have some serious concerns about what's happened there post the withdrawal and how it was handled in the efforts to post-withdrawal of private contractors to extract people, that frankly, some of that's still going on. The fact that the Taliban was going house to house, people could hear gunshots in the streets. I'm very concerned about what's happened in that country, and I support humanitarian aid, but I don't support giving money to people who are murdering people in the street, who are denying people basic human rights, and who are basically withholding the opportunities that for 20 years Afghan women and girls enjoyed while we were there. My last question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, is did anyone at the Department of Defense or the State Department express any reservations about abandoning Bagram?
Gentlemen's time's expired, but feel free to answer the question.
Yeah, we reported out in our lead IG reporting regarding all the facts and case, but we haven't done any oversight work related to that.
Okay.
And I would say as well, if I can, I know we're over, but that goes to the point that Mr. Sopko made earlier. Many of these are policy, strategic decisions. And so as IGs, our role is, once those are set, to do oversight that determines whether the policy or strategy is being done efficiently or effectively.
I thank the chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Ms. Norton for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair. I strongly agree with the inspectors general about the need to support the people of Afghanistan amidst ongoing economic and humanitarian crises, and to uplift Afghan women and girls whose basic human rights have been stripped away by the Taliban. It is critical that we provide financial assistance while isolating and condemning the Taliban regime. This new challenge requires a thoughtful and careful approach to delivering aid. While providing this vital assistance is not without risk, we must not turn our backs on our allies. Instead, we must work with the inspectors general and the administration to identify effective ways to enable direct assistance with appropriate guardrails. We must continue working on new solutions to provide the much needed relief to Afghan people, while ensuring this aid stays out of the hands of the Taliban. Now, Chairman Comer is holding today's hearing to focus on the events surrounding the August 2021 withdrawal in Afghanistan, and the chairman has made his position on the withdrawal very clear over the past few years. In an April 2021 interview, Chairman Comer said regarding President Biden's decision to complete the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan by September 2021, and I quote, "That's probably the first decision Joe Biden's made that I actually agree with. I strongly support removing all the troops from Afghanistan. I think that the American public has been ready to leave Afghanistan for at least a decade," end quote. And it wasn't just Chairman Comer. Several Republican members of the committee praised President Biden for withdrawing troops from Afghanistan. In March 2021, Mr. Biggs criticized President Biden for failing to withdraw troops from Afghanistan sooner, writing, and I quote, "You still suggest a May 1st withdrawal date isn't possible. That kind of thinking has kept us in Afghanistan for 20 years, end quote. In 2021, Mr. Mace stated on Fox News, "I've never been shy to disagree with the administration, but I couldn't agree more with bringing our troops home after 2 decades of war in Afghanistan, a policy former President Trump and now President agree on." Mr. Sopko, in your testimony today, you stated that while the Trump administration's decision to sign the Doha Agreement and the Biden administration's decision to follow through with the withdrawal were immediate factors precipitating the collapse of the Afghan government and its security forces, those decisions had antecedents that stretched to the beginning of the mission of 2001. Mr. Sopko, it sounds like it is your view that after 20 years in Afghanistan, the U.S. failed to build stable Afghan institutions that could survive the withdrawal of U.S. troops from the country. Is that right?
You're absolutely correct. That's what we found.
Mr. Sopko, you have been warning for years that this was the case, that Afghan institutions would not survive the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan. Is that right?
Yes, it is. Going back to almost as soon as I started in 2012, we've been raising concerns.
Today, my Republican colleagues who so enthusiastically supported the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan seek to blame the Biden-Harris administration for results of that withdrawal. I hope my Republican colleagues will pause their political posturing so that together we can work on learning the lessons that our country's 20-year involvement in Afghanistan teach us. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Before I yield to the next question, I feel compelled to respond. I think I speak for all three of us that you quoted. We supported the withdrawal, but we assumed that this administration had more competence in their ability to withdraw. We have the mightiest military in the world. They were up against the Taliban in flip-flops and 1970 era rifles. We felt like that this administration could have done a better job. And I don't think you can blame Donald Trump for this administration not cooperating with these IGs, which is very, very troubling. Chair recognizes the chairman of the full House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Turner, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There certainly is a lot to learn. I think we were all aghast as we watched on television, people running for planes as the United States withdrew abruptly from Afghanistan. The administration had promised an orderly withdrawal from Afghanistan, one which I opposed. I believed that there was a role for a small force to be able to continue to provide stability in Afghanistan. But the administration promised that they were not going to run for the exits, but they did so, and they did so in the middle of the night, which caused a collapse of the Afghan government and the inability of the Afghan military to operate, and led to their inability to be able to defend themselves. Mr. Sopko, I thank you for all the work that you do. You and I have spoken before. Good to see you. I wanted to highlight some of the problems that you're having in doing your work, and in your testimony, some of the problems that you identified. You sent a letter to Secretary of State Blinken and Samantha Power, the administrator of USAID, in June of 2022. And in that letter, you cited that you were directed by Congress to conduct studies of the collapse of the Afghan military, that state and USAID were required by law to provide you information to be able to do that task, and that they were being prohibited from being able to assist, to provide you the information that you needed, and that you felt that it was thwarting your efforts. You contacted me. I then sent a letter to President Biden, transmitting the letter that you had sent. I asked this be submitted into the record, both your letter and mine. What's troubling is in your testimony, you relate that you are still being thwarted, that you are not getting the information that you need to be able to do the job that Congress directed you in reviewing the withdrawal and really the circumstances in Afghanistan.
That is absolutely correct.
Now, I have not received a response to my letter to the president. Have you received responses from your letters that detail at all why that they're not providing you the information?
Welcome to my world, Chairman. We have not received the response back from Secretary of State or, well, anybody in the administration, really.
Now, you're the Special Inspector General for Afghan Reconstruction. We're not talking small dollars here. You open on page 2 saying that most people would be surprised that more than $8 billion has been provided by the United States since our withdrawal. 3.5 billion of that from the Afghan Central Bank Reserve. But we are talking billions of taxpayers' dollars that are still being spent in Afghanistan. And yet your task of being able to assess the effectiveness, what's occurring with those funds, is being thwarted by lack of information.
That is correct.
Now, I do find interesting that even though you're being thwarted, you're still providing us information that's shocking. You indicate that the Taliban are able to benefit from these dollars, that both in fees that they provide, that they require, and directions to NGOs. Page 3, page 4, you go into basically schemes that result in actually taxpayers' dollars going right into the hands of the Taliban.
That is correct, but we're not getting that information on a regular basis from state or aid, or in the past from DOD, although DOD is not really doing much in Afghanistan anymore. We're clever. My agents and my analysts have sources. We've developed hundreds and hundreds of sources. I think we had more sources in Afghanistan than all the other IGs combined in the GAO. So we're still trying to get that information, but the best information, like actual contract data, actually the names of people, would be, it's best, and it should by law, come from state and aid.
I think it's shocking that the Biden administration would not want you to be able to do your job, and that billions of dollars of taxpayers' monies are by your assessment going directly into the hands of the Taliban. You also, in your testimony, speak of the collapse of the Afghan military, and you speak of it as in that our military was integrated into their military, and really the difficulty of them being able to operate. Could you just speak for a moment of that? That literally it had to be known by the administration that when they abruptly pulled our military from the Afghan military, that they would be incapable of continuing to operate.
That's a very good point, and it's one that we repeatedly made to every administration, that we built an Afghan military that looked like and would rely totally on the U.S. military. Now, we have a great military, the best in the world, but the problem is you were dealing with an illiterate country, basically, and trying to give them very sophisticated, and we forced them to take very sophisticated U.S. and Western hardware that they could not supply or fix or whatever. And particularly when we saw the Doha Agreement, and everybody focused on the troops leaving, but the Doha Agreement, which was then ratified by the Biden administration, specifically says the contractors have to leave. And we knew once the contractors were leaving, it was going to collapse. And if you talk to the Afghan generals, and I highly recommend as you go forth in your investigation, talk to General Sami Sadat, who was one of the best Afghan generals that fought there. He was head of the special forces in Afghanistan. And he can give you chapter and verse what happened when all of a sudden they couldn't repair their helicopters. That's when Afghans started dying dramatically. And that was the problem. The problem is they could not repair those. The irony is the Afghans were capable of repairing the old Soviet military equipment. But we decided, for whatever policy reason, to not give them Soviet military equipment anymore, or former Soviet, but to give them U.S. equipment. Excellent equipment, but it pushed back by years, by decades, the ability of the Afghans to prepare or repair their equipment.
Thank you for bringing our focus to that. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mafume. Chair recognizes Mr. Mafume for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you and the ranking member for convening us today on this hearing. And I want to go back to something that the ranking member said that I think is important to keep in mind. There was an unspoken doctrine in this body that all politics stop at the water's edge. And we've had over the years to push ourselves and to push each other to make sure that we try not to go back and particularly always assign blame, but to find a way to move forward. And so I hope that the moving forward on this is where we are. Some of us are old enough to remember 1975 when Saigon fell, and the optics, which looked so much like the optics in August of 2021. But there was a push, and I urge that we continue to push now, but that we move forward in looking at the real things that trouble us. And one of the things that troubles me, quite frankly, about this whole report is this issue of not enough accountability. I don't know how any of us can defend that. I mean, I'm simultaneously in a small business committee meeting looking at the amount of fraud in the PPP program. So we're always going back to try to find a way to be more accountable to taxpayers, to the American public, and to be more accountable to the truth in all of this. Mr. Sopko, I should let you know that Congress, committee, Democrats here on this committee and the previous Congress, including Chairwoman Maloney and Chairman Lynch and staff and others, repeatedly encouraged and pushed agencies to cooperate with SIGAR. I mean, repeatedly. So I regret today, quite frankly, sir, hearing that the State Department, DOD, and USAID have produced some documents, provided some written responses, and participated in some meetings, but have not given the full cooperation that is sought. And I want to underscore something that the ranking member said earlier also, that it's the intention of this committee to always support the work of inspector generals. If we don't do that, then it's pretty difficult for us to move forward with any sense of legitimacy. And so given the extraordinary importance of SIGAR's work, including the role in helping Congress and the American people to better understand where we are, I'm going to, on the record, urge all three of those agencies today to cooperate more so that we might not be in a position of hearing what we've heard today or in a position of frustration like I am right now, knowing that that there's apparently more information, more documents, more discussions that should be held and ought to be held. I'm not saying they have to be held in public, but they've got to be held with the Inspector General to find out where we are. We're all concerned about this issue of funding the Taliban indirectly. And as I sit here today, I'm under the assumption that that's what we regrettably seem to be doing. The World Bank Trust Fund has not been able to verify fraud diversion. If that's taking place, we need to know. These are billions and billions of dollars out of the U.S. Treasury that if they're not going to do what they ought to do, could be better spent at home. But they should be getting into Afghanistan to protect what we see going on with girls and with women there, the tremendous suppression of human rights. And if that's not occurring, then we really do, ladies and gentlemen, have a big task before us in making sure that that takes place. So, Mr. Sobko, and the other thing that grabbed me is that you said clearly on the record that you cannot guarantee that we are not indirectly funding the Taliban as a result of not having the proper information you need. That's scary to note. I mean, I would trust the Taliban as far as I could throw them also. And the fact that they have armaments that have been left behind, the fact that they claim to be a sovereign, independent state now, and the fact that they claim that they don't have to do anything to comply with U.S. requests concerns me. I know they've been hanging out with, for lack of a better term, the Chinese and the Russians and the snuggling up and creating new allies. But for us, the security of women and children in Afghanistan remains a paramount concern, and the accountability of agencies of the United States government to all inspector generals must be a principle that we are guided by, that we live by, and that we pledge to defend. So again, I appreciate this hearing from both the chairman and the ranking member. It helps to get us further down the road and prevents us, I think, from kind of looking back and pointing the finger, but looking forward and saying, here's what we must do now while we have the power to protect the process that has always guided us in the Congress in the United States in the correct way. So, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back, and I thank you for the time.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Mafume. Chair recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify for Americans watching, we have the Inspector General present on our panel for the Department of Defense, Inspector General for the Department of State, Inspector General for the U.S. Agency for International Development, commonly referred to as USAID, and the Inspector General for the Afghanistan reconstruction. So, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you collectively, just yes or no down the line. Mrs. Stork, we'll begin with you. Have any of you in your duties, in your respective investigations, which we very much appreciate you conducting, and it's an important role that you play for Congress and thus for the nation that we sworn to serve. Have any of you encountered any obstacles or limitations from the executive branch that you would categorize as obstruction?
I'm not aware of any such issues for the DoD OIGs.
That would be no? You haven't
That's a no.
encountered? Yes, yes, sir.
No for state OIG.
No, for USAID, we do not have any access issues right now.
Yes, and I'm happy to give you a list.
Well, we probably have the same list, but I look forward to speaking with you further about that.
I'm
Mr.
happy to
Sobko.
provide it to the full committee, the whole list in more detail.
Would you do that, sir?
Absolutely.
I'll call upon you to do that. Can we get a time frame that we would receive that?
I can give it to you in the next 24 hours.
Thank you, sir. We expect to have it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you about the bombing. I understand that this is not perhaps specifically in your purview, But America needs to know what exactly happened and why we allowed this terrorist bomber to kill these 13 Americans and 170 Afghans and horribly maim many others when according to testimony that Congress has received, this bomber had been identified. The test runs of bombings had been conducted in the days prior to the bombing. Our intel guys had identified what the bomber looked like. And according to the testimony of Sergeant Vargas Andrews, 25-year-old sniper was blown up that day. He arrived on August 16th at his post. On August the 22nd, they were advised an IED probe, a practice run by the Taliban had been performed near the airport there near the gate where he was deployed. Days later, they received word to be on the lookout for 2 specific vehicles. These are all signs of intelligence that had been harvested from the field. And around 2 a.m. on August 26th, the intel guys advised his sniper nest that the suicide bomber in the vicinity had been identified. He was described as clean-shaven, brown dress wearer, black vest, traveling with a companion. This sniper asked the intel guys, why wasn't he apprehended if we had a full description of him? The intel guys said they didn't have authorization to pick him up. Later, the man was spotted by this sniper from noon to 1 p.m. That he was in the crowd. They had him in their sights. He was behaving in manners that indicated, according to their training, he was about to activate his vest. He was being guided and coached by an older Islamic jihadist man there. It was very serious. They advised their chain of command. Said, please come and look at what we've got. We've got this guy. Their chain of command came to the nest and told them that they did not have green light to shoot the guy and they were not going to arrest him. Why? Quote, leadership did not have the engagement authority. Do not engage. We had identified the bomber. Our intel guys did their work. The Biden administration would not authorize the shooting nor the arrest of the bomber that killed these 13 Americans and 170 of our Afghan allies and wounded and maimed many others. Why? I asked the inspector generals, do you have an answer? Can you provide that answer in writing to our committee over the course of the next several days? Sir?
So thank you for the question. As I testified in my opening statement, following the withdrawal, we pivoted our work at DOD OIG to deal with some emergent issues.
In the interest
But
of time, my time has expired. Do you have data regarding?
Well, what I was going to say is we've not done oversight work on that now, but as I testified, we did obtain a copy of the administration's after action, and we're actively reviewing that now. And if there's additional oversight work
I read
to
it.
do,
It's
we'll
quite
do it.
whitewashed. Inspector Generals, if you do have data, my time has expired. If you do have data regarding the bombing attack and the murder of American citizens at the gate in Afghanistan, we ask you to please provide your observations in writing to this committee. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Stansberry for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to welcome and thank all of our witnesses for being here today. Obviously, our inspector generals play a vital role in ensuring the oversight of our federal agencies, and I want to thank all of you as well as your staff for the important work that you do. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of our active duty military and veterans who served bravely in Afghanistan and continued to serve our country. And, you know, I want to just acknowledge the comments of the previous speaker here. There's no question that the withdrawal from Afghanistan was chaotic, it was terrifying, it was violent, it was difficult, and the loss of those 13 service members can never be replaced. They paid the ultimate sacrifice for their service on behalf of our country. And we should be honoring their memory here today in this committee hearing. But I want to also acknowledge that the American mission in evacuating both our service members, American citizens, as well as our allies in Afghanistan was not in vain. In fact, in those final days, we were able to evacuate 124,000 US citizens and other nationals who were allies to the United States. And I want to say, as a New Mexican, I represent New Mexico's 1st Congressional District. We personally saw the brave service of our service members in helping with the evacuation efforts. In New Mexico, Holloman Air Force Base was one of the 6 designated sites where evacuees were sent when they came to the United States. And I personally had the opportunity to go down and visit not only with the evacuees as they were arriving on our shores, but also the hundreds, literally hundreds of service members, mostly reservists, air women and airmen, National Guards, who volunteered to go help with the evacuation mission because they understood after 20 years of being involved in this conflict that the Afghan allies who were being evacuated had stood bravely with our American troops on the ground, and that our mission and responsibility as we were pulling out of Afghanistan was to ensure that those allies were able to get out and their families were able to get to safety. So I do want to acknowledge that those efforts were not in vain, and to acknowledge the lives that were lost. But I also think it's really important that we set the record straight on really the path that got us into this mess and those final chaotic days. And so, Mr. Storch, I know you've been asked many of these questions already, but I just really want to be clear about the path that got us to the final days of the evacuation. So first of all, is it not true that President Trump entered into negotiations directly with the Taliban in February of 2020? And isn't it true? Thank you. And isn't it true that over the course of those negotiations and the agreements that the Trump administration had with the Taliban directly, they were negotiating directly with the Taliban, it included an agreement for a rapid drawdown of the troops who were stationed in that region?
Yes, and I should say all of this is based on our lead IG reporting. We've reported on this.
Right. And so it was the Trump administration who set the wheels into motion to actually rapidly draw down the troops, and did so in direct negotiation with the Taliban. And yet, even though those agreements were put into place in 2020, there were a series of agreements on the side of the Taliban regarding their behavior with respect to the international community, those who remained in country, and the United States, which ultimately the Trump administration did not hold the Taliban accountable for. Is that correct?
We've reported out on the back and forth on all this. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly. So it was President Trump who failed to actually ensure that the Taliban upheld their portion of the agreement before agreeing to rapidly remove American troops, putting our troops at risk in those final days. And Ms. Angarella, these actions ultimately left our Afghan communities vulnerable and also led to the collapse of the humanitarian assistance infrastructure that was in country at the time. Is that not correct?
It certainly increased the challenges for delivering the humanitarian assistance, yes.
So I just want to be clear, you know, in the final days of the American pullout from the war in Afghanistan, it's clear, and Mr. Sopko, you stated this yourself, that the Trump administration, quote, sold out the Afghan government. Mr. Sopko, did you state those words?
I think that's quoted from somebody else. I don't think I said that, but I think it's in our report.
So it's in your report. So it's really crucial that we're clear about what happened in those final days, and that it was the previous administration who set things into motion. And finally, I know I'm out of time here, but I do want to acknowledge once again our brave service members who have not only continued to serve and help those evacuees and Americans who are continuing to work on these issues, but as well as our aid workers and international community. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs from Arizona for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank you, our witnesses for being here today. Mr. Chairman, I request unanimous consent to submit the following into the record. November 7th, 2022 letter from you and Rep. Grothman to Inspector General Sopka. October 25th, 2022 letter from you and Rep. Grothman to Inspector General Sopka. June 22nd, 22 letter from the Office of the Special Inspector General for Afghanistan Reconstruction to Congressional Committee chairs. And a February 1st, 2022 email exchange between individuals in the Office of SIGAR and the Department of State.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. And each of these documents discuss and provide evidence of the Biden administration's actions to evade cooperation with SIGAR, which has been working on 5 separate reports requested by Congress. These reports discuss the underlying causes that led to the rapid collapse of Afghanistan, Afghan National Defense and Security Forces, potential loss or compromise of U.S. reconstruction assistance resulting from the Taliban's return to power, the ramifications of the U.S. military and diplomatic withdrawal for national security and for the people of Afghanistan. Mr. Sopka, in particular, I thank you for your testimony. Last June, you informed this committee that the Biden administration was refusing to respond to requests for information. And you've given an update today. And quite frankly, I've not seen any public letters from the previous Democrat chair of this committee requesting that the administration comply and cooperate with you. You've indicated pretty conclusively that you've got a broad scope of information you need. You're not getting it. Sitting next to you are the inspector generals for those 3 agencies or departments. I hope that they will encourage that and look into that as well. But I want to specifically now direct the rest of my attention, Mr. Sopka, to you. There's been a number of public reports alleging that former President Ghani took money out when he fled. I know that you've tried to find it in your own report this time. I want to get to that. There's new documents that you've received alleging additional funds transferred at that time. Could be, they indicate that tens of millions of dollars in cash and gold bullion spirited out of the country through Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and other neighboring countries. Can you elaborate on what you know so far and what more information you need from this administration to conduct that investigation?
Thank you very much for asking about that. That's a recent investigation that we've opened up. We have sources who have given us that information. I can't really discuss it in much detail, but it covers about the 6 months to a year before the actual collapse. This information indicates tens of millions of dollars, if we can confirm it, that's the thing, right, in gold bullion and in currency that left the country through those 3 stands, Uzbekistan, I think Tajikistan, and maybe Kyrgyzstan. I can't really tell you much more. We're digging into that information. It came to our attention recently. I will report back once we can. We don't know if we're going to be able to make the case. Some of this information is old. We're actually in the process of translating a lot of this information right now, but I can't really tell you much more. It seems credible to some of my investigators who have been working for me for 20 years and they're retired law enforcement agents, but we still don't know what we have.
Are you getting cooperation from U.S. agencies and departments in that investigation?
Yes, but they're law enforcement agencies. It's not the policy people at state and aid and DOD.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about something else. And this is really, we were led to believe that the Afghan government and the Afghan military was going to be able to hold out for some significant period of time post-withdrawal. And not only that the government, even though, odd to say, we were providing more than half of their revenue for government purposes, we were told that they were going to be able to hang in there. How did the intelligence community get it so wrong?
I can't really speak for the intelligence community. I mean, when we briefed our reports to the intelligence community, we would always ask them, and I can't reveal what they're saying in an unclassified, we always ask them is, are we wrong? And they would come back and say, no. So I don't know who was telling which administration that things were going really well, but if you read our reports, and if you read some of the reports from my fellow IGs, particularly the former DOD IG, you could not believe the Afghan government was going to survive, particularly when we withdrew our troops, particularly when we withdrew our air support, and particularly when we withdrew the contractors. I don't really know who would actually have thought the Afghan government was going to survive. And in January, I believe I issued a report and talked to this committee, the January of that year, that the Air Force itself was saying that the Afghan Air Force, once the contractors left, would collapse within a matter of months. So everybody, this was the worst kept secret in Washington about the capability of the Afghan government to survive. Again, I'm just shocked. It's like the number 300,000 Afghan soldiers and police. I don't know who is telling the administration there were 300,000 Afghan soldiers and police toward the end. Nobody we talked to ever said that that number was near there. We had reports that half of those people were probably ghosts. We were paying their salaries, but they didn't exist. So, I mean, there is a lot of things floating around, and I don't know who is in the intelligence community, not the people we were talking to, because they all agreed with our assessments, our negative assessments. I don't know who is putting this information out and what's the basis for it.
Thank you. My time's up.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Baylett from Vermont for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today, we've been examining mistakes made over this 20-year war that tragically cannot be undone at this point. So I want to focus now on one thing that Congress can and should address immediately, and that's the Afghan Adjustment Act. Vermont is proudly home to hundreds of Afghans who have been resettled in our state. And I was honored recently to meet with a man named Ashukala, who is an Afghan interpreter who worked alongside a Vermonter who served the U.S. Army in Afghanistan. Now, Ashukala and his wife reside in Vermont, and we are so grateful that they're now part of our community. Under the Biden-Harris administration, we've welcomed approximately 100,000 Afghan evacuees to the United States since the summer of 2021. But many of those allies were admitted only on a temporary basis. And right now, they live in fear of an uncertain future. And I talked to many of those folks in my hometown of Brattleboro, Vermont. In July of 2021, the House voted overwhelmingly and on a bipartisan basis to increase the capacity of the Afghan Special Immigration Visa Program. And that bill would have provided an additional 8,000 special immigrant visas and would have eased the burden on obtaining visas. Now, I ask unanimous consent to submit to the record an August 2021 USA Today article about that vote, which occurred as more Afghan territory continued to fall to the Taliban. And it stated, quote, "Some of the Republican House members who this week excoriated President Biden's strategy to pull U.S. troops out of Afghanistan and evacuate Afghan civilians voted last month against legislation to speed up the visa applications process for Afghan citizens. All 16 no votes were from Republicans, and 4 of those members sit on this very committee. Currently, evacuees have only 2 options for resolution: the asylum system or the Afghan Special Immigrant Visa Program. There are now well over 150,000 people currently trapped in Afghanistan awaiting processing through the Special Immigrant Visa Program, while more than 7,000, it's actually 70,000. 70,000 Afghans, many of whom fought alongside our troops, are currently in the United States living in legal limbo. So, Ms. Shaw, is it fair to say that the Special Immigrant Visa Program is severely overburdened and needs resources?
Thank you so much for that question. That is a serious area of oversight for us. As you noted, there are more than 150,000 SIV applications still pending. And so our work has found prior to the evacuation and our current work and ongoing work, I think are trending in this direction as well, that while some progress has been made to try to streamline the process and to better resource it, there's still plenty of room for improvement. Processing times still exceed well beyond that 9-month target stated in statute. And so I will note that the department from April 2021 until 2022 did increase their processing rate by about 15 times. So we're seeing progress, but there's still that significant backlog. And so it's a major area of focus for our work.
And following up on that, Ms. Shaw, you said it's a 9-month turnaround in statute. Where are we right now with the timeline? What's the average timeline for one of these folks waiting for relief?
So I don't have averages as of today, but our past work, which looked at averages in the 2020 time period, showed that although we couldn't get a definitive answer on every phase of the process because of how some of the data comes in, we did determine that just 2 of the 4 phases were resulting in average processing times of more than 17 months. And so you can sort of extrapolate from there.
So years.
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Ms. Shaw, so is it fair to say that neither the asylum system or the SIV program can provide timely assistance right now to these individuals who need relief?
So it is true that they can't provide that right now for every person in the backlog, but there are recommendations pending in our work that certainly could help improve the situation. We hope to be able to offer additional recommendations.
So simply put, I just want to say, our partners deserve better. This is not acceptable. And I ask my Republican colleagues to recognize the urgency of this effort and join Democrats in passing a bipartisan Afghan Adjustment Act that will make good to these people who risk their lives alongside of our servicemen and women. Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Chair recognizes Mr. LaTurner from Kansas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the summer of 2021, there was much debate in Congress regarding American military presence in Afghanistan. There was passionate discourse, even within the Republican Party, over the matter. But nearly 2 years later, we've reached a policy consensus. The Biden administration's botched withdrawal from Afghanistan was an unmitigated disaster. Despite 4 months of prep time, the failed evacuation was marred by poor decision-making and incoherent operational logistics every step of the way. This began with President choosing to make the State Department responsible for withdrawal rather than allowing our military leadership at DoD to determine how best to protect our service members and American interest. Abandoning Bagram, our most strategic and fortified foothold in Afghanistan, before the evacuation was even complete, led to thousands of Americans and SIV holders stranded behind enemy lines. The premature abandonment also left the Taliban armed with a vast arsenal of American military equipment, approximately 23,000 armored vehicles and 165 helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft, in addition to 550,000 firearms, which were promptly turned upon the people of Afghanistan and the last of our remaining troops. It doesn't take State Department credentials or a degree in foreign affairs to realize terms of withdrawal negotiated with a terrorist state, one that openly chants death to America, shouldn't be taken at face value. President Biden's decision to entrust our enemies to secure our perimeter around Kabul's airport as the city descended into chaos and violence resulted in the death of 13 brave United States service members. Weeks before this debacle unfolded, President Biden made the ill-fated prediction that, and I quote, "There's going to be no circumstance for you to see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan." Just 36 days later, we saw people being lifted off the roof of an embassy of the United States from Afghanistan. The disastrous withdrawal has lasting implications beyond the fact that we now lack a militaristic presence in the preeminent terrorism hub of the world, the region in which the 9/11 attacks were plotted. Chinese state media openly refer to the Afghan effect as an accelerant of international instability, which has emboldened them to increasingly test the waters regarding an invasion of Taiwan. Vladimir Putin witnessed this weakness and lack of leadership and started building up troops on Ukraine's border a mere month later. Our botched evacuation underscores much of the geopolitical upheaval we're witnessing today, and it all could have been avoided had the Biden administration simply not rushed our withdrawal to meet an arbitrary deadline. President Biden is our commander-in-chief, and the buck stops with him. For Mr. Storch and Ms. Shaw, no American service members were killed in action between the signing of the Doha Agreement and President Trump's departure from office. The Doha Agreement was conditions-based, but the Taliban wasn't abiding by the deal. Do you believe the Biden administration had ample time to renegotiate the deal between assuming office and the withdrawal from Afghanistan, had they so wished?
We haven't done any audits or evaluations, any independent oversight that would address that issue. There are a lot of factors that go into it. We did report out on the chronology in the lead IG reports, but other than that, we haven't done any work on that.
The same is true for state OIG.
Do you have opinions about this?
So I will share with you, I think what makes the work of OIGs impactful is that we have rigorous standards and procedures that we follow to produce our oversight products, and that's true for all of us. So I appreciate the opportunity to testify, but on these sort of issues, if we haven't done the work, we can't really
move
testify.
on. Troops on the ground surrounding the Kabul airport were allegedly ordered not to intervene in passport seizure operations by the Taliban. Can either of you identify which member of either the State Department or DOD that issued that stand-down order?
I have no information on that, I'm sorry.
I don't either. It's potentially covered in some of our upcoming work, so we can take that as a get back.
Why hasn't there been any good faith effort to identify this individual?
I can tell you that the scope of our work is looking at the full range of events as they unfolded. The department had a role to play, and so we're looking at each aspect of that. I don't know if that particular issue is a major focal point of the work. We had a broader scope.
Wouldn't you agree that that's an important piece of information as we're trying to get to the bottom of what happened and hold people accountable within the administration?
Our work is primarily looking for opportunities for recommendations, so we are looking at policies and procedures. Now, if we do identify information that suggests that there was misconduct on the part of a particular individual, we would, of course, investigate that. I am not aware of any allegations along those lines.
Same answer here.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's easy for my colleague to Monday morning quarterback about the time that it took to evacuate more than 120,000 people from Afghanistan. But I'd like to remind them of the reality on the ground. Unfortunately, the fact is that starting the evacuation mission any sooner would have likely yielded the same result. As President Biden said on August 12, 2021, the evacuation of thousands of people from Kabul is going to be hard and painful, no matter when it started and when we began. It would have been true if we had started a month ago or a month from now. There is no way to evacuate this many people without pain and loss of heartbreaking images you see on television. If the evacuation mission had begun any earlier, it would have signaled a lack of confidence in the Afghan government when its collapse at that time was not inevitable certainty. To my own, I want to say that since the Taliban takeover, women in Afghanistan have been denied their fundamental rights and freedoms. They're invisible, isolated, and suffocated in their own country. Girls can no longer go to school beyond 6th grade. Women can no longer work or travel without a male chaperone. Watching this unfold has been a sobering reminder of how swiftly and aggressively women's and girls' rights can be taken away, something we are all too aware of here in the US as women's access to healthcare is systematically eroded. In another significant measure, women were barred from working for national and international NGOs. Ms. Andrella, how did the Taliban's decision to ban women from working in NGOs exacerbate the humanitarian crisis?
Thank you for that question. It's undeniable that the inability for women aid workers, first with NGOs who were banned in December, and more recently with UN partners, is having a significant impediment to be able to provide services at all to women for healthcare, for food assistance, and for education. It's my understanding that there are some exceptions being made, but it's ad hoc throughout the country. It's not consistent And as recently as right now, the UN is currently reassessing what programming they're going to be able to continue.
So would you agree that there are very legitimate and serious concerns about the survival of Afghan women and girls as a result of this ban?
Absolutely.
The United Nations stated that it may have to pull out of Afghanistan in May. The Taliban continues to refuse to allow women to work for the organization. What will the impact of that withdrawal have on women, and as well as the rest of Afghan civil society?
The work that we've done in conjunction with our UN partners and oversight partners, my office works very collaboratively and closely with the WFPIG, for example, UNHCR and other UN organizations that right now are reassessing their programming. It will impact our ability and their ability to investigate any cases or allegations of misconduct, sexual exploitation and abuse, trafficking in persons, or even just the bare necessity delivery of humanitarian assistance.
Thank you. In February, hundreds of Afghan refugees in Islamabad, Pakistan, organized a protest over extreme delays in the approval of U.S. visas. Many of these people are journalists and rights activists meant to be fast-tracked on Priority 1 and Priority 2 visas. Yet they and thousands more remain as our visa processing remains backlogged and our refugee resettlement system remains desperately underfunded. Ms. Shaw, as you've closely reviewed the SIV program, would you commit to a similar review of Priority 1 and 2 visa processing for Afghans?
That's certainly something we can take into consideration as part of our work planning and as part of the broader series of products we're doing on SIV program.
Thank you. Over the last year, around 124,000 people have been evacuated from Afghanistan. Our communities have stepped up to assist them. My home city of Pittsburgh welcomed over 700 Afghan refugees last year, and Pennsylvania as a whole took in over 2,000. The U.S. is responsible for a lot of the harm caused in Afghanistan, and we must work to repair those harms. We have an obligation to aid our allies who supported American forces as well as their families. We must work to end the harmful annihilation of women's rights perpetuated by the Taliban. I thank you to the panel, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Inspector General Sopko, who was inaugurated President of the United States on January 20th, 2021? Trump or Biden?
Oh, is this a trick question?
No, it's
Biden.
not, I promise.
Biden, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the fighting season in Afghanistan, roughly speaking, Mr. Sopko, is it May through September or is it October through April?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the
I'm
question.
sorry, the fighting season in Afghanistan. There's a fighting season. Is it roughly April to October or is it October through April?
There used to be that fighting season, but I think over time, maybe it's global warming or whatever, but it has changed. So the Taliban just continued fighting throughout that whole period of time. So.
But were there the violence, was it greater in the summer than in the winter?
Usually it's greater in the summer than in the winter.
Yeah.
Once
So-
the passes opened up, then they were coming in. But once the Taliban started taking more territory in Afghanistan, they didn't have to worry about getting the pass